Good morning, and I'll call to order the April 11th, 2022 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors and budget workshops for fiscal year 2022 through 23. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Lavanino.
Here.
Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Supervisor Hart. Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
And Chair Hartman.
Here. Please stand and join me for the pledge. Ready, begin. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
CEO Miyasato, do you have a report today?
No report this morning, Chair.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, any announcements?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, I do have a couple quick announcements this morning. I would like to remind the public that the Board of Supervisors meetings are being interpreted and broadcast live in Spanish. We are broadcasting our meetings in Spanish both for Cox Cable subscribers in South County as well as Comcast Cable subscribers in North County. Members of the public can now view our meetings in Spanish by turning on the secondary audio programming, also known as SAP or SAP, under their language settings. That information will also be scrolling on top of your TV momentarily. Lastly, I would like to remind the public who are participating in our meeting today of the board's updated methods of public participation. For the Board of Supervisors methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Members of the public can attend meetings in person both in Santa Barbara Board Hearing Room chambers as well as the Santa Maria Board Hearing Room chambers. Please note, the board is following all local and state guidelines and are no longer requiring face coverings indoors. If you attend the board meeting in person, you will no longer be required to wear a face covering. But please be advised that the Public Health Department is still strongly encouraging all county staff and members of the public to mask and socially distance themselves in crowded areas. I would also like to remind the public that if you require any special accommodations, please contact the clerk of the board to make that request, preferably on the Friday prior to the meeting. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment virtually may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via a link available on page 2. After registering, you will receive a confirmation email containing important information about joining the virtual meeting. Once the chair has announced the item you want to comment on, please join the meeting with the information provided. You will be placed on mute until it is your turn to speak. The clerk will call you by name, and when removed from mute, you will hear a notification that your line has been unmuted. If you are using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press star 6 to unmute yourself. Again, if you are using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press star 6 to unmute yourself. Each person may address the board for up to 3 minutes, and this is at the discretion of the chair. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that number is 805-568-2240. And that concludes my announcements for today.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So that brings us to the business of the day, the first day of our budget workshops for fiscal year 2022-23. And I just want all members of the public to know that there'll be opportunities to comment after each functional group presentation and also after each special issue presentation. So I'll now turn it over to our CEO Miyasato.
Can I get the slides up, please? Great, thank you so much. So good morning, everyone. Today we begin the first day of 3 days of budget workshops. And our theme this year is Reset, Reimagine, and Reconnect as we exit 2 long years of this pandemic. Next slide, please. So the agenda for this week is I'll be talking a little bit about the preliminary budget and its context, giving and then Assistant CEO Nancy Anderson will give an update or overview of the preliminary budget. Thank you for that. And then you'll hear from departments. Today we'll hear from Health and Human Service Departments and General Government Support Services. On Tuesday, Public Safety Departments, Community Resources and Public Facilities, and there will be a special issue on maintenance and capital projects. And then we end the week on Thursday with the Policy and Executive Departments, and hear 2 special issues. One is on digital transformation and an update on the ARPA funding. And then at that time, your board can deliberate and provide any direction as appropriate to my staff as we start developing the recommended budget. Next slide, please. So as you know, the purpose of these workshops is to present the preliminary budget. And as the materials indicate, the preliminary budget is balanced as of today. But there still are changes ahead, and so that will be changing from now until the time that we actually put the recommended budget together. We provide a summary of the department's budgets, their major work efforts for the coming year, any expansion requests and updates on their renew initiatives. As I mentioned, we'll present 3 special issues this week. And again, this is the time to allow for your board's discussion, questions, and to hear public input on anything that's presented this week, and to provide direction to myself and my staff on any policy issues or particular items before we complete the recommended budget. And before I get into the context, I do want to take this time to say some thank yous. First and foremost, thank you to all our department directors and their staff, particularly their fiscal officers, for developing their budgets this year and working collaboratively with the County Executive Office. Secondly, the Auditor Controllers team, under the direction of the Auditor Controller Betsy Schaefer and Assistant Auditor Controller Ed Price. And thank you to Juan Izquierdo. I'm sorry, Juan, I always have to stumble over your name. Juan Izquierdo, Joel Boyer, Stephen Herrera, Joel Flores, Tyler Walker, and Jeff Arthur. Thank you to all of you for working with our staff. And a special thanks to my own budget staff, led by Nancy Anderson, our Assistant CEO and Budget Director, and Paul Clementi, our Budget Division Chief, and all our analysts, Richard Morgantini, Nicole Parmalee, Wes Welch, Reese Elstead, Stephen Yee, Dana Grassi, Ted Tiber, and Sarah Gill. So thank you for all your work. And their work will show as you see the presentations going forward. Next slide. So why did Mona put this slide up here? That's my staff is probably asking. Why did she interrupt the flow of our nice presentation by putting this in here? Each of these, I believe, represent our clients, our patients, our customers, our residents, our community partners, and all of our employees. And as we exit this pandemic, I think we are at an inflection point. And we have to be careful in believing that we can snap back to where we were in 2019. We are different. We've all changed. Our employees have changed, our residents and our customers and our clients have changed. Some have been stretched to the limit emotionally, physically, some financially. And so we just need to be concerned that we can't automatically snap back, because that will be a default position for many of us. And I say that out loud because it's a cautionary tale to myself as well. So as we proceed in this next year's budget, it's just to remind ourselves that we can't snap back and we shouldn't. And what you'll see in this budget are different things that departments have done to respond to the pandemic. Some of the things they're going to be keeping, some they're going to jettison. But it's important for us to remember that organizations tend to be like rubber bands. And unless the organization fundamentally changes, after a period of time, it tends to snap back to its previous form. And so we're trying to guard against that. Snap back and take things that we value, but also incorporate the changes that we've learned over the last 2 years. So I ask that everyone remember that and pause when there's a new initiative, when there's deadlines, to pause and just make sure, are we snapping back or have we learned from our experience? Next slide. And so that's why the theme for this year's budget is Reset, Reimagine, Reconnect. Reset, by definition, is to start again anew. And it's to work differently, and that's what we're doing. We're optimizing technology, we have a hybrid workforce, we're adapting our processes, but we're anchoring in the renew values and behaviors. To reimagine is to reinterpret imaginatively, to rethink and reframe, and you've seen this. The board has done this. We've embraced inclusion and equity, we have all this federal stimulus money, we're continuing to work on climate change and improve our disaster resilience, but I think the pandemic has shown the need to reinforce our safety net and help those with less opportunity recover. And finally, to restore connection to our community, our customers, to each other, with new and traditional ways of serving them, continuing collaborations, and re-engaging our focus. And so the board's focus areas continue, and that's to have improvements to the criminal justice system, to ensure we're an environmentally sustainable community, and your board had just had a discussion on the Energy Climate Action Plan, to continue to make progress on infrastructure improvements and deferred maintenance, to improve community amenities, recreation, and open spaces, to preserve and strengthen our safety net, to embrace equity and inclusion, and to ensure this is underlined by all of this is underlined by stable finances and prudent reserves. So I'm going to spend a few minutes just talking about the economic context. And this is from the Anderson forecast at UCLA. And basically, they've said that the economic impact of the pandemic has abated. So you see in 2021, there was strong GDP for the country. And so the economy is showing signs of returning to normal. Consumption was shifting more toward services and away from goods. And supply chain problems were easing, but they still exist. Inflation, however, is expected through 2023, and employment rates have recovered quickly, and full employment is expected to be reached by 2022. Next slide. A couple of things that we need to be wary about, and that obviously is inflation. The Federal Open Market Committee last month increased the federal rate by 25 basis points, and it's expected to continue to raise the federal funds rate throughout the year, which means we expect to see a tightening of money in the economy and to cool down demand. The federal government purchases are expected to decline in 2022 relative to 21 levels, and obviously there is concern about the Russia-Ukraine war. In California, the state budget picture has improved, and it surpassed revenue projections. 3 sectors have driven the California economy, the first being leisure and hospitality, followed by professional, scientific, and technical services and administrative services. However, hospitality is being impacted by work from home. It's interesting, the concentration of tech and office-related employment in the state creates a situation where work from home is more prevalent than other places. When offices are empty, so are the restaurants and nearby stores, and tourists are visiting large cities with international airports, which are the same cities with employment centers hit hardest by work from home. The state unemployment rate for the second quarter is expected to be 5.7% and expected to decrease over the next few years. But the California economy is strong. It's one of the strongest in the nation right now and expected to continue to grow. This is now bringing things back to our county. This is a trend in secured roll value. As you know, a large portion of our discretionary general fund is from property taxes. So the red bars show indicate years of lower growth subsequent to a recession, and the pink bars indicate a year where a recession started. So it's hard to see on this slide, but you see at the beginning of the graph in the early 90s, there was a recession, and then the dot-com crash happened in the early 2000s, and then the housing market crash. And as you see our secured roll, on the one hand, it's positive that every year there's a bar, meaning this is year-over-year increase in value. So I want to make that clear. In some counties, as you recall, with the market crash, they were negative, meaning they had decreases in value. So we've always had increases in value. But as you see in the red after the housing market crash, the increases are very low. And as you see since that time, around 2013-14, you see it pick up. Property values have increased at a steady clip, about 4 to 5%. And in 21-22, we see a 4% increase. So this is all positive. It shows we have still a healthy secured roll. However, I keep mentioning it's never going to return to what we saw in the mid-2000s with those high 8%, 7% increases. Next slide. So as I've said, we have a very stable outlook next year. And 22-23 will be the 4th year, which we did not request or require service level reductions from our departments, which is all very positive. And so as we see, we have an increase in property tax sales and TOT, and those remain stable. We have a lot of federal and state stimulus coming to us for recovery, including ARPA, which has helped us with one-time funding for critical investments and programs. We have sufficient reserves to mitigate short-term impacts, and our general fund strategic reserve is fully funded at 8% of $40.6 million next year. The challenges that you'll hear from your departments as we go forward this next week is continuing needs beyond resources, meaning minimal ongoing GFC, or general fund contribution for department needs, state legislative changes that continue just in more mandates, but also a loss in local revenue for some departments. As we talked about, new state and federal mandates, some of these are very good things that we look forward to, but some of them do not reimburse us fully for our costs. We've seen a tightening of the insurance market. I love to say that because that's what Ray Romortorio taught me. We have a tightening of our insurance market, and so we have seen those costs in department budgets. There is a dispute with our contract cities with the sheriff that is to be resolved, but that could have an impact to the sheriff's budget. We have significant litigation costs and also cash flow needs for advanced bridge construction. And although the infrastructure bill was passed at the federal level, we're still interpreting what that means for us. But in the meantime, there are important public works projects that need to continue, and so it's using general fund for cash flow. And always we have deferred maintenance costs that continue to grow. This slide shows your board's commitments over the last decade, and it's shown here to remind all of us that when the board does make a commitment, we are successful. It just takes careful planning, and it takes sticking to the plan, which we've done, to overcome some of these challenges. So we've made several commitments. We've been able to produce great things because of those commitments, and we will continue to do that going forward. So key challenges you'll hear again from your departments is recruiting and retaining staff. HR is going to be presenting to you today and talking a little bit about that, what they're seeing. General post-pandemic staff fatigue. So when you listen to your departments, you'll also hear about that, not only when we can't recruit people, then the people who are here are doing more after they've been through 2 years of pandemic services. Legislative changes we've talked about, and insurance premiums, and just major technology. These are all good things, but they do take time. The transition into new technology does take time, and it requires staff resources and focus. Next slide. But there are a lot of good things that the board has authorized and is reflected in next year's budget. For homelessness and rental assistance, over $53 million has been allocated to address homelessness to date through ARPA monies and also money that is in the CSD budget for homelessness. It's homelessness and the rental assistance programs. We continue to make progress on improvements to recreation, as well as capital improvements on bread and butter system replacements, roof replacements, and just to point out that we did get the federal earmark for the Veterans Memorial Building and the Lompoc healthcare upgrades. Climate change adaptation, your board has given us new direction, and we'll be following up on that. But meanwhile, we are continuing with the Better Solar and Battery Project. I think it's 90% complete, and continuing to take advantage of 3CE's programs. For deferred maintenance, the policy that your board set in place in 2014 with 18% of available discretionary revenue going towards deferred maintenance has meant there's an ongoing allocation of $11.6 million. You'll hear more about innovation and technology. We're doing a special issue on that, and you'll see that in your different departments' presentations. Co-response and assisted outpatient treatment. Your board had been very supportive of grants that we received to pair mental health workers with sheriff deputies out in the field. We have 3 teams, and this budget ensures a continuation of those teams when the grants go away. We continue to work on criminal justice improvements. The CCP will be has approved a multidisciplinary team approach with a lead, and we're continuing to work on alternative sentencing as well as improving data availability and efficiency. And finally, your board has also embraced diversity, equity, and inclusion, and this budget also includes resources to continue those efforts. Again, the county's outlook is stable for next year, and it doesn't happen by magic. It's a result from strong financial management throughout the county and your board's prudence in promoting financial sustainability as well as things the community needs. So again, thank you to our directors, your board, and all our community members. And I think in the last 2 years, we have shown great resilience and collaboration and compassion. Next slide. So this is my final slide, and it is to remind us that we may not snap back to where we were, but we can build upon where we've been to create a stronger, reconnected network of community and employees. We can be imaginative and creative and innovative, which means sometimes we might have a mistake or so and have a dope as we go along in the process. And lastly, thank you for laughing at my joke. And lastly, we want to reset ourselves so that we get back to being and continuing effective care for our residents, our patients, our customers, our clients, as well as care for our employees. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Assistant CEO Nancy Anderson.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. I'm going to wait a minute while they bring up my slides. Today, we are pleased to provide your board with a preliminary budget summary and workshop budget presentations by county departments throughout the course of this week. Once again, the budget development process began this year in December with the budget development report, 5-year forecast, and budget development policies. Departments submitted their budgets to our office in early February, and our staff has been reviewing those submittals and finalizing the presentations for these April workshops. We will take direction from your board this week and finalize the recommended budget that will be released in late May that will then be presented at budget hearings on June 14th and potentially 15th. Once again, the county budget reflects a stable outlook as we head into fiscal year 22-23. We have a stable revenue growth, and we've avoided service level reductions, but continue to be challenged with increasing labor and liability insurance costs. This is resulting in minimal excess ongoing general fund contribution available for expansions and other board interests. Due to those limited resources, no pre-workshop expansions were recommended. As we have seen in the current year, cannabis tax revenue continues to be volatile, but it is anticipated to increase slightly from the lower actual collections this year. The budget also progresses the Northern Branch jail operations funding plan and invests in deferred maintenance and information technology. Your board has prudently adopted budget development policies that focus our recommendations on program-based budgeting, fiscal stability, identifying and mitigating fiscal risks, and maintaining prudent reserves. We strive to minimize use of one-time resources on ongoing costs, prioritize department requests that support board priorities and policies, and take into consideration long-term fiscal planning. I'd like to talk a little bit about the revenue and expenditure trends that we're seeing for fiscal year 22-23. Operating revenues are crucial to supporting ongoing costs related to departmental programs and services. Operating revenue countywide, that includes all departments, increased 3.6% from the prior fiscal year. For fiscal year 22-23, the general fund increased 1.7%. A component of the general fund is discretionary revenue that increases 3.9%. Further broken down is discretionary revenue, which includes property tax revenue increasing 4.6%, transient occupancy tax revenue increasing 23%, and sales tax revenue increasing 13.6%. This chart shows a 5-year look at total operating revenue increasing by 3.6% to a total of $1.4 billion. The increase shown from 2021 to 21-22 includes the COVID-related state and federal funding that the county received. This is a similar slide, but focuses on the general fund operating revenues. The 1.7% increase brings the total general fund operating revenue to $535 million. Again, the increase from 2021 to 21-22 is state and federal funding, including ARPA funds. This slide focuses on the discretionary revenues, including property tax, TOT revenue, sales tax, and cannabis revenue. The 3.9% increase brings the total to $340 million in fiscal year 22-23. Property tax revenue is projected to grow by $8.2 million to 4.6%. The largest driver of this increase is secured property taxes comprised of residential and commercial properties. That assumes assessed value growth at 4.5% due to strong market growth coupled with an increase in the volume of real property transfers. This is a 2.5% increase over the max CPI inflation factor of 2% for 22-23. TOT revenue is projected to increase 23% to $14.9 million in fiscal year 22-23. TOT revenue is highly dependent on tourism and the availability of lodging in the unincorporated areas of the county and was therefore most impacted by the pandemic and the stay-at-home mandates. However, TOT revenues have since rebounded to pre-pandemic levels as the public's demand for travel has surged. Sales tax revenue is projected to increase by 13.6% or $1.7 million. Despite being impacted early on by the effects of the pandemic, retail sales in the unincorporated county areas have returned to pre-pandemic levels and then some, as consumer spending has shifted away from services and back to goods with an emphasis on the e-commerce in particular. Okay, this chart shows the operating expenditures for the entire county. Expenditures are typically close to or equivalent to operating revenues. The difference is typically between the two are primarily increases or decreases to fund balances. Operating expenditures are growing by $50 million or 3.6% next year to $1.37 billion. Operating expenditures include both ongoing and one-time costs, with ongoing costs largely supported by ongoing revenues. One of the largest increases in the department is in the Department of Behavioral Wellness, which is utilizing $15 million in increase in state revenues, in part to fund 34.8 new FTE positions. The Department of Social Services is also adding 27 FTE to maximize state and federal revenues to administer new grants and programs in the Economic Assistance, Protective Services, and Workforce Development Board programs. Salary and benefit costs are a major budgetary driver that affect most county operating funds. Several labor contracts have been negotiated recently or are expiring soon and are currently in negotiations. Salaries and benefits costs are expected to rise by $27.3 million county-wide to $727.9 million, making up 53.2% of the county's total operating expenditures. This slide shows the average cost of an FTE for the county at $160,000 per year. The fiscal year 22-23 preliminary budget includes full-time equivalent staffing, or FTE, of 4,442, an increase of about 93 FTE over the prior year, with the most staff growth related to behavioral wellness and DSS. In December, your board approved a policy that reinforced limited spending of the cannabis revenue. The policy includes that there would be no new ongoing expenditures beyond those approved in fiscal year 21-22 for non-cannabis related costs. Ongoing expenditures would be, of course, considered for support of the cannabis program and, if necessary, labor negotiated cost increases. The remaining cannabis revenues could be used towards one-time expenditures, and a prudent reserve of at least 25% would be maintained in the fund. This chart shows the actual collections beginning in 2018-19 at $6.8 million. There was steady growth through 2021 and then a decline in the current year due to oversupply of wholesale cannabis product and its adverse impact on pricing. Projections for the current year have been adjusted downward from $19 million that was budgeted to $12.5 million, a 34% reduction. The fiscal year 22-23 cannabis revenue estimate is $16.3 million, a decrease of 14.5% from 21-22 adopted budget to reflect the impacts of the oversupply and the associated compression on prices. The estimate is an increase of $3.8 million from what we are expecting in the current year, based primarily on the addition of new cannabis cultivators that are expected to complete the county's land use permitting and business licensing processes and commence operations. Additionally, Next year's overall cannabis budget reflects $1.1 million of anticipated retail storefront tax receipts. The next two slides line out the preliminary budget resources and uses of the cannabis fund. We start with the revenue estimates at $16.3 million. We have prior year fund balance carryover of $9.2 million for a total available sources of $25.5 million. Then we get into the recommended uses. We have enforcement costs at $3.1 million, tax collection and program administration at $1.7 million, P&D cannabis appeals and one-time permitting staff of $517,000, and then some one-time commitments previously approved by your board. We have the utility grade solar at $171,000, parks, trails, open space park grant matches that was approved by your board during budget hearings, the balance of that at $3.5 million. We did establish the 22-23 equity funding of $500,000. And then we have prior year ongoing commitments, the 18% maintenance funding at $2.4 million, the IHSS MOU increase at $300,000, a few positions, Associated Council, GS, CRA, and Planning and Development at $1 million, cannabis education at $160,000, library funding at $785,000, and translation services at $50,000. We also have the prudent reserve remaining in the balance of $4.7 million, and then one-time set-asides related to co-response, homeless operating costs, and actually some of these are ongoing, Voter Choice Act, and employee cost increases. These are helping to balance our budget within the future forecast of the 5-year forecast. The recommended uses total $22.4 million, and the remaining available sources is $3.1 million. Okay, this year there is limited one-time resources available for allocation. Typically, there's about $7 to $9 million in carry forward within the general fund. This balance has been exhausted to cover cash loans for public works for advanced bridge construction and unadjured litigation exposure to the county. Cannabis, as indicated, is $3.1 million. And we have $955,000 has been made available from prior approved conversion of 2 HVAC projects to ARPA funding. This totals a little more than $4 million for your board's consideration. A major funding source again in fiscal year 22-23 is the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA. The county will be allocated $86.7 million. The final rule issued recently on January 6, 2022 provided municipalities more options and flexibility for spending related to IT infrastructure, data resources, court backlog, and other services. This has allowed staff to identify some general fund backfill opportunities. This information, in addition to other adjustments, will be discussed on the special issue on Thursday. Okay, the county maintains several general fund set-asides or reserves in general county programs for specific purposes related to statutory funding, board policy, and future operational needs. The estimated balance for key general fund reserve accounts at the coming year end is $142 million. Taking this into consideration, specific uses of the funds that have been earmarked, the adjusted balance available for use is approximately $58.2 million. The adjusted reserve balance includes $40.6 million in strategic reserve that equates to 8% of the general fund operating revenue. Staff is also proposing a new budget development policy as part of this board item that relates to the disaster recovery reserve. The proposed policy is to maintain a minimum reserve of $3 million in the disaster recovery fund balance in general county for programs to fund the repair of county infrastructure damaged during disasters when no other state or federal reimbursement or other available funding can be identified. There are sufficient funds currently earmarked for future use to meet this minimum threshold. The policy will help to more clearly identify intended use for this set-aside balance. The preliminary budget includes the set-aside of $1.4 million in the Disaster Recovery Fund for damages to cover the damages incurred by the Public Works Department for the Alisol fire disaster. So this year, the preliminary budget summary includes a section on the long-term county fiscal plan that progresses the 5-year forecast with updated budgetary information that was presented to your board in December. This table shows the incremental change or growth by year specifically for the general fund. The fiscal year 22-23 column reflects the preliminary budget numbers. Under the category column to the far left, the forecast line items are discretionary revenue and salary and benefits. The policy rows relate to board-approved policy that require annual adjustments. These include the Strategic Reserve, Northern Branch Operational Plan, IT technology funding related to the county ERP, uninsured litigation, and the 18% deferred maintenance. The operational line items are known or anticipated costs that the general fund is obligated to cover in some manner, for example, MOEs, statutory mandates, contractual or items related to board priorities or commitments. This fiscal plan line items, the fiscal plan line items help show how the county will balance the fund over the 5-year period. The preliminary budget shows $1.25 million being set aside in the program stabilization reserve for future use towards anticipated labor increases. The preliminary budget here reflects a balanced budget after the annual surplus of $339,100 is set aside in the county general county programs until further direction from your board is received this week. Status quo operational levels for general fund departments, and no expansion requests are included. While the forecast shows deficits in 2 of the 5 years forecasted, the final year of the forecast reflects a minimal surplus of $241,000. To get to this positive end, the forecast anticipates significant release or use of set-asides that your board has previously approved for known increases such as general liability, co-response, and negotiated labor costs. As indicated, there are no pre-workshop expansions recommended this year due to the limited resources. Your board may recall that a set-aside for data and discovery needs for criminal justice departments was approved last fiscal year. The board approved $1.25 million that could potentially be used towards various positions, a data dashboard, and other one-time needs. The recommended allocation of those funds is anticipated in the coming months, pending the selection of a digital evidence management system, and is part of the Criminal Justice Partners improvement efforts review led by retired Judge Cheryl Ellsworth. The public defender has 2 department expansion requests that relate to this work that were not included in last fiscal year. As part of the ARPA discussion on Thursday, you will hear that a portion of the $1.25 million is eligible for a 3-year period, which would reimburse the general fund enough to include additional costs for the public defender for fiscal year 22-23. Beyond that, for sustainability, we would need to assume an allocation of either GFC or other source, such as Prop 172, for the ongoing additional costs. We have included that for perspective in the general fund 5-year forecast. As previously indicated, the fiscal year 22-23 preliminary budget is balanced to ensure essentially status quo operations for general fund departments with approximately $339,100 remaining in ongoing general fund costs and $4 million in one-time resources remaining available. Departments have submitted requests for budget expansions totaling $12.7 million in ongoing funding and $7 million in one-time funds, with an increase in staffing of 52.5 FTE. Some of the requests may qualify for ARPA funding and will be added to the list the board will be considering as part of the ARPA special issue discussion on Thursday. So starting with the Community Services Department, the department has submitted a request for 1 FTE for zero emission transportation specialist, 2 FTE for HCD or housing community development accountants to assist with some of their COVID rental assistance accounting. Ongoing funding for the Cultural Arts Master Plan implementation. one-time funding for parks pavement rehabilitation, and one-time funding for Betteravia Valley of Light artwork expansion. The district attorney has requested 1.5 FTE for post-conviction relief units, a cyber crimes unit investigator, and 2 deputy district attorneys for court backlogs. There is an asterisk next to the $312,800 for the deputy district attorneys for backlog. That indicates that it is ARPA eligible, and you'll be hearing about that as part of the ARPA discussion. Planning and Development has 2 options for consideration. It was either option 1 or option 2. The first option entails one-time funding for a consultant to assist them with long-range planning activity. And the option 2 is for 4 FTE permanent ongoing that includes ongoing costs. The public defender has requested 3 FTE for the court backlog. Again, this is an ARPA eligible item and will be discussed as part of that special issue. They've requested a data analyst, 1 position, and 3 conversions of extra help legal LOPs or legal office professionals to permanent associated with the discovery efforts. These are the 2 positions that I spoke about in regard to the data and discovery effort there. Public Works has again requested PCI one-time funding at $3.1 million, and they have general cost increases of $4.8 million ongoing. The sheriff has requested 7 FTE for co-response expansion, 5 FTE for narcotics team, 1 FTE for human trafficking detective, 5 FTE for cannabis compliance team, 2 FTE for an ORCOT and Montecito community resource deputies, 6 FTE for the Sheriff's Service technicians for the Northern Branch Jail, 1 accounting supervisor, and 2 service technician investigators. The Treasurer Tax Collector has requested 3 Veteran Service representatives and 1 transient occupancy tax compliance position. This totals the 52.5 FTE mentioned. In addition, we have 2 new requests that were submitted late last week. To catch up. 1 for the County Executive Office for a waterfront infrastructure feasibility study through REACH for a one-time cost of $100,000. The goal of the study is to determine where and how waterfront and supporting infrastructure can be enhanced or created to enable offshore wind and commercial space on the Central Coast, and position the region to capture the jobs and economic benefits associated with them. The study includes Slope County and City of Morro Bay that are contributing towards the study. The second request is from General Services Department for EV infrastructure costs stemming from the board's discussion last week in the Climate Action Plan report. Your board directed staff to revise the county policy regarding electric vehicle purchases to include light-duty vehicles and ultimately expand to all county departments. GS was asked to identify the one-time infrastructure costs to start facilitating this plan. The total projected costs are $1.5 million with $400,000 needed for fiscal year 22-23. While one-time funds are limited, staff have also once again identified priority CIP projects for your consideration. These projects will be discussed in detail on Tuesday as part of the Maintenance and Capital Projects Special Issue. Clearly, it is evident that the totality of the requests on the previous slides far exceed the funding available for next fiscal year and those forecasted over the next 5-year period. As your board deliberates over the next week, you may consider options such as direct our staff to work with departments and recommend reductions to their budgets to fund the requests, evaluate in terms of risk, liability, cost savings, discretionary versus mandatory, review non-general fund sources if not already evaluated, use one-time funds for pilots but set clear expectations of end dates, and for longer options, have our office evaluate other potential revenue measures. Many of the key challenges that the county is facing and emerging issues are contributing towards the limited available resources for budget development this year. Departments are grappling with changes in new state and federal mandates, many of which either decrease revenue or increase workload with minimal financial support. We know that Public Works Road Division continues to be challenged with increasing costs to do business, including insurance premiums, costs resulting in the use of one-time fund balance to remain at status quo PCI levels. The budget is balanced for fiscal year 22-23, but a policy discussion with your board prior to the next budget cycle will be necessary for long-term sustainability. There is much momentum on the criminal justice system improvements and collaboration on initiatives that we know have costs and will likely require future funding consideration. We know that the sheriff's budget assumes full cost recovery for city contracts next year that is being disputed. We know we need to plan for future increasing costs for pension and insurance premiums. And we know we have an ongoing homelessness services cost cliff after ARPA funding expires in fiscal year 25-26. Looking forward, we want to be thoughtful when considering federal spending opportunities that will be incorporated into the recommended budget. We want to ensure that we follow established fiscal policies and maintain prudent reserves. And we want to begin thinking about a reset of the county strategic initiatives and the alignment of department goals, objectives, and performance measures that is to promote best practices and budget award criteria that is effective for 23-24. The next step for budget workshops is to hear the department presentations as scheduled, along with other special issues this week that include maintenance and capital projects on Tuesday, and digital transformation update and ARPA funding update on Thursday. After the budget workshops, we take any direction from your board and finalize the recommended budget that will be released in late May. The final budget hearings will be held on June 14th and potentially June 15th if needed. On Thursday, after board deliberation, we will be looking for the board to take action on the following recommendations. We look forward to hearing your priorities this week so that we may complete the recommended budget that best meets your board's expectations. That concludes my comments on the overview. Chair Hartman, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. The first functional group on the schedule today is Health and Human Services.
Do we have any questions? Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't know if this is maybe a question for you or maybe for, and I guess I can ask it now, and when Joe Holland comes up, we can kind of touch on it then too. Just on the property tax revenue trend, and it was the CEO's slide 11, and then you also talked about it too. And we've just had, which is nice, continued steady growth, but I mean, just anecdotally, when I look at housing prices, and there's just this huge explosion out there, and a lot of turnover with some very high value properties in Montecito and Santa Barbara, and I'm like, I keep thinking, when's that going to show up for us? Like, when's that big 7-8% year? And it just seems like we keep hitting the 3.5%, 4%, 4.5%. But it just seems like, Orchid homes are now selling for $1 million. So I'm just curious, when's that going to translate, or when do we see that?
Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair, thank you for the question. We look at that as well for the 5-year forecast, and I think that's a great question to pose to the assessor. We do rely on their expertise and kind of forecast, helping us forecast in addition to the auditor's office for that. We do have the 4.5% increase. I will say in the out years, it's indicative on the revenue estimates that there's somewhat of a decline a bit. So I think the expectation is that may not hold to this level. So, but we are seeing $8 million in increase in just current secured. So that's good. That is significant and certainly helping us offset the increased costs that we're seeing.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I share Mr. Lavadino's alarm. I mean, I think it would be, I know from the perspective of a budgeting, the property tax is a good thing. From the perspective of policymakers trying to impact the increase in property values, it is a terrible thing. And it's, I suppose in some ways, hopeful that we would have small incremental growth rather than large leaps that indicate our housing becoming more and more unaffordable. And our ability, the increased revenue that we get, not really compensating for the ability to mitigate that growth. I've joked only half jokingly, meaning half seriously, that maybe the public policy question of the future is how to decrease property values. That's not something I would like to see, because obviously that creates another disjointment, but the increase in property values are increasingly pushing, changing our demographics. You saw in my district, for the first time, the west side is not majority Latino. So the property values are pushing out Latino members of the community, like they pushed out, like previously a large part of the African American community was pushed out of Santa Barbara. And of course, anybody who's young is not spared either. Young families paying a disproportionate share of that increased value. But my question is just that tomorrow in the infrastructure, I understand why some of our infrastructure hopes fell off staff recommendation with the scale of need proposed by all of these departments. I have no criticism for it, but the $1 million of HVAC that fell off the staff recommendation, I would just like to have that detailed, because one of the things that we were trying to move towards is, when we have one-time monies, trying to spend some of it on things that reduce our ongoing expenses. And so it would be useful, if it's possible tomorrow, to have that broken down by the payback period for each one of those projects, so that we could understand, okay, hey, one of these projects has a 10-year payback period. Maybe that's a better thing to put some money towards, because it will reduce our ongoing expenses.
And Supervisor, we are going to break those down, that number, to prepare and show with the CIP presentation. I know Director Pell is in the audience and she's taking notes. Thank you.
Supervisor Hart.
Well, I look forward to the more detail from DSS and Be Well about the additional positions that they're been able to create using state funding and efficiencies. One thing I was curious about is, can you tell me more about this new proposed disaster recovery fund balance? So that's $3 million that'd be allocated. Is there funding set aside for this purpose already, or is this the first investment in that?
Supervisor Hart, through the chair, thank you for that clarification. Yes, so there is sufficient funds already available. What we found was there really isn't something that's been approved by the board to date that really clearly identifies what the intention of a portion of that remaining balance is for. So we wanted to really clearly identify that if it's for disaster recovery, when that can be utilized. So there is a balance there. We don't need to set aside any more towards it. We just wanted to really clarify the intention of what the remaining balance would be for.
So is this a subset of the strategic reserve, or is this an additional?
It's a separate reserve account within the county general programs.
And that is the amount that is in the fund balance?
It's the remaining balance. There are some what we call earmarks that are associated. So there are some things that are still outstanding, waiting for some audit clearance for other funding. So that's set aside. But in addition, there's about a $3 million balance that was available, and we felt like it needed to be defined.
It's great to identify that and have that specifically highlighted.
And Supervisor, just for clarity's sake, some of that money was set aside after Thomas Fire and debris flow, and some of that was from the Edison settlement, and we set some aside, as Nancy said, for audit risk, but we believe we've set aside enough, and so this was what the remaining balance was.
And then the other sort of macro observation is that, our 5-year forecast predicts declining revenues, gently declining revenues, but not a recession. And so how sensitive is the 5-year forecast to a recession, which many economists now are saying is quite likely next year?
Yeah, I would say that the estimates that were used for both revenue and expenses are pretty much what we would anticipate. Revenues are where there might be more flexibility, and hopefully it's more conservative, and you'd always have more. So as you'll see, there was some decline anticipated. But at this point, this is our best estimate at this time. One of the things that we have changed is that county fiscal plan chart for the 5-year will be consistently updated. It's not something we're going to really do once a year. It's really going to be a continuation of as we get better numbers. And each time that we come to your board, even for the recommended budget, you're going to see it again. Any updated information that we may have associated to out years. You're not approving anything related to the forecast years, but there are things that your board's committing to now that do have a cost, a growth component that may be impacting. So we want to make sure everybody's aware of that as we go forward.
And I guess it's fair to sort of say that property tax revenues are a little bit resistant to recession, whereas sales tax and TOT are more sensitive to that, but they're much smaller percentages of our general fund revenue stream. So there's a lot, even though that could happen, we could have a significant recession, it does not immediately translate into significant revenue reductions like it does in other government agencies.
Supervisor, that's correct, and we've seen that time and time again, county government financing because we're relying on property tax versus the cities. But I do also want to say that we take all that into account in the forecast, but again, we did not predict or include a recession in our forecast. And even though it means that we have more stability, it doesn't mean that we wouldn't have to suffer with reductions in services. As we saw even in the Great Recession, we still had some property tax increases, et cetera. But again, we're budgeting our operating expenses equal our operating revenues. So anytime the revenues go down, even though we have more stability than probably cities because of that, we may still see reductions in services.
Thank you.
Is that it, Supervisor Hart?
Yes, thank you.
Could you go back to slide 16? I had a couple of questions for Ms. Anderson on that. And let's see, the first bullet talks about spending opportunities that may involve the federal government. Let's see, is it 16? 16? Maybe I need my glasses here. Sorry, 36. I'm looking at the page number rather than this PowerPoint number. And while you're getting there, so one question is, do we expect that the federal infrastructure bill will have some impact on our budget? And is that what the first bullet is referring to?
Chair Hartman, thank you for that question. We actually have a lot of opportunity, and the infrastructure bill is one of them. And I know that Public Works and any department that is qualifying for any of those types of activities is looking at it. We have not, I know that they have not determined what any allocation to the county could potentially be yet, but we anticipate something. But this is also the ARPA funding. We've got $86.7 million coming to the county that your board is thoughtfully considering for various things throughout the county. So it's just taking, it's just being thoughtful about how we're going to invest those dollars as we are known to get them.
And is this the last year, this budget that we're doing, the 22-23, the last year of ARPA funding? We
So-
have 3 years to spend it, but this is the last year we'll
Correct. So
allocating?
there are two tranches associated with ARPA. One we received in fiscal year 21-22. The second is 22-23. We do have a 3 to 4 year period to spend that funding. So what we would anticipate is if your board's going to be fully allocating it for 22-23, but then if there's changes or adjustments, and we'll be talking about those on Thursday, that we would anticipate, because these are estimates for projects, so there might be opportunities throughout that 3 year period, we would come back to your board and have you reallocate it to other things. But yes, the 22-23 should be our full allocation for that.
So ARPA and then infrastructure is the big possibility out there.
That's correct.
And then could you explain the third bullet?
Sure. So the county participates in a GFOA, or Government Finance Officers Association Budget Criteria Award program for several years has been. And essentially, it's producing a recommended budget and presenting it to the board and the public that is transparent and accountable and easy for the department, for the public to read and understand. It's usually very detailed. But what we're looking at now is that they are requiring, as part of that program, to have all countywide strategic initiatives that all the department funding, budgeting, their programs align to. So they're typically very broad and then get very detailed, and the departments have strategies and performance measures that flow and fall under those strategic countywide initiatives. So the goal will be we will be thinking about that. Renew 22 has come in. I know Mona's going to weigh in here too, but that'll be our next project.
And so I think, so Nancy wasn't here when we started Renew 22, and Chair Hartman, you've always been a big supporter of what's next. And so this is the what's next. KPMG has said it. We need to do more of a strategic plan where everything is aligned. And Nancy's basically saying not only that is it a good idea, but now the GFOA is requiring that we do that. And so we'll be embarking upon that and starting those discussions. And your board will definitely be included. And if any board member wants to be a champion, especially the existing chair, that would be great.
Absolutely, and I think this is another example where the county is out front, and Renew 2022 got us, mobilized and focused on this. So thank you for explaining that. So are we ready? I don't see any more lights on up here, so I think we're ready to go to the functional group summary. Mr. Clementi?
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Hartman, members of the board. Like we did last year, I'll just be giving a brief walkthrough of each of the functional summaries to provide a little context for the departments that make up those functional groups, and to see kind of how they sit in context of the county as a whole. So as a reminder on this slide, these percentages, this is this functional group's percentage of the county whole for these different categories. So because Health and Human Services receive most of their funding from state and federal sources, they only make up 8% of the county's general fund contribution at $26 million. They comprise 35% of the county's operating expenditures and 41% of the county's total FTE at over 1,800. 3 of the county's 4 largest departments in terms of total FTE are in this functional group. On the 5-year operating revenue and GFC trend, we can visually see how GFC is such a small percentage compared to the other revenues in these departments. Child support and First 5 are fully funded through their intergovernmental revenues and receive no GFC. We also see in both 21-22 and 22-23 some pretty significant growth, which the departments will be providing more detail on in their individual presentations. Operating expenditures for these departments largely match the operating revenue trends we saw on the previous slide, with increases in state and federal funding driving program growth. And finally, on the FTE trends chart, what stands out in particular is the growth in 22-23 for BWell and DSS. These two departments together, as Nancy mentioned, are adding about 63 FTE, which is just over 2/3 of the countywide FTE increase between 21-22 and 22-23. Again, driven by the increases in state and federal funding. The departments will be speaking about their specific FTE changes during their presentations. And that concludes the overview.
Are there any questions? I did have one question, and I think this is for CEO Miyasato, and that is, we generally don't spend general fund money or only a limited amount for these. And do we have an explicit policy, or could you elaborate on that?
Supervisors, our policy is for general GFC is we use it for match. So sometimes it's required for match for these departments, and you'll hear about that. Our policy says that we would look at other funding sources first before GFC. And throughout the time, departments have come and said, look, especially when the state has cut funding, they've asked for the county to fill that, and sometimes we have. It just depends on the board's priorities and other competing needs.
Thank you. So seeing no other questions, Mr. Nielsen, I think we're ready for you.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and Supervisors. I'm Daniel Nielsen, your Department Head for the Department of Social Services. With me today are Chief Fiscal Officer AJ Kinoveva, Deputy Director Rachel Lippman, Deputy Director Amy Kruger, Deputy Director Maria Gardner, and our Executive Director of our Workforce Development Board. I'm sorry, my brain just went blank. Ray McDonald. I had a lot of names to remember there in a row when I'm used to just.
He hasn't been around for long. So.
I'm sorry, Ray, and he has to sit on the back.
And it wouldn't hurt to just wave your hand so we know. Some of you we know, not all of you we know. So
let me get started here. So the Department of Social Services is divided into 3 budget areas. Oops, I'm sorry. The button's taking me the wrong way. Into 3 budget areas: administration and support, economic assistance and employment services, and protective services for children, adults, and the disabled. We have several key challenges and emerging issues I would like to address. Like many departments, we have experienced higher vacancy rates during COVID, and we are challenged to fill these positions. Some strategies we have incorporated to enhance our recruitment abilities are the creation of recruitment videos featuring a day in the life of certain key classifications, as well as finding efficiencies within our induction training schedule. In April 2023, Santa Barbara County will migrate from our current automated eligibility system, CalWIN, to the new California statewide automated welfare system called CalSAWS, consolidating the current 2 standalone systems in the state into one system, integrated across all 58 counties. As the county moves towards an ERP system, we will need to dedicate staff to work alongside the implementation team to ensure that structures, processes, and integration with our many special systems, such as our state claiming system, is done successfully. We are also dedicating significant staffing resources toward the implementation of a new document imaging system, which is critical to our daily operations as we process thousands of documents per year from our clients to link them to services to which they are entitled to help them move forward in their goal of self-sufficiency. The Family First Preservation Services Act was signed into law as part of the Bipartisan Budget Act on February 9th, 2018. This act reforms the federal child welfare financing streams, Title IV-E and Title IV-B of the Social Security Act, to provide services to families with children who are at risk of entering the child welfare system, including mental health services, substance abuse treatment, and in-home parenting skill training. Local FFPSA implementation planning activities are currently underway, and additional guidance from both the federal and state governments
regarding allocations, timelines, and opt-in requirements remain forthcoming. California CalWORKs Outcomes and Accountability Review, called CalOR, is modeled after the California Child and Family Services review process in the child welfare system. And this is a particular effort that I'm extremely excited about because of the success we've had in child welfare over the years with their review process. CalOR consists of 3 components: performance indicators, a CalWORKs self-assessment, and a CalWORKs system improvement plan. This continuous quality improvement process takes place over a 5-year cycle. The rollout was paused with COVID-19, but statewide efforts have once again resumed. Whoops. I am sorry, this is a different clicker than I'm used to. There we go. In regard to operational improvement brought about by the COVID pandemic, by year 2 of the pandemic, we had learned how to maximize telework, even for staff whose regular assignments were not necessarily conducive to long-term remote work. Managers and supervisors created special short-term assignments that allowed staff to minimize their lost time, preserve their leave balances, and ensure that our critical work for the community continued. We provided staff with teleworking options during mandatory isolation and quarantine periods when they felt well enough to do that work. Just as our staff adapted to remote work, electronic routing of forms, and Zoom meetings, our clients also embraced technology to interact with us. The use of our online portal, Octopus, increased dramatically, and we shared our code with other counties so that their clients could benefit as well. We increased outbound text messaging, including links to online forms, so clients could complete and submit required status reports in minutes without the need to print, sign, and mail them. Most recently, we updated the interactive voice response language for callers at the Benefit Service Center, our call center, that receives approximately 10,000 calls per month. This update allows callers to connect with staff more effectively and provides the infrastructure for future telephone innovations. Despite the increase in the availability of remote client services, many of our clients still require or request in-person interviews. To safely meet that need, we reconfigured the building lobbies, specifically interview areas, to complete these important interactions in a way that keeps staff and clients appropriately distanced and safe during in-person interviews. Our operating expenditures for fiscal year 22-23 are $201 million, a $9.6 million increase from the fiscal year 21-22 adopted budget. Our general fund contribution is $10.7 million. The fiscal year 22-23 $10.7 million general fund contribution is 5.3% of our total budget and is used primarily to leverage federal and state funds. We have budgeted for 785 FTEs, which is 27 FTEs more than the 21-22 adopted budget. This includes 14 FTEs added through mid-year changes and 13 new FTEs added in the fiscal year 22-23 budget to maximize state and federal revenues as we work to achieve our program mandates. Our capital projects for fiscal year 22-23 include reconfiguring workspaces at our Betaravia office to optimize the space and make ergonomic adjustments, making technology and facility improvements to assist with the CalSAWS implementation, and increasing our IT storage capacity and replacing IT equipment and hardware. This pie chart depicts the source of our funds. 91% of our revenue comes from the federal and state government, including 1991 and 2011 realignment revenues. Our budget includes a general fund contribution of $10.7 million. Our use of one-time fund balance makes up 4% of our budget, and these fund balances are expected to be exhausted at the close of the fiscal year 22-23 fiscal year. This graph depicts our use of funds in the 3 budget areas. 49% goes to economic assistance and employment services, 40% to protective services for children, adults, and the disabled, and 11% to activities under administration and support, which supports all DSS functions. This graph shows our staffing levels since fiscal year 18-19. The increase from fiscal year 21-22 adopted to the 22-23 recommended budget of 27 FTEs, with 14 of those having occurred during the current year and 13 new in the budget year. 16 of the positions are in the Protective Services branch, 10 are in the Economic Assistance and Employment Services branch, and 1 is in the Workforce Development Board. This graph depicts our operating revenue over the past 4 years and our revenue for the budget year. Our operating revenue is increasing by $8.3 million or 4.6%. We have several accomplishments we would like to highlight today on this slide and the next slide. Each month, DSS serves over 175,000 county residents, or 39% of the county population, and 65,000, or 66% of the county's children. We partnered with the District Attorney's Office and implemented eScars, a web-based application that allows law enforcement agencies and child welfare services to cross-report suspected child abuse reports and to track and review historical information regarding victims and suspects. eScars interfaces with CWS and helps mitigate the errors and delays that can transpire when paper-based methods are used. We expanded the Adult Protective Service Program as a result of AB 135, which lowers the eligibility for services to age 60 and provides increased long-term case management services for complex cases. We successfully restructured our eligibility worker induction training program to reduce training from 6 months to 4, enabling us to conduct 50% more of this type of training in a 12-month period. As a result of federal and state COVID relief funding being targeted to low-income households, between July 2021 and June 2022, we issued $53 million in emergency food assistance benefits to 28,000 CalFresh households and $1.5 million in emergency cash assistance benefiting 2,300 CalWorks households. Additionally, we provided $500,000 in financial assistance to 221 families for rent, security deposits, and utilities through the CalWorks Housing Support Program, a 20% increase in families served through this program over the prior year. We placed an additional 22 families in housing through a collaboration with the Continuum of Care, Coordinated Entry System, and Housing Authority under the Emergency Housing Voucher Program. The Workforce Development Board was awarded 2 competitive U.S. Department of Labor grants totaling $5 million. One grant will serve formerly incarcerated individuals, and the other will serve all COVID-related unemployed individuals, including English language learners. We also developed a diversity, equity, and inclusion work group to develop and begin implementing a DEI plan focused on recruitment and hiring, department commitment and organizational culture, and professional development. This work aligns with the county joint framework DSS has taken on numerous projects and initiatives over the last several years to improve efficiency, customer service, and program outcomes. We will continue to build on these initiatives through the following goals and objectives in fiscal year 22-23. In alignment with the Family First Preservation Service Act, we will implement an evidence-based prevention program to provide enhanced support to children and families and prevent foster care placements through the provision of mental health and substance abuse prevention and treatment services, in-home parent skill-based programs, and kinship navigator programs. The Bringing Families Home program will reduce the number of families in the child welfare system experiencing or at risk of homelessness, increasing family reunification, and preventing foster care placements through housing-related wraparound, supportive services, and financial services. expanding and enhancing our linkages program to incorporate and implement prevention strategies into our current processes. We will promote family well-being and child safety through the continuation of CWS and CalWORKs. DSS will continue to support succession planning efforts, ensuring the department continues to run smoothly as managers retire or move on. And DSS will continue to implement our short-term diversity, equity, and inclusion plan and create and begin implementation of a multi-year plan. Our multi-year preparations for the migration to a single statewide automated welfare system will culminate in our migration to the CalSAW system at the end of April 2023. As part of the state CalWORKs, CalORS effort, we will engage in a CalWORKs county self-assessment, a collaborative process with the California Department of Social Services, culminating in a final self-assessment report in March of 2023. That report will inform the next step in the 5-year cycle, which will be the CalWORKs System Improvement Plan. Expanding upon a successful pilot from 2018 in the Lompoc and Santa Barbara district offices, we will be creating a multi-program intake unit in both Santa Maria district offices. By cross-training staff in both the dual Medi-Cal, CalFresh, and CalWORKs program areas, we can improve client satisfaction, workload efficiency, and staffing flexibility. I apologize. During the coming year, the Workforce Development Board members and staff will re-examine the mission, successes, and areas for improvement in the post-COVID era. We will enhance our existing relationships with economic development and community college systems with enhanced non-WIOA funding coming from the state to implement projects. These activities will be supported by a labor force participation study of Santa Barbara County to determine why workers have temporarily or permanently dropped out of the workforce and strategies for responding to this important business concern. The department, in support of countywide Renew 22 goals, has been successful in exceeding the financial resiliency, online services, and training goals as demonstrated on this chart. We have continued to support the countywide goals of obtaining input from our clients at times and in methods that are appropriate to the services provided, the retention of new employees, and the development of our managers, as indicated on this chart. This slide and the subsequent 2 slides highlight some of our performance measures. We are meeting the fiscal year 21-22 targets for processing applications within our timelines for CalWORKs, CalFresh, and the Medi-Cal programs. We are meeting our target for Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act Title I adult and dislocated worker participants who exit the program and are in unsubsidized employment 6 months after exit. We are meeting our in-home supportive services goals regarding monthly reassessments, as well as keeping the participants from entering long-term care facilities. DSS continues to exceed state targets for child welfare services, timely contact for both child abuse and neglect allegations, as well as monthly in-person visits by a social worker. The department continues to strive towards 100% compliance in meeting these targets, as the safety of children remains our highest priority. We have no service level reductions. So in summary, as this presentation has highlighted, in addition to my inability to use a clicker, the department has persevered through yet another year of the pandemic in spite of challenges regarding increased workloads, challenging work environments, and ongoing COVID-related workplace impacts. We have supported each other by recognizing the stress of our times, not only for our clients, but also our staff. We have managed more work with significantly impacted staff levels by staying focused on our mission of helping the residents of Santa Barbara County to be safe, supported, and self-sufficient. We have adapted to every new challenge by allowing ourselves a moment to sigh and then rolling up our sleeves to yet again find our best path forward. We have built on the innovations developed during the first year of the pandemic to better support our staff with options for remote work. We have continued to look to improve processes as well as technology to serve our clients and lessen the impact of staff shortages. We have embraced the possibility of further innovation in every area of our work as the first area of consideration every time we face a challenge that threatens to diminish our success. Thank you for your attention, and I am happy to address any questions.
Questions for Mr. Nielsen? Supervisor Hart, then Lavanino.
Well, I'd love you to tell us a little bit more about the implementation of the multi-program intake units in Santa Maria, because I guess this is following up on a successful pilot in Santa Barbara and Lompoc. So tell me more about that.
Yes, thank you for the question, Supervisor Hart, through the chair. If Deputy Director Maria Gardner could address that.
Yes. Thank you for the question. Our multi-program unit essentially allows us to take an application to the conclusion, no matter which worker it is assigned to. Currently in our Santa Maria office, if a family applies for the CalWorks program and CalWorks is denied, they can process the CalFresh part of that because they know that program, but they don't know the full scope of the Medi-Cal program. So then it's handed off to another district office. That's not true in Lompoc or Santa Barbara. In 2018, after our layoffs in 2017, the smaller offices needed to get creative, and they created this multi-unit program, and it's been successful. So we're doing the same thing in Santa Maria now.
That's great. I'd love to hear that. It just makes it so much easier for the applicants, and I think actually for the staff folks too. And then just wanted to highlight the wonderful work that you're doing, the $53 million in emergency food assistance benefits to 28,000 CalFresh recipients households. That's really impressive, and those folks desperately needed that help, and you were there to deliver it. And then I just want to also thank you personally for taking our diversity, equity, inclusion work so seriously and integrating the plan in the short term, and then also working on a multi-year project to develop that internally within DSS. It's really appreciated, and it's wonderful to hear from the very first presentation this morning that this is a priority.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. I have 30 managers in my department. I've actually had about half of them working for more than the past year together on a committee to bring this forward and to develop our strategies. So I have a high level of interest and commitment in my leadership.
Thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I also will start with congratulations on the ability to continue to hit these performance measures. I don't think there's any department, honestly, that has more, I don't know, everybody's got an important job, but the things you're tasked with investigating child abuse, making sure that our elderly are taken care of with adult protective services, these are the performance measures I look at, and just congratulations even through a tough year of hitting those performance measures first. Secondly, I want to ask about your retention and how that works into telework. So if you could just talk a little bit about what your department learned from telework. I mean, you're 20% of our county workforce, basically. I know you probably skew a little bit younger. So talk about the IT infrastructure and how that kind of all worked and what you saw and the ability to move forward there.
Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair. I'll start the answer and then I'll turn it over to Maria Gardner. So prior to COVID, we had a teleworking plan in place. When I first got here 9 years ago, I was told the CEO's office wants every department to have a teleworking plan. And so I took that very seriously, and we went about crafting a very detailed plan and assessing which of our staff we felt could telework and creating the infrastructure for that. When COVID hit, obviously we, like everybody else, looked at that through a new lens, and we went from 5 or 6 people out of we had probably 40 or 50 people that could have been teleworking. We had 5 or 6 that actually were, and all of a sudden we went to over 170, I think 6 weeks into the pandemic, we literally took desktop computers and handed them to people and told them to go home wherever possible. But as things calmed down and we had time to further assess, we realized that we had some positions that that simply had to be in the office full-time, some positions that could be there part-time and be home part-time. And so our IT staff supported all of that work in terms of getting people hooked up and set up and connected at their homes to the extent that that could happen. One, issue with being able to have more staff telework than we currently do is related to our ability to link into our other systems on our eligibility program. So I'll let Deputy Director Mia Gardner kind of further answer the details on that front.
Thank you, Daniel. And Daniel mentioned a number during the start of the pandemic. We had about 170 workers that were able to telework. And over the course of the next year, so in this last year, we've had approximately 274 staff that have performed some of their work remotely during the last year. So that additional 100 staff is essentially eligibility workers who initially were not able to utilize teleworking because of the systems that Daniel mentioned. They couldn't do their full job in the way that we had already designed it with the IT infrastructure in place and the systems that were needed. But we've had a chance to compartmentalize some of that work to have staff do either the front end or the back end of an application. And so there's handoffs in the office that occur. It's not the most efficient, but it is better than having staff sit idle and having work stack up. So that's how we've been able to manage telework right now. We are looking forward to our CalSAWS implementation 12 months from now. And we will look at telework opportunities further at that point to see if we can do our work even more efficiently if we need to telework at that point.
Great, thank you. Last question just on retention as well as, and I don't know what the number is that is, a baseline or normal, but losing almost 30% of our employees in the first 5 years in that department, I guess what's the driver for that? What do you hear mostly? Why? It's a huge investment to bring these folks on, and it takes forever for us to hire people. And when we do, I'd like to see them stay around for quite a while. So, what are you seeing, or what's the drivers?
First, Supervisor, I'd like to assure you that we've been looking at that issue the entire time that I've been here as the director on a regular basis, because we don't want to be investing all this time in training people and have them leave. Part of it is a factor of their youth. I have a very young department. I have a majority female department, and a lot of people in the stages of their life where they're creating families and starting to make those sorts of decisions. It's a very complex reality. In child welfare, we frequently hear from social workers that they were fine dealing with the issues that they face in child welfare with the families and the children until they start to have their own children. And then it's just they can't do it anymore, and it's not something they want to do and to be dealing with. Obviously, just like all other departments, we have staff that move away because of spouses getting jobs in other places, maybe a little bit more so because of the younger age of our staff, and they're still in that stage of their life of getting settled. So we constantly, we have so many things that we do to try to keep staff morale up, to show staff that we're invested in their training and development and their skill sets. We completed a video a few months ago on our tuition reimbursement program that we pushed out to all of our staff, showing them the level of assistance that we give them, not only in allowing them to have flexible schedules if they're going to school, but also assisting them significantly with their tuition for all sorts of programs. So we're very big on that aspect of developing the staff and hopefully leading to a greater sense of buy-in from them. I think our year over year, when I was looking at the data last week, we run somewhere around 7% a year of loss in terms of staff, and it's been that way pretty much the whole time I've been here. In spite of, I'd hate to see what it would be if we didn't do all the additional things that we do. But I would say if I were to have to make up a list, there's probably 6 or 7 significant factors that play into that. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. First of all, great presentation, Daniel. Always an all-star and with a lot very talented deputy staff as well. My question is about slide 9, our operating revenue and general fund contribution. I'll bring that up for a minute.
Thank you.
We had no pre-workshop enhancements, but I was just trying to understand. I know it looks like a very small sliver of your budget, but the kind of a larger increase in general fund contribution to the department this year, it seemed pretty flat over the previous 3 years, and this year it goes up by nearly $1 million. Trying to understand how that happened without any prior enhancements.
Yes, thank you for the question. Supervisor Nelson through the chair. 800, let me find my note on that because I was anticipating that question. Basically, about $800,000 of that is related to our CalFresh waiver, which allows us to maximize our outside money on the CalFresh program, which helps pay for additional staffing and supportive services. I'll let our Chief Fiscal Officer, AJ Kinoveva, address this. Do you have the specific dollar amount? I'm not seeing it in my notes.
Supervisor Nelson through the chair. We received an additional allocation of $807,000 in GFC. So this makes up for a local match waiver that the state had provided, which expires in 22-23. So this is a waiver that the state had provided in response to anticipated revenue loss due to the pandemic. So the additional $807,000 will allow us to draw down or maximize our state allocation and fund our CalFresh administrative costs.
And just to add to that, Supervisor, that $807,000 is allowing us to get our hands on a little over $2 million.
Okay.
And Supervisor, I was asking Nancy, that's part of an MOE, is that correct? Maintenance of effort, or no?
Related to a match.
Right.
It meets our local match requirement.
So to follow up on that, so this is coming out of the pandemic. We knew that revenue was going to be lost. Looks like the loss, or there were similar general fund allocations prior to the pandemic. So is this something that we anticipate moving forward as being a continuing, ongoing match request?
Yes, Supervisor. We had a waiver in place that was actually extended for, I can't remember if it was extended for 2 years or 3 years, but when it finally came to an end, then we were faced with this dilemma of either providing this additional general fund money to continue drawing down the additional money or shrinking the program by approximately $3 million in terms, and that would be directed to staff impact.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I'm continue to be intrigued by the part of your purview with our foster child services and in this Family First Prevention Services Act, the intention of which is to try to provide services for parents to keep their children before they enter the foster care system. That must be a difficult thing to identify the people who need those kinds of services. And I thought I would just, give you a softball so that if people who are watching this and have tried to access services in the past, that there are these mental health services available, drug and alcohol counseling, parenting skills. Not that all parents don't need more parenting skills, myself included, available for this need. But I just wanted to give you or your lieutenant a chance to flesh it out in case somebody's watching.
Certainly, and I'll let Deputy Director Kruger address that. I'll just say before she does that all of our success in all of our program areas, but especially child welfare, relies upon our partnerships with behavioral wellness, public health, and our nonprofit community providers in getting the services to families that they need. And so I just want to acknowledge that. And if you could take that, Amy.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Williams. We're absolutely thrilled that we finally have the opportunity to start moving upstream now and looking at prevention as opposed to intervention. So this is a huge effort. I'll actually be coming before your board next month with a presentation on this to provide more details. We're still in the beginning stages waiting for approval of the state plan, looking at how we will be identifying those families that are in need of the services, and then doing work locally with all our partners, as Daniel's mentioned here, to look at what the best evidence-based programming and the needs specific to our community in terms of prevention are. So yes, we're very excited. Thank you.
And then just in the goals on the number of IHSS recipients placed in long-term care facilities, my understanding is we want low, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so,
Supervisor.
and that's the purpose of the IHSS program, to prevent placements. So this is just one of my pet peeves. I want to appreciate your leadership in the department, but last year, your actuals were 0.23%. Previous year's 0.19%, the previous year's 0.23%. Your target is higher than the last 3 years, and I just always wonder why department heads do this. Is this just to make sure you guys look really good, or is there a demographic reason that we think with the aging population that this is inevitable for the number to rise?
Supervisor Williams, through the chair, I believe that specific goal is tied back to the reality that that's what we thought we were going to be able to obtain in the current year, and things were better than that, but probably related to COVID. You know, everything is thrown off by people's behavior and issues during COVID. You know, there were times during the pandemic where nursing homes weren't taking new admissions because of their tight lockdown and controls and different things like that. So there's probably multiple factors that we assume. So we're just targeting. This is also a hard goal because the IHSS program has a role to play, significant role to play in keeping people out of nursing homes. But the reality is sometimes people's conditions deteriorate and the level of services provided by the program isn't enough, right? And that they then have to transition to that next level of care. And so we can be doing absolutely everything the best possible and achieving everything we have within our means to achieve, and still have people headed into the nursing homes just by virtue of their physical deterioration. So I'm always happy to see that this turns out as good as it is for that reason.
Well, that explanation makes perfect sense. But just, you know, just for other department heads, know that when your goal is to do worse than the last 3 years, I pay attention to that. So, thanks.
I spend more time looking at these charts before budget presentation than any of the other pages, because I learned in my first year or two here with the composition of the board at that time to be very particular about what I was saying we were going to achieve.
So like Supervisor Williams, I'm really interested in how you keep children out of foster care, and so I'll look forward to that presentation. In terms of your developing next leaders, you had a goal of 30%, and I think it's like 68%. That's way above and beyond what I saw for other departments. I think that's really important, whether you are promoting or not, to have that mindset, to be able to understand the work and how to improve it is really important. How do you achieve that?
Well, Chair Hartman, I cheat. I came into this department with an existing program that was developed by the Southern California Social Services Directors. So the 8 counties had long ago, in fact, I think we're on our 20th class now, or close to it, had long ago developed a program that starts in the fall and goes through May, of bringing our top managers together on a monthly basis in person for training, for seminars, for all sorts of leadership development activities that culminates in May of each year with a mock Board of Supervisor presentation that happens actually in real board chambers, with us directors being the board and our managers coming and presenting board items that they've written and being questioned and things like that. But there's many elements to one of the topics that I usually sit on during the year, because the directors participate in the classes, is on political savvy. I sit on that panel every year. So, you know, we've had this program going for a long time. So when the county was headed down the road of forming a leadership certificate program, I actually shared with the HR staff the contacts and the information related to what we already had established so that they could see what of that worked for them. And we're actually lower than normal because we've hired so many new managers into the department in the past couple of years. Normally, we're able to get all new managers through this program within the first year that they're with us, and we have a little bit of a backlog because we can only get 3 people at most each year into the program. But that's why.
Thank you. And the other question I had is about your Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act work, where you have unsubsidized employment 6 months after that for, I guess it is 77%. How do you achieve that?
Well, if Mr. McDonald would, now that I remember your name, if you would come up here. But you know, the goal of the program that we check on a person's status 3, 6, 9 months and 12 months after they leave the program, and of course that's a primary goal of the program, is to have people be in unsubsidized employment. But we feel like the 6 months mark is really the most important one, that if they've been able, because they might leave unemployed, but if the skills that have been imparted to them are taking root, then that should be present in what they're doing 6 months out. But if you would, if Mr. McDonald would address the specifics of that question.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Nielsen. Again, as Daniel pointed out, it has a lot to do with the structure of the program itself. That's why we achieve the high numbers that we do. The program does have counseling and career assessment at the very beginning. The training that is provided to those participants who are enrolled in the program is approved by statewide boards, and they are based upon the workforce needs of our local community. So all of that goes into determining what we're going to be providing folks and their success. And that's the best explanation that I can give. We also have a really well-oiled machine. We have good case managers that we've contracted with to provide the services. We have good vocational training instructors, and we have good connections with the employer community in order to make those placements.
Thank you. Well done. I don't see any more questions for you, Mr.
Well, I commit that prior to next year, I will take a workshop in how to use the clicker. Thank you.
No, this all enhanced it because
you have-
I thought it was a better hearing because of.
I did have a question, though.
Supervisor Levin.
Usually we have a quote, and I'm just curious.
Oh.
What happened?
I think they
Well,
weren't
this
required
is my
this year.
9th budget, and the first time that a supervisor has ever asked me why I don't have a quote. I just never have quotes. There's a longer answer, but I don't want to say it.
Okay.
Right, Mona? Thank you all.
Thank you. And now behavioral wellness, Ms. Navarro.
Daniel's a lot taller than me. All right. Good morning, Chair Hartman.
Welcome.
Supervisors, county CEO staff. So I have with me here this morning my Chief Financial Officer, Chris Ribeiro. We can, everybody wiggle your hand so everyone knows who you are. I have our Division Chief over Housing and Inpatient Services, Laura Zeitz. Our Division Chief over Quality Control Management, Jamie Hessing. And our Division Chief over Crisis Services, Homeless Outreach Services, and Justice Alliance, John Winkler. All right. Well, thank you so much for having me. I look forward to sharing about our program and budget for the upcoming year. So, COVID, again, over the past year has been quite the PR machine for behavioral health services, which has also brought with it some key challenge and emerging issues for us, including the fact that our behavioral health services demand has been growing, while at the same time we're having an increasingly severe shortage in the behavioral health workforce, not just in County of Santa Barbara, but across the state of California. You'll hear a little bit more about what we've been doing to address that in just a minute. But I do want to say that things are looking up in just the past couple of months. First coming on board here, we had about a 29% deficit in staffing as of January. And just this past week, I got the numbers, and we are down to 24% with 20 positions currently onboarding and in the queue to begin with us in the next 2 weeks. So things are looking up for the department, and we're very, very pleased to announce that today. Another key challenge and emerging issue is California's Advancing and Innovating Medi-Cal initiative. To steal some words from Mona this morning, this is the state's attempt to reset and reimagine the care of Medi-Cal members in the state of California. And with CalAIM, there are many new initiatives, projects and strategies and objectives that will be phased in that began in January 2022 and will be phased in through 2027. A key part of that will be behavioral health payment reform, and that will fundamentally change how Medi-Cal services are funded and evaluated ongoing in California. California legislation is also a key emerging issue for us in behavioral wellness. There is increasing focus on involvement of behavioral health system with the justice system. And especially those in the justice system who are chronically homeless and experiencing severe and persistent mental illness, the population that we specifically serve. And what is happening now is really historically unprecedented levels are being required of us to collaborate with the justice system. Over the previous few decades, that was those two in funding and in practice should never meet. And in fact, there were prohibitions even in our Mental Health Service Act funding and our other funding that did not allow us to serve this population even when they were released on parole. But that has been changing over the past 5 years, and there are significant legislative initiatives coming through that began in January and will be proposed that will encourage us and allow us to partner even more so in the coming year. So some of the COVID impacts that have been positive for us, oh, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm not paying attention to my slides. Somebody is, thank you very much. The COVID impacts increased for us have been around the funding that we received from CRSA and ARPA. They have allowed, and also then expanding and enhancing of the mental health block grant and substance use block grant to help us offset impacts. We're very excited to say that many of about a third of the positions that we're asking for were funded by the CRSA and ARPA, and the enhanced block grant funding for substance abuse block grant is bringing to the County of Santa Barbara, bringing to the state of California for the first time a program that I'll talk about in a little bit called Contingent Management. We're excited to be bringing that. Another key positive impact of COVID-19 on the Be Well department was the use of ARPA funding, and thank you to the Board of Supervisors for allowing that and approving that for Be Well to conduct a community mental health assessment. And this community mental health assessment allowed Be Well to connect with no less than 5,000 county residents to address and understand the impact of COVID on their mental health and well-being. And we came and did a report on that a couple of months ago. We're very excited to say that we're now rolling out there was an RFP and some grants, and we'll be hearing more about the awarding of those grants, which will enable the county to and county partners to work in collaboration with Be Well to improve the overall and ongoing well-being of our residents as we all emerge from the pandemic and move forward. Okay, so here's a slide that announces our operating budget for fiscal year 22-23, just under $164 million. There will be no use of one-time ongoing operations. We have a capital budget of $936,000, which I will give detail in just a moment. Our general fund contribution this year represents just slightly under a 1.5% increase at $5,874,000. And our full-time equivalents actually are, again, a significant change, going from currently in this fiscal year 410 to 445.5, with the majority of those being funded, just over almost about 2/3 being funded by grant and expansion from the federal government and state, as well as the fact that another opportunity of COVID is that within our state, the millionaire's tax have received an unexpected boost in the past couple of years, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. Specifically, the capital projects details that we have on tap and Be Well. First one is Casa Omega. Casa Omega is the remodeling of a county-owned building that will be converted to a 12-bed boarding care facility, primarily serving medically fragile older adults in our community. And I'm very proud of that project, and I think for those of us who sat in on the Central Coast Equity Report last week, identifying that the needs of seniors in our county are continuing to grow and the disparity in opportunities for care for them, we are really very glad to be bringing this project online this year. The next capital project detail that we have is an electronic health record. So Be Well is in need of an updated electronic health record. And most specifically, we will need that in order to allow us to meet the various needs of CalAIM, California's initiative to innovate Medi-Cal. And so what we are doing this year is we are be looking at the opportunities that have emerged statewide across county behavioral health departments and some of the other EHR companies to see what would be the best EHR for our department, which would be intended to improve the quality and documentation of our care, reduce risk, and provide increased access to decision-making data. All right, so this graph here identifies a source of our funds. Equally, just about 46% are revenue from intergovernmental revenue from Mental Health Services Act, 1991, and 2011 realignment funds. And almost in equal measure at 42% are the charges for services that we receive under the federal financial participation match from for serving Medi-Cal recipients, Medicare recipients, and also the state match for serving youth under the age of 21, the early periodic screening diagnostic treatment funding that matches our Medi-Cal funds. The remaining 12% is a blend of other financing sources and transfers, 3% general fund contribution, use of fund balance at 1%, and miscellaneous revenue. In the next graph here, you'll see where our funds go. So 60% of the funds that we receive and go to our mental health outpatient and community treatment services. 14% go to our alcohol and drug programs, 13% to our mental health inpatient services, 10% to our admin and support, which, as Daniel noted in his presentation, our admin and support takes care of our entire division, and we thank them every day. And quality care management represents 3% of our budget. All right. So here's our staffing summary from 2018 adopted to this year's recommended. The adopted positions in 21-22 were 410.7, and this year we're asking for an increase of just about 35 positions. 9 of those 35 have already been approved by the board and represent an expansion of the federal funds and block grants. The remaining 26 are initiatives that will be funded by increased grants this year and the increase in Mental Health Service Act funding. Again, as noted earlier, the Mental Health Service Act has seen an unanticipated, a large growth of funds, in addition to the staffing challenges that BWell has had in the past couple of years, leaves us with funds that need to be, again, under MHSA, spent in that rolling 3 years. And so as a result, we'll be able to add positions that fully support initiatives that are coming out of the state. And issues that are particularly important to the County of Santa Barbara. And you can see one on here is our housing team, which is an innovations grant that we have, the monies that we receive from MHSA to provide an innovative project. The housing team is one of those, with the goal of helping people to stay in housing. So this is a project really targeting the challenges that many who have been unhoused for a very long time face when they finally get into their own independent living, those things that cause them to either fall out of housing or face eviction early on in that first year. This program is going to address for those with severe and persistent mental illness. We've also added some programs to our homeless services outreach team. Again, our point in time count here in Santa Barbara demonstrated that there was a small increase overall in the county, but if we look at our West and North County, we saw a larger increase. So our homeless services really targeting that population is important for this next year. And then looking to add peer recovery assistance to our adult outpatient services, as well as 2 additional positions to our assisted outpatient treatment. And if you recall, AOT, as we call it, is part of the Laura's Law initiative, and those teams do the intensive outreach and engagements for folks who are otherwise sometimes often identified by law enforcement and or end up in our psychiatric inpatient facilities. And so as we look to some new legislation, which I will talk about in a minute, enhancing this team's ability to have more staff on the ground to serve more people more consistently is very important to be able to meet the needs of our community and the legislative requirements. And then finally, we're adding a position to our administrative and quality care management, and that position is actually funded through the behavioral health quality improvement plan, incentive plan funding that I'll talk about in just a minute. Okay, so when we look at our operating revenue and the general fund contribution, we see the steady increase. We took a jump from 2021 to 21-22, and this next year is a notable jump, but not as significant as the previous year. And again, our general fund ask and contribution is less than 1.5%. All right, so the anticipated accomplishments for 21-22 include one initiative that I'm very proud to report on, is a collaborative process that we have with the Public Health Department. And this is to improve whole person care and really get us solidly in step for the CalAIM initiative. This is a project whereby Jamie Husting meets monthly, and her staff meet monthly with public health, and we've identified staff that are now have access to each other's electronic health records, and we're working on coordinating care for the many clients that we serve together. And then next, a new accomplishment here that just began for us in January, and so we will be rounding out this fiscal year, is that pursuant to new legislation, Senate Bill 317, which eliminates incompetent to stand trial determinations for people who have committed misdemeanors, and in fact then pushes them toward diversion, mental health diversion as needed. This is going to help us, again, identify folks on the front end, hopefully wrap them up in services soon so that they will not end up in the PUF because they will not be IST referred, incompetent to stand trial referred. That will actually allow us to have less administrative days in the PUF and in our psychiatric health facility. And how that translates is when you have less severe patients, when you have doing more of the work on the front end, then people have less of a need to be in that higher level of care. But at the same time, it allows for us to have a flow, if you will, because we will have more of the outreach workers to be able to help people when they're stepping down, should they need to go to the PUF and in the first place. All right. That wanted to highlight again that the reduction in the psychiatric health facility administrative days is one of our Renew 22 accomplishments. In the legislation for SB 317, this is really been the collaboration between the CCP and which is a group of a multidisciplinary team of probation, public defender, Be Well, and others really working to help individuals who are justice involved get the care and the help that they need to stay out of the justice system to reduce recidivism. And so we're really looking forward to what the opportunities at 317 really forces us to do that in a much larger way. So we're glad about that. Another anticipated accomplishment for 21-22 was to ensure that the Drug Medi-Cal Organized Delivery System, which we call our DMC ODS, and our mental health plan programs were in compliance with regulations and contracts and agreements. And I'm happy to announce that since I got here, we've had 3 audits. We've had an audit of our psychiatric health facility, our DMC ODS, and just last week, our mental health programs. These are our statewide audits that we have on an annual basis. And preliminarily, both the psychiatric health facility and the mental health outpatient went glowingly. We got a lot of kudos for the improvements made, the performance improvement plans, and some very critical feedback about where we can go next year, which was already in alignment with conversations that we were having at the executive level, including, especially for the mental health system, including how to better partner with our CBOs, our community, and to improve our cultural competence data collection and addressing equity issues in our system. The DMC ODS report, final report, came to us last week, and I'd just like to give you a few of the highlights on that we're very proud of. First, and overall, our DMC ODS met 100% its standards for timeliness, for access, for quality of care of the patients in the ADP programs, as well as the data exchange and data collection process. That was very exciting. Also, it's important to note that our ADP programs here in Santa Barbara County demonstrated twice the penetration rate of services for the residents in the county of the statewide average, with particular attention and kudos from the state on our ability to reach and treat specific racial and ethnic minorities in our county at a much higher level than statewide. So we're very proud of that. Another thing that they pointed out was that our cultural competence plan here in Be Well, which is a requirement of being a Medicaid provider, and guides not only our training of our staff, but also how we implement and review programs. They actually touted it as the best cultural competency plan in the state that they have seen. And they said ever. So that might have been a little hyperbolic, I don't know. But definitely in this past year that they've been doing reviews. So really appreciated how the cultural competence plan really seemed to be a collaboration of all the directors in the department working together to identify the needs and training of their staff, which then was translating, again, to the increased penetration rates of those groups in the system. And then finally, they were very impressed with the performance improvement plans that our quality control management team collaborates with the CBOs on to help them just constantly evolving to make sure the services are meeting the needs. And then finally, they wanted to report out that one of the strengths of Santa Barbara County's behavioral wellness alcohol and drug programs is that the CBOs that we partner with, and 100% of our services are CBO-based, felt extremely supported, felt like they had great communication, and really appreciated the partnership of the department. All right.
Madam Chair, before she leaves that slide, can I?
Yep.
Can I?
Sure.
Okay, so I'm getting some of the alphabet soup after 5 years, you know. I guess, you know, crisis residential beds, you know.
Yes.
IMD beds, but refresh my memory of what recovery residences beds are. Is that more on the drug and alcohol side?
Yes,
Okay,
that's on
got
the
it.
drug and alcohol side. And so thank you. I did get a little ahead of myself there. I got so excited telling you about our great report from DMC ODS that I missed my last two bullet points.
You're
So-
just being glad that you dodged 3 bullets in your
Yeah, I was
first
just
3
like, oh,
months,
yeah.
you know?
Yes, I'm very, very glad about that for sure. So my second bullet point is that we are working on rolling out, and we have provided the training and staffing for our evidence-based practice for our first episode psychosis transition age youth staff. We are piloting that in our North County and hope to be bringing that down for the rest of the region by the end of this fiscal year, once we have gotten our legs as to the referral system and how that will roll out in our clinics as to the staff that will be trained to provide that. Again, trying to catch our youth early on in their significant illness, because the research is very clear that the sooner that we catch them and help them to get the correct treatment at the right time, the more likelihood is that the prognosis is a good one, and they will be able to meet all of the milestones in their lives that they were even before the illness began. And then finally, expanding recovery residency beds throughout all regions of the county for up to 20 RR beds. And these RR beds, these recovery residence beds, are similar to boarding care, but for alcohol and drug. And we're talking about folks that have co-occurring disorders as well as primary substance abuse treatment, living in an environment where they're receiving that support and ongoing care as they continue to identify independent living opportunities. All right. So here's our department goals and objectives for 22-23. So I already spoke about the county community, the countywide community mental health assessment. Our next goal with this is to drill down a little farther into the data. We received, again, nearly 5,000 community members responded, both in English as well as monolingual Spanish. Residents responded, and so we're really drilling down in that data, and we'll be expanding that more to not just look at what the community was saying they were needing, but then also starting to match it to gaps in our system, and then look as we move into our 3-year plan this next year for the Mental Health Services Act to see where those two things intersect, and to make sure that our system of MHSA that we plan over the next 3 years is in alignment with this data that has been identified. Another goal is to implement the Behavioral Health Quality Improvement Plan. Here's another acronym for you, DAS, Supervisor Williams. It's called BQIP, is what we call it, sir. We call it BQIP. BQIP is actually the Performance Incentive Plan portion of CalAIM. And this has been funded to counties to allow them to, one, create a timeline and a structure for how to make sure that you are planning for payment reform, the policy changes, including all the documentation and access changes, as well as data exchange changes, and then reimburses counties up to $750,000 over the total of the BQIP to be able to provide us with funding to add the appropriate staffing and make sure that we have the resources to implement our BQIP. Our plan was actually accepted by the state recently, fully signed off as full compliance, and the first check is in the mail, I think, so that's very exciting. All right. The next department goal we have is to improve the outpatient services documentation standards. One of the goals of CalAIM is that all documentation be turned in within a 72-hour period, consistently and comprehensively. And so we're really providing tools for our staff to make sure that across not only the Be Well staff, but our CBO partners, that they have all that they need to meet those requirements. Of course, also I spoke earlier on the EHR discussion. Finally, another goal for us in 22-23 regarding our alcohol and drug programs is to enhance services and meeting the community need by launching this contingency management pilot, which has just been funded by the state. Again, we are one of the first counties to be launching it. Very excited. This is to be used with stimulant use disorder patients in treatment throughout every region of the county. And what's old is new again. This was a very successful program that SUD programs used to do many years ago in our state, and due to funding cuts and things like that was discontinued, and so now it's back, and we're excited to be rolling that out this year. Finally, here are our Renew 22 countywide goals, which I'm happy to say that we have met our target in each area, enhancing our financial resiliency. It's estimated that that was above what we anticipated, nearly twice what we anticipated in our efficiency savings. That 100% of the 62 services that are able to be provided through telehealth in our department are continuing to be. And in the redesign training employees through Innovate SBC, we have met our target and exceeded that this year. Conducting a consumer service survey is very important, that we're responding and understanding what our community is saying. And again, we've met that target and exceeded that. In retaining new employees, this is a challenge here, and I think we spoke to Daniel's slides as well in social services. Retaining staff in the health and human services departments, especially not only given the challenges of COVID, but just in general. It's a very, very difficult population that we serve, especially those who are homeless and severely and persistently mentally ill, and so under-resourced in our county where housing is such a high cost that can lead to a lot of burnout on the part of staff. So while in our target was that we would retain 80% of our new employees during the first 5 years, it looks like we are not going to meet that, and it's currently at 65%. We've lowered our expectations a little bit, but I think what we, what we are doing in this next coming year is really recentering on what motivates people to come into the field in the first place, making sure that people have the appropriate level of training and feel that their skill set is fortified to meet the challenges, and that we're also recognizing our staff and championing them and being grateful to them on a regular and consistent basis to motivate them to stay in the field. I just think that also important to say that industry-wide, when you can have someone in those most intensive programs 3 years, that's considered a success. So 5 years may be a little ambitious, but we're gonna work on that. But those are the things that we plan to do this next year. And as you can see, developing the next leaders, we have met that target and really investing and making sure that those who hit that 5 year and want to stay in leadership have what they need and the skill sets to keep being a part of the county family in leadership roles. Our performance measures here in the psychiatric health facility on administrative day status. I think what I'd like to speak to from 2019-20 to 21-22, due to closures of the PUF because of staff illnesses or COVID, you see that we have served less people this year in the PUF. And I think that is a direct reflection of COVID. But we did meet the administrative days. In the call center, you will note that for 21-22, it's estimated we're going to receive a few lower calls for crisis. We're not quite sure what that's about or what's happening in the community, and it may be that as COVID burnout for all of us, that folks are kind of hitting this new level of normal, if you will, about what constitutes a crisis for them and not. But we're not quite sure about what that's, and we're going to be deeper diving into what that looks like and why that's a little bit lower. We're seeing that our walk-in crises are also lower in the county. But the one thing to point out is we talked about doing more with less staff is this next one here on the outpatient client stabilizing and improving. We met our goal. 80% of our clients were stabilized and improved, but I'd like to highlight the number. So in 1920, there was 1356. In 2021, 1327. In 21-22, we're on track to see 2,302 clients in our adult system of care. Again, speaking to the fact that our staff, even though they're less, are doing more, but our community is asking for that level of care. Not so much in the crisis, but coming to us sooner. And I think that really speaks to, again, the PR of COVID, that mental health matters, and people are coming to our services before ending up in crisis. And then, again, the last two goals are around drug and alcohol program treatment, looking to meet the goals. Again, I know it's a little bit less ambitious, but we did have a 50%, I think 50% was a target, and we did meet that and exceeded that well beyond in 1920 and 2021. Also on target to exceed that in 2022. Not as much, again, I think our county, and that's a big point of conversation, the fentanyl epidemic and other drug and alcohol issues exploding during COVID, and Santa Barbara is not, has not been exempt from that. All right, in summary, thank you so much for listening to me. The behavioral health services demand is growing, and we are having a workforce shortage. But again, that is a statewide issue. It's not exclusive to us. Really glad to say that the California legislature has 2 bills in this legislative cycle that are really targeting adding funds to behavioral health in particular. One being co-authored by the National Association of Social Workers, and the other by the California Behavioral Health Directors Association. So we hope there'll be a significant influx of funds to really incentivize work in our field. Next, California Advancing and Innovating Medi-Cal. A lot of partnering and collaboration to be had there. I think we're already off to a really great start with our public health partners, working also, beginning to have more and regular conversations with CenCal, our Medi-Cal managed care provider, and looking at internally this year over the systems that we need to innovate to be ready for that, to ease that transition, if you will. And another thing that we're doing is keeping staff informed, and most of our meetings we talk about it as much as we can without overwhelming them, so that folks feel like they are a part of the process with us and really get on board with us and understand we'll be making the changes that we are. And then finally, the California legislation is really increasing their involvement. For so many decades, people with severe and persistent mental illness have been inappropriately ended up in the law enforcement system since the collapse of the state hospital system. And now California is really looking to turn that tide and correct that. And Be Well will be a huge partner in that with Justice. So I'm really glad to be part of a county that has such strong collaboration between law enforcement, probation, public defender's office, and district attorney. So really looking forward to that. Thank you for listening. And okay, ready for my quote? Here we go. All right. Perseverance is a choice. It's not a simple one-time choice, it's a daily choice. And there's never a final decision.
Good one.
So thank you very much for your time. And I'm here for any questions. As are my
That
team.
quote really rings true in the times of COVID. Supervisor Hart.
Well, I'm very impressed by the significant grant-funded staff expansion and all those really targeted areas. Those are so critical. The housing and homeless outreach, the adult outpatient, and particularly the assisted outpatient treatment. There's a lot of advocates in the community. Many family members have been asking for help in that program for years, so thank you for that. And it was really wonderful to hear the plaudits from the auditors about the cultural competency program, and that's a really well-deserved recognition. I know your team has been working for a long time to make those programs accessible. And then it does go without saying that we have some tremendous CBOs locally that are working in partnership.
Recording in progress.
Well, that's interesting. And yep. Well, on that note,
Recording stopped.
it occurred to me. Maybe I can sneak this in. I thought that the BHQIP program would be wonderful as a Wordle word if it was eligible. So, thank you.
Any other questions?
Supervisor Williams. I just wanted more comment. I appreciate how open the beginning of your leadership has been. You've really touched base with just an enormous amount of people in the community, and I think that bodes well for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I had a couple of questions. One really, I'm wondering if at some point it might not be worth it to give the board a presentation about CalAIM and the changes that are coming, because it'll have a lot of financial implications. And I understand that sobering centers, for example, is one thing that could be funded through CalAIM. What about co-response? Is that known yet?
I think that the CalAIM piece is probably separate from the funding piece, and I'll let Mona talk more about the countywide initiative for CalAIM, because it does touch more than just behavioral wellness. But I think in looking just from the Be Well funding perspective, looking at co-response and some of those, as you said, the sobering centers and stabilization unit, we're looking within our department to look at efficiencies around those things so that we have places for people to go when they've been identified in a crisis or co-response setting. So at this point in time, we are enjoying a great collaboration with our law enforcement sheriff's department, as well as Santa Barbara PD, and expanding to Santa Maria PD for a co-response team. So we look forward to continuing to do that with efficiencies maybe within our own current funding.
And yes, we've been talking about CalAIM, and Terry in my office, as well as Lindsay, have been working with all the departments to coordinate, and we plan to bring a presentation to the board. We are waiting to get some certainty on how much money, what it might mean for us, but we can definitely be ready to bring a presentation soon.
Thank you. And then I had a question about your training for transitional age youth, about psychoses that can manifest at that age. Do you do anything, or could you imagine doing something for community at large? Because sometimes people change and you have no idea what's going on, and you can struggle for a year or longer trying to, not knowing the signs if you've never seen this before. So schools
Yes.
they're oblivious.
Yes.
And other places as well. So what can we do to get in front of that?
Yeah, so apologies for not being more detailed in the explanation of the Early First Psychosis program. Those are both huge components of it. It's about creating a community-wide presentation. It's not just about setting up your referrals and training staff how to work with these youth, but the other component is creating community-wide presentations that are then taken to schools, that are taken to parent resource centers, that are taken wherever anyone would like to have a presentation to talk about the early signs and symptoms and what is the process within our county Be Well system to refer people in to get them in as soon as possible.
Thank you. It's almost like first aid. I mean, people have to be thinking about that, and we really aren't educated. I'm really excited about your housing work and how you will be. We work so hard to get people in housing, and yet many of the subsidized housing programs have people who live there, but maybe not enough support to help people maintain their housing. So I think that really closes a real gap that we've seen. So I'm delighted to see.
And we are really, really lucky to have Laura Zeitz in our county. She is so innovative and such a genius when it comes to thinking about housing and housing supports. I'm really excited to have her on the team, and she will be taking the lead on that project.
Fabulous. My last question is, if you could elaborate a little more on fentanyl. I mean, we're seeing something that I'm told we've never really seen anything quite like this before, how powerful it is, how a small amount can have drastic, disastrous effects, how it's camouflaged, people don't even know what they're taking. So how are you, your department, how are you anticipating dealing with this going forward the next year?
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to apologize for not having John Doyle here this morning. I have two Johns, both division chiefs, and when I sent out the invitation inviting everyone, I thought both of them were on there and did not realize my error until this morning. So again, apologies, a newbie mistake, as I was so nervous about today's presentation. But fortunately, John Doyle and I have been to a few meetings together in the community, and I've heard him speak on this extensively, and we've talked about it. In John's nearly 3 decades of work in the space of substance use treatment in California, he says this is the worst epidemic and the worst drug he's ever seen, and it really frightens him in a lot of ways. So he's excited about the funding that the state is putting behind it to really get the message out. We're currently in the process. We received a grant for the Youth Opioid Response Team, which operates out of Lompoc, and there is a media campaign that's part of that funding that we are in final phases of bringing that before the board so we can roll that out. It's advertising and commercials and things like that that have been used throughout the state on these projects. But I think definitely it is something that is front and center in John Doyle's mind. He's done a few press releases about it. He's talking about it. And we are working with the sheriff in their Project Opioid initiative that the sheriff is bringing forward. And actually John Doyle will be presenting
speaker.
and opening the next session. So we're very, very proud of that. And again, a great person to have at the helm for us with ADP programs.
He really is. I've worked with him rather closely over the years, and he's a treasure
Yes.
in our
Yes.
county government. You've been here how long?
It's 4 months on Wednesday.
Congratulations. You've really hit the ground running, and thank you so much. I don't see any more lights. Oh,
That means
Supervisor
on
Williams.
average, including the old one, she's had to work on one audit a month while being here. So that was really throwing her into the fire from the beginning.
Yes, and I just want to say Jamie Husting, our quality control manager, is all things audit. She has our team so prepared. She's brilliant in the role, and I just want to really thank her for all her hard work. Part of her hard work is getting me up to speed on everything, that's for sure, and being able to answer correctly in those opening and exit interviews. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. 10-minute break. Our translator needs a break, and we do too. convening the April 11th, 2022 Board of Supervisors budget workshops for fiscal year 22-23. And we've been hearing our first functional group, Health and Human Services, and we're now turning to Public Health. And Dr. Dorinoso.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. I am going to sit here because you remember what happened last Tuesday when I was standing
You broke the
there.
mic.
Yes, I did. With me this morning is Deputy Director Suzanne Jacobson, and joining me via Zoom is Deputy Director Darren Eisenbarth. Unfortunately, Deputy Director Paige Batson and Dana Gamble and our interim medical director, Dr. Ansort, are unable to join us this morning. Our department is organized into 6 budget programs. That is administration and support, healthcare centers, community health programs, disease prevention and health promotion, regulatory programs and emergency preparedness, and animal services. It is through these 6 budget areas that we are able to accomplish our mission, which is to improve the health of our communities by preventing disease, promoting wellness and health equity, while ensuring access to needed health care and maintaining a safe and healthy environment. Key challenges and emerging issues. Our most significant challenge will be to recruit and retain qualified staff and have sufficient transition time to transfer institutional knowledge. We are struggling because some of our key positions will be retiring shortly or during this next fiscal year. Another key challenge will be our ability to maintain our ongoing typical operations, responding to new initiatives and changes in state funding while maintaining vigilance and readiness in our COVID-19 operations. Lastly, our key emerging effort is the focus on advancing health equity and racial justice through new initiatives such as the State Workforce Development and CalAIM. With the infusion of funding and resources, we will be building internal capacity, expanding community partnerships, and developing new service delivery models. COVID-19 impacts. We continue our strong partnerships with community-based organizations, healthcare partners, hospitals, and others, such as United Way. We appreciate your board recognizing these partners in previous COVID-19 updates, as well as recognizing 5 of them last week as 2022 Public Health Champions. Through our status as a federally qualified health center, we were able to draw down significant amount of federal vaccines and antigen tests to increase access countywide. This ability to increase vaccine and antigen tests was a critical strategy, especially since there were limited access from the state and local supplies. Another impact of COVID-19 was staffing. We struggled with insufficient staffing to augment our core teams. Staffing was particularly difficult during the Delta and Omicron surge. Like many other departments and organizations, we quickly adjusted to virtual platforms, not only for our core operations, but for ongoing disaster planning efforts, including engaging staff and community partners. As mentioned in the previous slide, we plan to continue to focus on health equity through our community engagement and lessons learned during the public health emergency. The Latinx and Indigenous Migrant COVID-19 Response Task Force, which we convened during the first few months of the pandemic, has been transitioned to a forum called Community Conversations and a work group called Health Equity Alliance. The community partners in the Alliance will be using data to guide community engagement and policy development. Budget summary. Our operating budget is $102.6 million. Use of one-time for operations is approximately $1.9 million, and this is primarily due to the loss of the 340B dollars in the healthcare centers. Capital budget is $2.1 million, and almost all will be going to general services as our project manager for the various federally funded renovations. General fund contribution, approximately $9.6 million. FTE stand at 529.2, and there is no service level reduction, restoration requests, or expansion requests. Details regarding our capital projects. Some of our key projects include 3 of our capital projects will improve the Lompoc Healthcare Center, the Santa Barbara Health Center, and the Santa Maria Health Center. Project 2 is now a federally funded project with $900,000 through a congressional directed spending project that we and the CEO's office were successful in securing with Congressman Carbajal. Sources of fund. Charges for services account for 49% of revenues, mostly Medi-Cal and Medicare. The next biggest category is the intergovernmental revenues, which accounts for 31%. We have more than 45 state and federal grants, including for COVID and non-COVID, as well as the 1991 health realignment. Uses of operating funds. Correspondingly, our healthcare center operations account for our largest category of costs, followed by disease prevention and health promotion. Admin support account for 11%, but actually only 9% if you take out clinic-specific billing and coding. Staffing summary. Our net change for fiscal year 22-23 is a 0.5 reduction due to reduction of CHDP health educator per workload reductions from the state. We will be adding 6 new positions with the health equity and workforce development funds, but these are offset by reduction of 6 positions in the transition of clinical laboratory services. Operating revenue and general fund contributions. Our new growth in revenues since fiscal year 2021 is primarily due to the new federal COVID funding streams, and the increase in general fund contribution is to match the mandated public health programs, specifically CCS, MCAH, and communicable diseases. Anticipated accomplishments for 21-22. Is the creation and adoption of the department's health equity plan. So this health equity plan is a collaborative regional effort that we've been working on for the past few years. This document will serve as a roadmap for the public health department with goals including infusion of health equity into administrative actions, incorporating health equity into workforce development, improving health equity through programs and services, support community power building, advocate for policies and resources that optimize opportunities for all, and promote community-led policy solutions to improve health equity. Additional anticipated accomplishments include behavioral health, increases in our behavioral health visits. We were able to increase that number by over 50% to become approximately 10% of the services provided in our healthcare center. So these behavioral health visits are for mild to moderate services. We also were able to complete 3 projects in the public health lab. We were able to remediate our double door entrance, our PCR room, and our autoclave room. Lastly, we have been working with CenCal Health to anticipate the older adult enrollment, which starts on May 1st for adults over 50 and above that qualify. Department goals and objectives for fiscal year 22-23 is to promote wellness and health equity. We will be partnering with other county departments and Central Health on implementation of CalAIM. We will also be creating and adopting routinized health equity trainings for all public health department staff. We will also be developing and maintaining strategic partnerships to protect the health of our communities, and that means launching the Community Health Needs Assessment in partnership with community agencies and our local hospital, Cottage. We will also be exploring community healthcare partnerships to ensure access to specialty care for uninsured and underinsured residents. Additional goal is to improve public health infrastructure for effective and efficient operation and service delivery. We will be vigilant in our surveillance and readiness to respond to COVID-19 or any other contagion or infectious disease. We will also be completing our transition to online submission for all EMS forms. And lastly, we will be optimizing medical quality and incentive payments through the new CenCal Quality Care Incentive Program. Renew 22 countywide goals. We met or exceeded our rebalance and redesign goals. We were successful in enhancing our financial resiliency, migrating county services online, and training employees through Innovate SBC, as you can see on this graph. Additional Renew 22 countywide goals. We were successful in conducting a customer service survey, as well as in our efforts to develop the next leaders. We fell short in achieving the 80% mark in retaining new employees like other departments that shared this morning. We posit that this is due to the pandemic and the intense level of COVID response in our department. We do have plans to redouble our efforts to retain, and that is by continuing our employee wellness program to engage all staff. We will continue our leadership training for supervisors and managers, as well as informal coaching and mentoring of emerging leaders. Performance measures. Our top 5 performance measures, we met or exceeded our goals in 4 areas: linking new diagnosed HIV people to care within 1 month of diagnosis, infants in WIC receiving any breast milk for 6 months, adult diabetic patients achieving A1C levels of 9% or lower, and CenCal Health members who select our health centers as their medical home. We achieved 94% of our goal on working with the community and partners on rabies vaccination. And this may be due to the decreased access to veterinarian services in our community during the pandemic. KPMG draft recommendations. We received a draft copy of our KPMG review right before the pandemic. And although the final report was put on hold for the past 2 years, we began the work throughout the pandemic in order to be successful in our business needs, especially in our healthcare centers and in animal services. So we began the work to maintain operations and improve our efficiencies. We have no service level reductions. In summary, our critical need is to recruit and retain qualified staff, to rebuild our current operations as we respond to new state and local initiatives, and lastly, to increase internal and external capacity through partnerships to tackle health equity and racial justice. My quote: "We have to think not only about how we stop overt discrimination and racism, but also how we weed it out within policies and change the power dynamics such that those people who have not traditionally had a voice in this country are able to have that voice. And this is from Dr. Adams, who is a professor of epidemiology and population health at Stanford. This quote captures the work that we are committed to doing in order to ensure that everyone in Santa Barbara County has the best opportunity to achieve wellness and to thrive. This ends my presentation. Thank you. I'm happy to address any questions.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, first of all, I just want to thank you for your leadership and for the whole department for their work in a very long 2 years. I also just, I know that sometimes these goals are a top line, and so I guess what I would love, maybe not today, but soon, is some of these kind of things specifically for animal services, and specifically related to the direction that we gave last year, progress that the department has made in trying to make sure that we continue to do services in person, and that every touch, every time a cat comes by, we make sure we get it spayed, neutered. Every time someone comes in with a dog, we make sure that opportunity is not squandered. So just hoping that we can get some of that, because I want to make sure that the progress that the department is making is transparent.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, like Supervisor Williams, just want to take this opportunity to thank you and everybody in the team for all the incredible work that you've done for 2 years. It is extraordinary. The word heroes gets bandied around a lot, but it applies to you and everybody that works in the department for the past 2 years. Just extraordinary work. And I really deeply appreciate how you integrate the critical equity work that the department's doing into all of your programs and systems. And in the quote that you used to highlight that is proof and evidence that you really take this seriously, and that's important. And I really appreciate that you're doing the screening for adverse childhood experiences at all of the healthcare centers. I think that's really an innovative, important addition to the programs. And thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
Well, I too appreciate everything your department has done during COVID and the leadership you've shown on equity and inclusion. And really, the community partnerships you've built around this, it's really a model for all the other departments. I'm excited to learn more about your community health needs assessment and how you'll go about doing that. And if you could just give us a little bit more detail about it.
Yes, so we are intending to pursue public health accreditation in our community health division. Concurrently, that effort to do a community health assessment is also being undertaken by Cottage as well as Marion. And so this year, for this cycle, we will be partnering up with Cottage and be co-partners in rolling out a very, very comprehensive assessment of our health status throughout the county. And I my dream is to get all of the hospitals to partner up with the public health department. So we do one community health assessment, and then we come back together and create a common strategic plan to address those gaps in health.
And could you describe the methodology? I mean, are you reviewing hospital records, doctors' reports, community surveys? How do you,
All
what
of
data?
the above.
I see.
So Cottage is the lead in this effort, and they have hired they will be using Burfus database, and they will also be working with a university. I can't remember the university's name right off the bat, but we have been developing jointly a survey which will be distributed throughout the county in various communities with the partnership of community trusted community leaders, so that we can get an accurate snapshot of what's going on in the community.
I recently saw how important social determinants of health are. I mean, it's more important than medical care and a lot of things. So how will that fit into what you're doing?
Our Health Equity Alliance we've been using the last 3 months to really lay the foundation of social determinants of health, going upstream to look at socioeconomic status and how that impacts the outcome of health. And so I think that it's a concept that has been around in public health very, well, I don't want to say forever, but at least the last 10 years, and our community partners are grabbing onto that framework. And I'm very hopeful that as we move forward to address health inequities, health disparities, that we will be using the upstream social determinants of health for the better outcomes.
And would that involve then even more collaboration across departments within the county?
Yes, yes. Most definitely. What the pandemic has shown me and other community leaders, as well as our department, is that we're not in this alone, and that to have sustainable change, we need to involve other county departments, as well as CBOs, as well as philanthropy, as well as community leaders.
Thank you. Any other questions? Supervisor Lavanino.
Well, thank you for still being here, because seeing what's happened to public health professionals across the state, and your commitment to the residents of Santa Barbara County is to be lauded, and all your staff for just, I hope somehow we have a year where everything just kind of chills out for a little bit. It gives you guys a chance to get back to reality. But the other thing is, I think for all these departments that we've seen this morning, the public should understand how little of general fund goes into public health, social services, mental health. These are all basically federal programs, federal and state programs that we're the kind of the overseers of, but there's very, very few county dollars going into these departments that do major work in our county. So thank you.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
So turning next to Child Support Services and Ms. Maiden.
I'm going to try it from up here. Can you hear me?
Of course, loud and clear.
Good morning, Chair Hartman, members of the board. I'm Joni Maiden, the Director of the Department of Child Support Services. With me is our Assistant Director, Meta Richardson. We're very happy to be back here in person to present our budget summary for the department, whose mission is to serve families and children and their families by establishing parentage and enforcing support orders in a fair and equitable manner. Next slide. This slide displays some of our key challenges and emerging issues, and the first bullet point illustrates what I'm calling a celebratory challenge, if you will. Our department's funding is provided by the state and federal government, and for the first time in approximately 20 years, we received a budget increase. We received over $800,000 in this current fiscal year, and with those funds, we completed 11 internal promotions and hired 7 child support officers. Expending the funds is a challenge because recruitments take time, and any unspent funds have to be returned back to the state at the end of the fiscal year. We're doing our utmost to utilize the new funding in a strategic manner that will provide both short and long-term benefits for the child support program and the residents of Santa Barbara County. We anticipate receiving an additional $300,000 in the next fiscal year and will continue to expend funds in a strategic, thoughtful manner. In reference to the communication bullet point, as we emerge from the pandemic, we're going to enhance communication methods for existing customers and increase our outreach efforts for potential customers. In regards to the bullet point about our office space, Since 44% of our employees are full-time telecommuters and 18% work a hybrid schedule, we will assess how we can prioritize utilization of our workspace and minimize our office footprint. And in the area of recruitment and retention, we already employ strategies such as flexible work schedules and working remotely, and will remain supportive and open to plans that our HR department is going to be promoting. Next slide. In regards to the impacts of COVID-19, we were fortunate to be able to quickly adapt to moving most of our services to a virtual environment. In truth, we already had tools and resources available to conduct our business digitally, but we just needed to make full use of them. The emergence of the pandemic forced us to fully rely on using the tools available. For example, we've had the capability of texting customers from our computer since 2016. Once the pandemic began, communication by text increased by 60%. And post-pandemic, we will continue to offer a variety of efficient service delivery options and communication methods. Post-pandemic, the face-to-face activities that we will resume are community outreach efforts, some of our staff meetings, and training. Our newly hired employees are receiving training in person and online, and so far it's working out well, and we continue to make adjustments as needed. Next slide. We have an operating budget of a little over $10 million with no general fund contribution and 68 full-time equivalents. Next slide. As I said, our funding is from intergovernmental revenue. 33% of it is from the state and 66% from the federal government. Next slide. We have one program, case management and collections. Next slide. Our staffing summary reflects the increase due to the recently hired child support officers. Next slide. For the first time ever, we will have received more than $10 million in funding for our budget. Next slide. Accomplishments anticipated. Once again, we had a banner year in collections, distributing over $30 million. 26.6 million of that went directly to families, and of that 26.6 million, 25% was allocated in the South County, 19% in the Central County, and 37% in the North County. And the remaining 19% was distributed to families living outside of our county. Beyond distributing money directly to families, $3.9 million went to the federal and state government, and over $267,000 to the county to reimburse expenditures for public grants. In regards to our parenting program, we are just about ready to implement it, but it's currently on hold as the court is in the process of addressing criminal cases that were postponed during the pandemic. And the final bullet, as I mentioned, we promoted and hired a total of 18 positions. Next slide. These are our goals for the upcoming year, and most I've already talked about, but I did want to point out two of the objectives shown. Regarding implementing an action plan developed from customer survey data, at the end of last year, we surveyed approximately 9,400 of our case participants to help us determine if we remain accessible to them. 15% of those participants responded to the survey, and amongst other data, the information showed the top two reasons that they contacted us was they needed to talk to their case manager, or they needed to check on a payment or their balance. The most preferred methods of contact for Spanish-speaking participants was by phone, in person, or by text. And for English-speaking participants, it was by phone, email, or text. In the coming year, we will use the data to make sure we proactively address the customer needs. And in regards to ensuring staff receive training in diversity, inclusion, and counteracting unconscious bias, we've already initiated that training for our newly promoted staff and plan for all staff to receive DEI training using county and outside resources. Next slide. The next two slides show that we are in alignment with our Renew 22 targets, meeting or exceeding our targets in all areas. And then these show some of the rebalance, redesign targets that we've hit. Next slide. And just a quick note in regards to the respond target of customer surveys. Beyond the Renew 22 target, we can consistently offer surveys to all customers who call into our office or make an online inquiry in our child support computer system. Next slide. This slide shows some of our performance measures. 3 of the 4 shown are the federal performance measures that all child support agencies are accountable to. The dollars collected measure, the third one down, is not a federal performance measure. I won't go over all of the numbers, but I would like to note that in regards to the federal performance measures, we exceed statewide averages across the board. Next slide. We have no service level reductions. Next slide. So to summarize, in the coming year, we'll focus on optimizing the use of technology to enhance efficiencies and the customer experience, ensuring our services are understood and accessible to all, and we are also going to continue focusing on recruiting and retaining staff and providing consistent training opportunities to further their development. Our quote, sorry, next slide. Our quote is by the poet Amanda Gorman, and we chose it because we think it's hopeful about the future and illustrates the importance of supporting and investing in children. But as for the future, I foresee a world which is more creative, more open, more loving, more ecologically friendly, more honest about its history and progress, and I think a lot of those contributions will be made by young people. I'm happy to answer your questions if you have any.
I'm not seeing any lights, and it happens because your department is so great. And every year you come back with those 100%, and it's very exciting about the increase in money and the new staff members, though. I think you've been flat for a long time.
Very long time, yes.
All right, well, thank you
you.
very much for having such a well-run department and all your staff. Miss Wendy Sims Moten, verse 5.
So as they're getting that together, I was just adjusting my notes. Good afternoon. So children are our future. We must take care of them with maximum effort. Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and members of the board. I'm Wendy Sims Moten, proud director of First 5 Santa Barbara County. As you know, I always say, my best day job ever. In the hearing room today with me is Suzanne Hayes. On Zoom is the rest of our team, Michelle Robertson, Cheryl Vicker, Sarah Gonzalez, Liliana Martinez, and our newest member of the team, Summers Case. And it is Summers with an S, so if she will correct you if you just leave out the S. I want to do a special shout out to Suzanne, who has led this budget process and made sure we're here and ready and prepared for this budget presentation today. We're pleased to present our fiscal year 22-23 budget and our path forward. This budget before you today takes us into the second year of our 4-year strategic plan. I have copies if you don't have those. I thought we tried to make sure once we pass it, we got those, but we have plenty to give if you have misplaced yours for some reason. And this slide talks about our key challenges. You know, our main mission is to mobilize and integrate our communities to prepare our children to thrive in kindergarten and life. Children in Santa Barbara County enter kindergarten ready to succeed and thrive. We know by the data that we haven't really fully prepared for them, and what does that mean? Looking at the whole ecological systems of our children, what is best help them be prepared for that? And so we went about that in our strategic plan, really looking at a regional level and really asking the communities, what do you need to help your children succeed and have strong families? And so you'll see that in our strategic plan and also our budget, which reflects the strategic focus on school readiness with investments in school districts and community agencies. And we have also our key challenges that are part of inherent as part of First Five. We have the ever-changing revenue and addressing variability of our Prop 56 that was enacted in 2016, working with that backfill to ensure that we have the dollars to keep us at our steady decline of 2 to 3, as opposed to, if not for the backfill, we would be having a 4 to 6% decline. We also are dealing with a new vaping tax of revenue that came in that helps that we're also having to figure out, is it true revenue? Is it just going to keep us stable? And also we are anticipating a flavored tobacco ban on November 22 ballot. And so we're watching out for that and figure out where we're going to be with that. And we're always in communication with the CEO's office as to where it may impact us. We're very in tune to this, and so our fiscal plan is in place to address any emerging fiscal issues, and we ensure we meet our financial obligations without disruption. An emerging issue coming, and it's also a good thing, I'm proud of this when I say this, but we have some staff retirements. They've worked hard until they're ready to move on. And then also at the same time, we are also onboarding some new team staffs that's coming. Summers just came on April 4th with us, and also we're anticipating another position to fill with that. And COVID-19 impacted us all in so many different ways, but it varied in impact, and most notably, the need for childcare and nonprofit organizations having to adjust the way they serve their clients. And therefore, we had to adjust the way we worked with our grantee partners to minimize challenging and working through the pandemic. We launched one-time community grants to meet the emerging needs of COVID and equity issues. And our First Five team adjusted well to remote work and remained productive, creating a better work and life balance. And with the commission and our committees, we met online most of the time, which proved efficient and reduced travel time. Our budget is simple, but it's very impactful. It reflects a 1.2% increase in expenditures from prior year's budget, resulting from cost increases for salary and benefits and county allocated costs. It also includes a staffing increase, a half-time FTE, to maintain operational continuity and consistency during the team transition of retirement and onboarding. We expect no service level reductions in fiscal year 22. The source of our funds is Prop 10, is based on our birth rate. We have no other additional dollars that fund us. Occasionally throughout the year, we will be able to draw down dollars from the state. The use of fund balance is a planned fiscal strategy to mitigate the inherent decline in Prop 10 funding. This slide represents investments in the community and staffing to meet the implementation of our strategic plan, our commitment to evaluation, and our administration. The commission has a policy that admin costs be no more than 15% of our operating revenue. As you can see, we are at 10%. I know this is, we talked about this staffing summary, but I'm really proud of this. I know that that even though you see decreases in staffing numbers, it results from retirement and career advancement. And in fact, our two folks that left in the last couple of years, they were able to be promoted into leadership positions, and so we're proud of that. And the average number of years of staffing in First Five is about 10 years. So we really retain our staffing. And I hope it's due to something that we work really hard to do. We work together. We're in the process of finalizing the way we work together plan and get that out. And everybody has an opportunity to have input and how they want to work, the environment that they want to work in. And additionally, the commission supports ongoing personal and professional growth, and the dollars are allocated in our budget. And I have a quote that I overheard one of our staff members saying, and I'm paraphrasing here, but it really speaks to why we are able to retain, I hope. We work many hours together. It's nice to be in an environment of support and acknowledgement. And on the next slide, Prop 10 revenue is projected sometimes includes external grants, thus the slight changes in the revenue over the years. As I said earlier, we receive no general fund contribution. The next two slides of anticipated accomplishment, we implemented the first year of our strategic plan focused on meeting the needs identified through a regional approach that meets communities where they are. We maintain high standards of fiscal accountability and transparency, working with local and state rules and regulations. Through the renewed 22 principles, staff participated in leadership development to improve our work practices, develop a new evaluation framework to support data-driven decisions, and because equity and access are essential fundamental values in being socially conscious and community-minded, In June 21, the Commission approved their social and racial equity statement. This year, we implemented the first year of our 4-year strategic plan and integrated social and racial equity commitments in the contract language. Our goal is to prioritize our investments to have the most significant impact possible on children, families, in our community through investments in anchor services, coordinated and integrated services, support school readiness, and impact policy. Slides, the next 2 slides, Renew 22 countywide goals. As the CEO knows, we were very intentional and from the very beginning on board with this and very intentional about how we implemented the Renew 22 goals. They served as strategic guidelines for creating our essential intent. It took us asking tough questions of ourselves and exercising serious discipline to cut out competing priorities that distract us from our true intent, which is both inspirational, concrete, meaningful, and measurable. Children in Santa Barbara County enter kindergarten ready to succeed and thrive, and we met all of our goals. On 14 and 16, which is the next 2 slides, this speaks to, again, the measures that are coming in with regards to our new strategic plan. So you will see many to be determined because we're in the first year of the strategic plan, so we haven't fully been able to do that. However, on the next page, we're the 2, the first 2, the children meeting school readiness knowledge and meeting social, emotional, and ready needs. We've really started to implement the early learning plans, working with the school districts, 5 of which are on board, actually probably 4 that are starting right now. And I believe, and Michelle Robertson is on the line if I miss anybody, but we have 2 in place going with Guadalupe, Lompoc, Santa Barbara, and Santa Maria Bonita school districts. And we're happy to report that over the next year, we will be adding 5 more coming on board at Buellton, Cuyama, Orchid, Goleta, and Carpinteria. We will continue to focus on what is essential to serve our communities while simultaneously maintaining a financially stable organization. It will mean doing the most important things well and acknowledging that our organization can do anything, just not everything. And lastly, we always want to keep you engaged in what we do and keep on the front of what we do, and because we know that school readiness starts at home, and this is the fun part. This is the fun part that keeps you engaged and grounds us in our work, and it's our why or our North Star. So we invite you to take out your phones, and point your cameras toward the QRC code. I'm learning that language. And while you're doing that, I know this family personally, and I guarantee that little girl is teaching her parents. Because she's 2 years old, but you think she's 3. Is it working? Yes.
And she's got Potter the Otter.
Yes.
I mean, come on, that's
I need
good
to thank
stuff.
Liliana Martinez for getting this ready for us today to do what we do. Make sure that school readiness is our North Star to whatever we do and how important that is to changing the trajectory of our community. Great, thank you. So finally, we greatly appreciate the strong partnership with the county as our fiscal and organizational umbrella and host. This partnership has created powerful synergies for both First Five and the county, and we know how essential it is to work with other departments and how interdependent we are upon other departments to meeting our mission. And so our quote, "Speak to your children as if they are the wisest, kindest, most beautiful, and magical humans on earth. For what they believe is what they become." This ends my presentation today, and we're happy to take comments and/or questions.
Okay, Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. Well, thank you, Ms. Sims-Moten, for your presentation. The work you guys are doing with school readiness, which eventually leads to literacy, is a huge important for our youth, and I really appreciate that. Would you mind just for a moment speaking about what universal pre-K, what that's going to do and how that's going to impact your department moving forward?
Yes, and thank you for that, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. I'm going to ask Ms. Michelle Robertson, who's on the Zoom, to go into that. She's really deeply involved in leading that work and how critical it's impacting the work that we're doing. Also, the child care, in terms of that, if you're looking at universal pre-K, how that's impacting child care. They have 3- and 4-year-olds in their programs, and so we're really looking deeply into that. In fact, we were having a conversation with our advisory board, how that's impacting. So I'm going to ask Michelle to expand on those comments.
Hi, good afternoon, board and CEO staff. I'm happy to answer that question, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. Universal Transitional Kindergarten is a component of California's Universal Pre-Kindergarten plan. So our local school districts are mandated to roll out universal transitional kindergarten to all 4-year-olds fully by 2025-26 academic year. Some of those districts are launching the full implementation earlier than that, and others are taking that slower timeline. So what that will mean for us is that we most likely will guarantee that the majority of all of our children will have at least 1 year of high quality early learning experiences prior to kindergarten. We're super excited to watch our kindergarten readiness scores go up as that becomes implemented. And we will continue then to focus our efforts on the 0 through 3 years, so birth through the age of 3, as our local education partners take on that new role. So it is an exciting time for early childhood education in our state.
Thank you.
No other questions? I had a couple. The first, your first statement is that the goal is to have 70% of children in our county kindergarten ready. And how many are now? How big a jump? And could you detail a little bit more? You implied your relationship with the school districts, but how they measure that?
Right, there again, I'm going to have Miss Michelle Robertson speak to that because we both are, she's leading this effort. And I'll just start to say that I just got some quick, and I want to paraphrase what she was sharing about the 70%. 30% also has to do with there are other factors that may, such as adverse childhood experiences that may not allow them to get to that, to get it to the 100% of everybody. So there's other and special needs that are there in that 30%. 70% really kind of represents the typical, if you can call typical development of a child, that's that where you get that 70-30. And she can speak to more about how our school districts are measuring where we are right now. I know we've been in the past as she's coming on, and we've been working with UCSB through a KSEP, entry, kindergarten entry, how they are post and pre, and I don't know where we are in terms of those specific percentages now. So I hope she didn't take off to Hawaii early.
I'm still here, waiting for this hearing. Yes, thank you, Supervisor Hartman. As Wendy just stated, our measurement tool that we have actually been using in Santa Barbara County in partnership with UC Santa Barbara is the kindergarten student entrance profile. It looks at 13 indicators of readiness, 6 of what we call school ready knowledge, which is our basic cognitive skills such as learning colors and shapes, knowing some numbers, and then 7 of which are social emotional indicators. Are they able to have impulse control? Are they able to maintain attention to tasks? And if you talk to any kindergarten teacher, those social emotional indicators tend to be the key ones that they really would like for children to enter the system. Kindergarten readiness can be defined in many different ways, but it's typically defined, at least by us, as children being able to access the curriculum that is assigned to the kindergarten year. And so you don't need to reach total mastery of all 13 of those indicators to be ready, but there is success bands. And so we measure those as mastered, almost mastered, monthly monitor, meaning they do need some intervention, and then immediate intervention, meaning children are not entering with nearly the skill level that they need to be successful. So addressing your original question, countywide, our school readiness has stalled at between 35 and 43% of children entering kindergarten. That goes up and down depending on some of the factors. So for example, 2021 was a difficult year, and 21-22 as well because of COVID. So many children lost out on those early learning opportunities. So where we have peaked at around 43%, it went down a little bit over these last 2 years. It also varies by region. So for example, Carpinteria, when they started their school readiness initiative 10 years ago, they were at 15%. And they have reached a 48% readiness level over that decade. That is a significant jump, and they are doing a lot of right things. But what they have identified in their region particularly is that their children who are multilingual learners are still coming in behind their peers. So they are shifting a lot of their efforts in targeting that population. So when Wendy talked about our regional approach and working with these 9 school districts, we know that those districts are the hubs of the community. And so this new approach of them including birth through the entry into their system really lets them determine what the need is and those target populations that they need to be focused on. And so finally, with 70% being our goal, I know people always say, well, why 70%? Why not 100%? And as Wendy explained, that statistically, there are about 10 to 15% of any of the population that qualifies for special education. And so we do take that into consideration. And then the other 15% is because of those adverse childhood experiences. And those children need more intense intervention for them to be able to be fully ready for the rigors of school. And so that includes more of a didactic approach in working with families and also with community partners to address those societal factors. I hope that answered your question.
That is fascinating. And so that latter 15%, are they identified as such as they come into kindergarten and entitled to services that get matched up to what they need?
Yeah, so that it is interesting to know the systems. So what tends to happen is that children do not get identified as they walk in the first day of transitional kindergarten or kindergarten. When they typically get identified is about 3rd grade, when standardized tests come into play. And when children are not meeting their grade level proficiency, the school districts start to ask, well, why? And so then they start to look at those other factors. It is our intent, and I'm glad Dr. Reynoso mentioned the screening of adverse childhood experiences in the public health settings. One of our initiatives that we are in the planning stage of this year, but will be implemented in the 22-23 year, is our Help Me Grow model. And that is working directly with the medical homes and pediatricians' offices to record those screenings during the well baby checks, including developmental screenings for special needs with the ACEs screenings, and then report those to the school districts upon kindergarten enrollment. So we're going to be piloting that model this next year. And so we will be happy to follow up on reporting on that next year.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I think this metric is incredibly important, and it kind of really underscores the need, as the staff have highlighted with Potter the Otter, is a lot of times the kids fail this metric because they can't sit down long enough, they can't take directions long enough, because they're not getting a whole lot of a routine of reading at home or a routine of sitting down and getting any type of conversation or instruction at home. So I think that's one of the big ones and one of the best ways that parents, without like learning all of these metrics by heart, some of which are like, can you count to 20? Can you say the alphabet, right? But a lot of them are just simply things you learn from being read to. And then some of them are funny because it includes, can you say your name? Do you know your name? Can you write it? And of course, Kaya, who's still 3, but has failed this the last year because when they asked her what her name was Kaya, but the translation of it, she would only give the translation. She'd say, "I am light in the darkness."
And she really is. My other question I have 2 more, followed up on that. Your performance measures use a sample, I guess, of 5,400. Is that the school districts, the children in the school districts, or?
Yeah, correct. Those are the number of kindergartners we have in any given year.
And then I was astonished that our target is 25% for families that provide language and literacy opportunities for young children in the home as a way of getting ready for school. So that's talk, read, sing, isn't it? And I mean, doesn't every family do at least 1 or 2 of those?
Not necessarily. I mean, that's the part that we're
That
meeting
is
the
shocking.
Well, it is shocking, but it also it's a reality in the sense that you're meeting all different families. Some are just trying to just make it through the day, and so that's the least of their concerns. And realizing that that's the schools, we're going to leave that to the schools to do that. And so recognize that as we were going through this, there was some of the stories that we heard from some of the parents. They've got so many things that are going on that they're just trying to provide the basics, and even their own mental health are just basics. So, and we found that even more so in COVID. So you would think that's something, but it's so not the case. And so we've looked at many strategies over the years. How do we meet families where they are? So just using everyday things that you may not think that are important, like how many, what color is your laundry today? Include it into what you do. Incorporate the learning into what you do. And that's meeting folks where they are, not judging them how they get there, but that helps them be ready too. So part of the strategies as we meet with the families is kind of to understand what's going on and then how you can include that. So, families and neighbors are often where, kids are taken care of, be it philosophically or for whatever the reasons are. So going in there and with an open mind, and not, don't we expect you to do that? Well, what's typical nowadays? So it's important to just meet them there and see where the things in a typical day can really be early learning moments as well.
So one comment and then one final question. I served on the First 5 board for a while, and you've made amazing strides in coming up with performance measures that are really outcome oriented and that get at the issue of kindergarten readiness. We were kind of dancing around it, but now you're going straight towards it. And I think that's an enormous accomplishment. And my final question is the child care survey. I think the board, could you elaborate where that is right now?
Yeah, that's why Michelle's going on vacation as soon as we conclude this meeting. She's worked very hard on that. And so that's ready. I know we got pushed back a little bit, just due to other things that were scheduled, but we're ready to go with that. I think we're coming back here in May. We're bringing that back to the board. Found out lots of things in that survey as we met with each of you individually to figure out what you wanted to hear out of that. So we're ready to go with it. And if there's any additional information out of these hearings that we can maybe add to that, that we're looking as well. But we are ready to go on that. And I also just want to add one thing to say with regards to how important those early years are, how between 0 and 5, from the time they're born into their 5-year-olds, those are such critical years that whatever stressing is going on, it's minimizing, their potential of growth. And so, because you can't get that regrowth back after 5 years old. And so everything that you're starting early, these meeting folks where they are. I'll say a quick example. One of my commissioners used to always say, we think we should tell families what's the most important thing for them to focus on for what goals we're setting. This was part of let you help us set the goals, what you need. Therefore, I think we're getting much better on our outcomes because we've asked the families, and so how do we do that? So it's outcome, what would they need to look successful? And she'd always say, you must first address what's going on in their household. And she would say, there was a city that they were offering services, they'd have these meetings and no one would come out. Well, they offered the meetings in the evenings. And so people would say, we're not coming out because there's rats, there's pests, there's everything. Like, I know, we're not doing it. When they found out that it truly was happening, all of a sudden they got more people attending because they took care of the issue. So that's the thing when we're meeting folks where they are, we have to ask them, what are you going through that may be preventing you from accessing these services that are there, be it comfortable or whatever the case may be. But we have to start with an open mind that what's in their ecological system that we need to move forward.
Thank you. CEO Miyasato, so between the budget workshops and the budget hearings, we'll have the child care presentation and then it'll get incorporated, or how does that work?
Supervisors, I couldn't remember the child care presentation is May or April. First meeting in May, and it's really talking about money you already allocated through ARPA. So that money has already been allocated.
Okay, I guess I'm remembering. I thought it was put there, but we needed to make sure how it would be spent before we actually appropriated it.
So the money's been set aside. I'm not sure how if we appropriated into their budget or not, but just be assured that's been taken care of.
Supervisor Williams?
And just to let you know, the staff very, very deftly were able to present some of the recommendations to the first 5 commission, and they are, they are different than what was originally proposed, but attempts to shepherd these through these very, turbulent times, right? I mean, the expansion of TK is a wonderful thing for parents and arguably for children too, but it's a very challenging thing for childcare providers. And so I think the recommendation that you'll get from staff is partially to help providers be able to make some of this transition. It is not, the recommendation is not to pay them for things that they're already doing. It's to do something, more different to make that transition. But I won't steal any more thunder, and that's a matter for another hearing.
Yes. Okay, well, thank you to your entire team. It was really, you've come such a long way. It's really impressive.
And thank you for allowing us to present today so Michelle can go on vacation to Hawaii. She's been trying to do for 2 years. So okay, thank you.
Aloha. So now is the time for public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone who wants to comment on this functional group?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this functional group.
All right, then it's lunchtime. Is a half hour enough for lunch and come back? Okay, so we'll be back in about 25 after. Afternoon, we're reconvening the April 11th, 2022 meeting of the Board of Supervisors. We're holding our budget workshops, and we're now turning to the General Government and Support Services. Mr. Clementi, will you give us the overview, please?
Thank you, Chair Hartman, members of the board. As you mentioned, our next group is the General Government and Support Services Departments. This functional group receives 12% of the total county GFC at $42 million, while making up 9% of countywide operating expenditures and 8% of the FTE at $375. In the 5-year operating revenue and GFC trends, we see auditor controller comprised mostly of GFC, human resources as well. General services contains multiple internal service funds such as IT, motor pool, and utilities, which generate operating revenues through charges to county departments, with increases in recent years driven mostly by IT. Clerk, recorder, assessor, and treasurer tax collector are about half GFC, half operating revenues. Debt services is a separate department managed by the treasurer, which receives revenue from other departments to make annual long-term debt payments. And finally, the Northern Branch Jail Department is the construction fund managed by General Services for the construction of the jail, which drops off in 22-23 with the anticipated closure of that fund. The largest growth we see here in expenditures is in General Services. Operating expenditures are up over $20 million in the past 5 years, with half of that being services and supplies, which includes all of their maintenance line items as well as IT software costs. The Northern Branch Jail shows a large drop after 18-19 because the bulk of the costly construction work had been done by that point in the project. We see fairly stable FTE in these departments over the 5-year period, with the exception of General Services, which has had increases across a variety of their programs, including capital projects, maintenance, and their internal service funds. And each department will be discussing their trends and year-over-year changes from 21-22 to 22-23 in their upcoming presentations. That concludes this functional group summary.
Any questions for Mr. Clementi? Turning to our treasurer tax collector, Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Chair Hartman, members of the board. As you all know, today is the delinquency date for the second installment of property taxes, so it's a really busy time in my office. So I will try to stay to the 10 minutes I was given or allotted for my presentation, including questions. That's directed to you, Steve.
Well, then I won't ask you what all these letters are behind your name, because I've never seen that many before, so.
May I ask, will you be to the end of the functional group for public comment, or do you need to run away?
I do have to run back downstairs to get back on the counter, but if you want me to come back up, I'll try to monitor that, but I'll kind of flying blind a little bit at the counter. Yeah.
I'll think a minute whether we'll have questions after you or wait, have you come back.
Okay. Generally, I try to make my presentations positive and inspirational. Unfortunately, I think this time I'm going to have to do it a little differently. And I'm doing it because I really appreciate you 100%, each and every one of you. So I think you can handle what I'm going to tell you. All right? So we're going to jump around a little bit too. So our budget has a structural deficit, and it's made up of a lot of different things that are causing this. One of the main, or the first items, is when we have an increase in salaries and benefits that are approved, not by us, but by the county during negotiations, we only receive about half of that increase in our general fund contribution. We're expected to make up the other half on our own. And so year after year, it's like death by 1,000 cuts. We just spend a little bit, a little bit, a little bit every year. So that's one concept that's causing this. Another issue is that we get our overhead rate, and it goes up and down. It's a self-correcting calculation by the Auditor Controller's Office. And so our revenues will peak, and then they'll dive, peak and dive. So it makes it difficult to try to fill all of our funded, unfilled positions. Additionally, when we have a program that's expanding, we don't receive the services and supplies. So when we get to cannabis, that'll be a perfect example where hardware, whether it be programs that we purchase to run the cannabis collections, or cash counters for the treasury, or any kind of hardware, we don't get reimbursed for any of that. And so that's a good segue to cannabis. And so when I say how the general fund is given to our department, and every department's probably like this, to be honest with you. If you receive general fund, probably the departments that are 50-50 are probably the worst susceptible to that. You're going to fall into this category. But when it comes to cannabis, we have licensing, which we have received over 4 years. We've received $6,800 for licensing. For treasury tax and auditing, and this is over a 4-year period, we've received $33,000. So we received $40,000 for cannabis licensing, collections, banking, and auditing over a 4-year period. And so when I say the general fund contribution is death by 1,000 cuts, this is death by a machete. It's really to the point now where it's really affecting our department. And I think, well, I don't want to speak for Mona, but I think that she wants to correct that. But I guess I'll see, because it's getting to the point right now where we can't just paper over the losses that it's causing me departmentally. So let's go to slide 7. And so there's a good example of what we had to do to make our budget whole this year. We unfunded almost 10% of our staff, 4 positions out of 46. And it's a direct result of cannabis. And that's the effect that we're having on our department. And so those positions there, the AOP is a veterans position that we unfunded. The FOP is a treasury tax position we unfunded. The FSA is an IT position that we unfunded. And the PAPG, or the Public Administrator, Public Conservator, I'll try not to use acronyms, that's a case manager we unfunded. So we spread it around, but there's going to be a problem, very, very shortly here. Let's go to 14. So we don't have any service level reductions this year. It's hard to predict the future, but I would say with some certainty you will see service reductions next year if this trend continues for us. And so these are our expansions. Now, unfortunately, when I say I was flying blind, I'm at the counter during tax time. I didn't see what the CEO's presentation was. I was told verbally that there's $300,000 maybe for the board's discretion, and I assume that we talked about the general fund reserves that we have, or not general fund, but county reserves. I mean, managing the pool, I know we've got about a little over $500 million in reserves. And I know $300 million of that is legally restricted, but we have $200 million in committed undesignated. That's your discretion. So I don't know what Mona presented on that this morning, because like I said, I didn't see it, didn't hear it. So I'm saying we do have some expansions there. One is for TOT audits. I think it's important for us to be proactive there. We're doing things, by complaint driven right now on the vacation rentals. It'd be nice to be proactive and actually have people in the field. But additionally, we do have other costs related to it. So when I say overhead, overhead is like myself. Okay, all of my time goes to overhead. All of my IT staff goes to overhead. So whenever we get an expansion like this, without that being addressed properly, there will be a day, if you give me those 4 positions, in a couple of years, I'm probably gonna have to start reducing them because the overhead isn't being covered. Software is not covered. So those are the big things. In fact, I'll give you some, just so you understand. We have a software vendor that helps to account for our collections of cannabis. It's $16,000 a year. So you can see that the 40,000 we received for cannabis didn't even cover, forget staff time, forget overhead, didn't even cover our software costs. That's what we're dealing with in our office. So I guess a good way to look at this, my department. So you're at the restaurant, I'm the waiter, I'm giving you the menu, you tell me what you want to buy, what you want to order. Just don't order the filet and then come back and pay me for the burger. It's not going to work that way. You need to be willing to pay for what you're ordering. And so we can go to the last slide, the accomplishments and challenges, but I think you understand the challenges, so I'm trying not to talk about how great our department is, and I know it's universally understood we're one of the highest performing departments, but the reality is there are some real challenges in our department that need to be addressed, and so I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. Mr. Hagan, just looking at this, I just quickly flipped through a few of these in the section, and obviously, as you probably well know, your department is the least funded as far as budget of all these in this functional group. I think in some ways you're a victim of your own success. You've been considerably efficient and effective, and which is no surprise, but at the same time, you've gotten to the place where you are having these challenges that you are wanting to alert the board. And so I do hear you. Besides these expansion requests that are on slide 13 there, or sorry, 15, what would be your other suggestions on how for your department to address some of these imbalances that you're seeing? And would it be additional positions? Would it be additional allocation for capital costs or other functions within your department? What exactly are you looking for besides what's on the expansion request slide?
Well, Supervisor Nelson through the chair. I think at a minimum, I'd like to have the cannabis fully funded. So meaning the software, meaning the overhead, tax, treasury, and licenses is such a small piece, but if we were fully funded on our operations there, that would be a huge step forward. So I'm not asking to increase our staffing. I think, I'll just say that the people behind me and the people downstairs on the third and the first floor in Santa Maria, they're the reasons why we're still getting done the work that needs to be done. So I'm not asking to increase that, but I think if we were fully funded on the cannabis side, that would give us a better idea of where, we're taking on water. We'd be able to understand where the leaks are coming from.
Sure. So, but going back, you did cannibalize some of your FTEs this last year to balance your budget. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And those are still services that are needed and are functionally what you're looking to restore in the future, or just trying to make sure I understand?
Well, I would say that the public administrator, public guardian could use some additional horsepower. I would say that the TOT, the expansion of that would be an expansion that we could use. The veterans, part of the challenge for the Santa Barbara Veterans Office is that the office itself is deficient, and so we would need different physical space so that they can actually have confidential meetings with potential vets and their families. You can't have an open room where for obviously reasons in HIPAA, where you're all discussing each other's issues. So that's the challenge there. I think the Veterans Advisory Commission made this recommendation to me, so I agree with it, but I know money's tight. If we're just talking about the 300,000 and we're not talking about the unrestricted reserves.
And then my last question is, as far as TOT audits are concerned, do you guys have any metrics or something that you can pull out, that money that you've essentially recouped by going through some of these audits? Have you guys actually pulled that apart separately? I know that we just recently had an audit here before the board that got appealed all the way up to our level, but I imagine there's quite a few others that come through your office that are resolved prior to us ever seeing it. So are you able to quantify that in any way?
I'm always hesitant to do that because the nature of an audit isn't necessarily a revenue generating, that's not your motivation. I understand there's going to be some revenue, I understand that. But our motivation is to make sure that people are in compliance with the ordinance, whether it's a $100 finding or a $100,000 finding. And so I'm always trying to kind of balance that a little bit, not to have that as a fact, in front of me, so it doesn't motivate us to do something. Because I think it is that we want to make sure that people are in compliance. It's not negatively impacting the neighbors. Their tenants are paying for the services they're receiving from us locally. But there is going to be some revenue, definitely, without a doubt. I'm pretty confident about that.
Mr. Hagan, I do appreciate that perspective on it, though. One of the things we're trying to do is make a business case for that expense. And so it does seem that it makes sense from what we've seen just anecdotally at this board in the recent history, that there's an opportunity there for us to recapture more revenue that's lost, and it's actually just is unpaid to the county. That's not necessarily that money is due, and some people skate our system for one reason or another. Some people just need to be reminded, and others get caught. And so I appreciate the work you guys are doing with that program. I know that you guys were way ahead of that before we even had an ordinance in this county, and that was kind of an unfunded position that you did that brought in significant amount of funds to the county from unpaid transit occupancy tax. So thank you for that, and this has been helpful.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, without revealing any trade secrets of how you uncover insufficiently paid TOT, what will this be for? Will it be going after short-term rentals that aren't paying any TOT, or making sure that the people who are paying TOT are paying the proper amount? I mean, tell me a little bit more, because this got my attention because of especially of the hearing, after the hearings last week. The need is out there. My guess is we're only getting a fraction of the short-term rental TOT that's out there, and I'm very interested in how to get that so that we, aren't facing a year where we have $4 million to distribute, or $20 million and $20 million worth of requests.
So Supervisor Williams, through the chair, we would start being proactive with the ones that are not reporting. So included in this, I think it's like $30,000 of that is a software vendor that would be able to would mine the VRBOs and Airbnbs of the world and compare that to who we are receiving TOT from. And so we would start with that list, and I think that's the best place to go, is try to get the ones that aren't complying, because most of the people that are paying, we always refer to them as our business partners. They're the collection arm for us. We're not necessarily, we don't want to audit them and have them pay. It's the people that aren't paying are the ones we're trying to target.
And have you just been able to coordinate with planning and development, because they already have a software, but it obviously doesn't cover everything, right? And so, I'm not opposed to paying for two different softwares if they have two different strengths, right? And two different capabilities, particularly because what I suspect is there's an arms race, between what kind of wording they use on websites and what kind of wording the software uses. But it would just be good to know that you're in communication and have figured out another piece of the puzzle instead of a duplicative piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, that's a good point. We actually work very closely with P&D, and so they will send us lists of people that they're working with as we send them lists of people that we're collecting from. So we both, benefit from each other's, work in that. Yeah.
Great, that's helpful. And then I guess just a question. I've been briefed on the Veteran Services representative's idea it seems really, needed, but can you envision this sort of being a staggered thing? I mean, they've envisioned it as a regional one, right, from its onset. But could you envision it being implemented in a staggered fashion instead of all at once?
Yeah, Supervisor Williams, yeah. In this day and age, trying to hire people, it doesn't happen with a snap of your fingers. I mean, so I think whether we want it to be staggered or not, it would be staggered. And so that's just the reality of the world we're in right now. So I think that's a fair assessment.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you. So I'm kind of confused about, there's 4 positions. It says no service level reductions, but then we're not funding 4 positions. So normally, to me, that would be a service level reduction. So I'm trying to figure out what that means.
So Supervisor Labanino, through the chair, we're not going to be reducing any services. We're not eliminating any kind of programs. Yes, it will have an impact on us, but we have people in our office that are doing 2 jobs. If you remember back in the Mike Brown days, he called them twofers, and we did a lot of that. We still do that in our office. And so I don't believe we will have any degradation in any of our services, to answer your question.
Okay, and I want to have you add on to that too. But so then I think I also need a lot of clarification about $200 million in unrestricted reserves. If you could.
Sure.
I know there's $200 million. I'm not sure it's called, unrestricted reserves.
It's called committed. That's the accounting term.
Okay.
But committed means it's under your discretion.
Correct. So I do have to,
That's just a FIN report I looked at just.
Correct.
When I heard 300,000 or 300,000 was available.
But I think if there's people out there that think that there's, based on what you had just said, that there's $200 million in an unrestricted reserve account that I'm waiting to hand out to whatever department comes up here, which I think is a little bit different than what, it's all just, you're talking about entire discretionary account.
Yes.
Yes,
Right.
okay.
So
Okay.
you're talking all the different funds that make that up.
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
But they're not legally restricted, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah. And then question about, I'm looking at the cannabis revenue, cannabis tax revenue use, and we have a line item in there that is almost 1.7 million for tax collection and program administration. And I'm curious in that, I guess it's a question for Nancy, how much of that goes to treasurer tax collector, or how much of that, where's that go?
Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair, I'm going to have either Wes Welch, who allocates that out, or whoever has it, one of the guys will run that through in detail.
Thank you.
Mr. Welch has the breakdown of that.
So those dollars go to numerous departments. To the TTC specifically, we have 172,000 allocated for a tax compliance enterprise leader, and we have 136,700 allocated to a cannabis collection position that the board added a couple of years ago. In addition to that, they do receive, and I don't have the numbers here, some of the collection revenue that they get for processing permits, et cetera.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So that cannabis cannabis tax collection and compliance officer there was a request last year in last year's budget for it, and I wasn't sure if that's where that came from.
That is that position. It was added last year. That is correct. I believe they have filled it.
Right.
This fiscal year.
Okay, so I think for me personally, going through these budget cycles for so long, I think the way I see it is that you've been good about not asking when other people have asked for a lot, okay? But last year, like you asked for that position to be filled inside and it was funded, and now it's filled. And then when I look at your report, it says that there's no service level reductions. I'm like, okay, things are moving along in the right direction. So, but it sounds like if you've got a lot different perspective than what your report shows me. So I'm kind of stuck.
So the question that should have been asked to Wes is how much have they given of that budget? So the budget's there, but the funding hasn't come with it. The funding comes when it's determined I need it. And so because the funding hasn't come, the positions got eliminated.
Okay.
I'd like Paul, our budget chief, to respond to that if you can.
Thanks, Mona. So our practice has been, as your board knows, the cannabis revenues come into Department 990. We hold it in fund balance. They are distributed out in the budget or allocated in the budget. When we come to the end of the year, as we treat most of these fund balance allocations out of 990, if a department, we look at what has been spent and that's what's actually allocated out, not the budget amount, but what's actually been spent. In the cannabis program, specifically in Treasurer, because they already have a department positive NFI at year end, they typically have been turning back in revenue at year end, general fund dollars unspent that come back to unallocated that are used for one time in the following year. We don't typically send additional revenue over from cannabis because it would increase that NFI further, and it would still fall down to the bottom line and come back to unallocated line 9940. So we've kept it in cannabis to allocating out. We're changing that practice at the end of this fiscal year, and we will be allocating out to the department everything that they have billed to cannabis. So they code like all departments. They've got program codes. For the cannabis program, we will be looking at those and allocating out up to the budgeted amount what has come in. Wes likely knows, I don't know if we need to get into it, but what has been, billed each year. It's less than the budgeted amount each year, but Mr. Hagan's correct. We haven't been allocating that or distributing that out to the department at year end because there's already a positive NFI in the department.
Okay, this probably, I don't know if this is the place to do this, but I got to figure out, I don't understand that enough that it sounds like a complicated accounting thing, but if we're losing positions because of this, I'm interested, so. But.
And supervisors, again, we're not trying to shortchange Mr. Hagan's department. And we had our budget discussions with him about this, and we are meeting, I think we have a meeting planned for Monday to make sure we're all on the same page. And I think what Mr. Clementi is saying is because they return so much general fund back that they don't spend, that the issue is that they could use that rather than putting more cannabis revenue. But we'll correct that to make sure that his office is comfortable so they understand how the budget's working. But if you go back to that slide on the 4 positions that Mr. Hagan talked about, when we appreciate Mr. Hagan, again, trying to always be financially responsible and live within his budget. There's a good news story as well, and that was he mentioned that after people loaded their budgets, the overhead rate basically distributed by the auditor came in. And maybe Mr. Clementi or Wes, you can talk about that. Just so it means that there's actually more revenue than is portrayed in these slides.
That's correct. Their ICRP rate went up about 17%. So I think Leanne and I spoke, and it was approximately an additional $200,000 in ICRP revenue based on how they calculate that.
Okay.
And Mr. Welch, could you just talk about the positions then that we funded in the past?
Sure. So yes, as far as the cannabis positions, we do have the 2. Mr. Clementi was correct. Our practice has not been to transfer the cannabis tax revenue if a department has a positive NFI and is already turning money back into the general fund. Additionally, a few years back, excuse me, let me pull up there was a public admin conservator 1 that was added back in 1920, and then we did in 1617, there was a veterans position that was also added. Several of those positions haven't been, the ones that we are currently cutting have not been funded in 2 or 3 fiscal years, so they've been vacant funded positions for a little while.
Funded, but not vacant. I mean,
Yeah,
funded.
you mean filled, not
Right,
funded. yes.
correct. I got you. Okay, well, I guess my last, it looks like we opened a big old can of worms here, but I'm glad you brought it up so we could address it. But for me, it's the veteran service officers, extremely important. I work closely with the veterans groups. I've heard from many of them that this is something near and dear to them. And I also I've seen before as chair, I think it comes to the chair, a report from the Department of Veterans Affairs every year on the amount of benefits that have been doled out to our veterans that either didn't know or unaware of that certain benefit that they would be able to get. And because of the great work of our veteran service officers, those benefits have been realized. I know it doesn't come back to the county, but it does go out into the community and is spent in our county. So, and since those benefits have been well earned, I do support adding on. As Supervisor Williams says, I'm not sure if 3 at the beginning. I need a better idea before we get to the final budget of where the assets are, where the veterans are, and how we move those people around to make sure that we're getting the best bang for our buck.
Mr. Hagan, did you want to add anything more about the veterans' positions?
Chair Hartman, I fully believe that they are needed and they will be utilized. And the state metrics would support that. When you look at other counties and what they have as far as veteran service reps to veterans in the community, we are somewhere between 5 and 6 is where the metrics would come in. So we're currently at 3. And one thing I do want to follow up, and just to make sure it's clear, what Wes said about the ICRP is absolutely correct. And that's one of the challenges in our office is that it'll go up, it'll spike. So if I hire someone based upon knowing we've got $200,000 of additional revenue, the next year I'll be letting that person go. And that's the challenge, and that's why we keep certain positions open to kind of smooth that out, the peaks and valleys. So that's the full story on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't see any more lights, and what I'd like to do now is go to public comment while we have you here. Madam Clerk?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman and members of the board. We do have 2 requests to speak on the treasurer tax collector, and I would like to note for members of the public, we will have another opportunity for public comment on the remainder of the general government and support services. And we are going to remain here in Santa Barbara. We are going to Alvin Salgi to be followed by Alejandra Sanchez. Alvin?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Alvin Salgi, the Chair of the Santa Barbara County Veterans Advisory Commission and the Board Secretary of the newly formed Santa Barbara County Veterans Collaborative and the Commander of Solvang VFW Post. We, the Veterans Advisory Commission, took the initiative to add the 3 county veteran service representatives, or VSRs, as reflected in the letter that we sent you when the feedback from the collaborative and veterans indicated that adding the 3 VSRs would improve the help that the over 20,000 county veterans receive in getting their VA and California Department of Veterans Affairs care and benefits. Rhonda Murphy, VSO, and Carrie Garrison and Joe Fletcher, VSRs, have done an exceptional job in their locations in Santa Maria, Lompoc, and Santa Barbara. However, they have no backup personnel to help veterans when they are out of the office, thus delaying the times the veterans can visit them to get assistance with obtaining their benefits. We in the Veterans Collaborative have efforts to inform more county veterans who don't know about the assistance that the VSO and the VSRs provide, which would increase their workload. These California veteran services are extremely important to assist the men and women who volunteered to serve their country and even willing to give up their lives to protect the United States of America. Even now, California National Guard members are deployed to Eastern Europe to prevent the escalation of Russia's attack on the Ukraine. The California state, as you probably know, would partially offset the cost of these additional VSRs, in addition to providing funding for the process of the VA and the CalVet applications. We request that you, the Board of Supervisors, approve the treasurer tax collector's public administrator budget item to add 3 VSRs for the 2022-2023 fiscal year.
Thank you very much.
And we will now go to our final speaker on the treasurer tax collector's presentation, and that's Alejandra Sanchez. Alejandra?
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for your time. I'm Alejandra Sanchez. I am 100% service-connected Iraq veteran with concurrent diagnoses of not only post-trauma, but of a neurological condition due to chemical exposure during service, which has not only affected my cognitive abilities, my speech abilities, and intermittently my abilities to read and write, which has made it very challenging. I not only stand before you as a Iraq veteran, but I'm a former VA employee. Not recently, but I also retired from Department of Treasury due to medical reasons for my time in service. Joe Fletcher and Carrie have been amazing and were imperative in the process. Yet my care and benefits were significantly delayed due to current shortages. But without them, I would still be waiting with the VA for services. Not only do they provide assistance with the VA, but they work to hold the VA accountable to current VA policy and protocol. As a past employee and a government employee who's knowledgeable in the I was able to detect when I suspected I was told incorrect information, either intentionally or unintentionally, by my VA social worker. In a short recap, I attempted to get service from February of 2021 and requested a social worker assistance applying for aid and assistance. None was given. It was not until March 23rd of 2022, due to Carrie's assistance, I was able to file for aid and assistance. My VA social worker letting me know that they only had one program called caregiving, and I did not qualify for that. I said I understood. Was there another program VA funded that I could qualify for or at least apply? She said no. If it wasn't for Joe Fletcher or Carrie, I would not have applied. When I went to Carrie's office, she submitted the forms for me immediately. I observed, excuse me. While I was in the waiting room, I observed so many HIPAA violations due to the shortage of personnel building space. There was about 10 veterans that were waiting. All of us happily waived our rights because we were so desperate for service. And Carrie was so backed up with about 10 people waiting. While I waited for over a year for care, my condition deteriorated. I'm not able to even call some time, and they would not even give me a social worker. If not for your VSRs, I would not have been directed to the patient experience and to fill these paperwork. Currently, my mother had to come on emergency leave and come care for me. She dressed me today. I'm not able to do certain things. Certain things I am able to do, like the privilege of speaking here on behalf of our veterans. And not only our veterans, our family. The family, not only the veterans serve, but the family members serve. And not only for the family members, but the community. I also had the privilege of serving as a nonprofit to help other veterans, and I met a woman whose son was killed in the borderline shooting. If you're familiar with the borderline shooting, it was a veteran who was waiting for care and in the desperation committed a horrible act. That affected so many. I know I'm running out of time and I had a lot of other things to say, but the delay in my services with the concurrent diagnoses that I have and the lack of VA adherence to protocol stemmed me to ask for a congressional inquiry with the Office of Salud Carvajal, and I'm now working with Erica Reyes and Wendy Moto. I wanted to come here and implore to you, I have more time, see, I now understand. Implore to you and plead for funding, full funding for 3 additional VSRs. 2 would not be enough. Each office needs a backup person. Now that I see
It's actually overtime.
Thank you for extending my time. I really appreciate
thank you for your powerful testimony.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on the treasurer tax collector.
So do we have additional questions for Mr. Hagan?
Chair, I didn't have any other questions, but, you know, I think it is important, and I was really glad to hear that there's going to be a meeting, because I was going to ask, that was going to be some of the staff direction I give, is that I don't think it's that, there seems to be a miscommunication somewhere or something. So I'm glad that you guys are sitting down and hammering it out, and hopefully by the time we get to the firm budget, you know, we get a strong recommendation based on where we would put those VSRs and how many actually would make sense at this point. So thank you.
And I have two thoughts here. The first is I'm not sure if we don't have enough people advising, or whether the issues are really the VA and that they are, where was the delay coming? Are people waiting in line to talk to our veteran services officers, or are they waiting because they can't get a social worker from the VA?
So Chair Hartman, I would say my opinion is that the VA is definitely behind, and I'm not going to try to draw any conclusions of why, but the fact is they are. Our veteran service reps probably could use some assistance, because they do get behind, and they get, you know, people stacked up in their waiting rooms and so on and so forth. So I think the answer to both questions is yes. You can't solve the VA question though, but at least we can keep the people moving in our, you know, waiting rooms and our, you know.
And the second issue is privacy. And what do we have to do in the office in Santa Barbara to ensure that people can talk to their worker in private?
Yeah, so the office in Santa Barbara, it's a two-room, small little, the first room is a small little room that has like a reception desk. We try to use veteran service work studies. There are people that can return phone calls, make appointments, but they can't meet with people. Joe Fletcher, he is in the private office in back, which is about twice the size of the reception. But we can't really have another person there because it's just one big open room. So there's no privacy when you're meeting with multiple people. That's the challenge there. Lompoc, there's one office in front, that's a receptionist. Carrie's office is private, and then the other office, if anyone's familiar with Joni Gray when she was in there, is a file room. So there's really only one private space there where the veteran service rep can meet. Santa Maria is a lot different. Rhonda's office is the old Strawberry Commissioner building attached to Planning and Development on Foster Road. It's got several private offices in there. So that would be the first place that if we were to be given funding for additional reps, that would be the first one there. But we really need to work on better space, especially in Santa Barbara.
Yes, and so coming from me, that I hear that, and I would like us to look into how we might do that going forward.
Yeah.
So I don't see any other lights, so I believe that's it for today, and thank you so much for staying. And
Well, and thank you all, and I want to say I'm sorry if I start picking at some scabs, but just thanks you for listening, but it felt like something had to be said. Yeah, it's a little out of character for me. Usually I'm a little easygoing, but.
Thank you very much. So turning to Clerk Recorder Assessor, Mr. Holland.
Yes, Chair Hartman, members of the board, Joe Holland, County Clerk Recorder Assessor. And in the room there, we have Dylan.
Hold just one moment while your team here gets set up. Sorry to call you before they're in their chairs.
Okay, well, I can introduce them while they're sitting down. So we have Dylan Teacotts, he's our fiscal manager. And I believe Susan Morrison is in. She's our chief deputy assessor. And then on Zoom, we have Melinda Green, who's chief deputy clerk recorder, and Renee Bischoff, who you all know, chief deputy of elections. And so if you just let me know when they're ready, we'll go.
They are ready now.
Okay, Dylan, do you want to start with the slides?
Can you see the slides, Mr. Holland?
No, I cannot.
We're seeing them here.
All right, well then. Okay, so the clerk recorder assessor is really 3 divisions or 3 departments. They all do 3 pretty much separate things. And then we also have an admin division. So here's some of our key challenges. One, the ongoing from year to year, I report to your board, is the assessor staffing challenges. We're down 6 FTEs over the last few years. In elections, one of the challenges is AB 37, which was recently passed and signed by the governor, which requires us to go all vote by mail now for every election. And what we are looking forward to in 23-24 is moving to the Voters' Choice Act, where we would have 25 vote centers. In addition, 25 vote centers, because we'd be all vote by mail. Right now, we still have a poll-based methodology. But where we are right now, it's very challenging because right now for the June 7th election, we are short 200 poll workers. One other challenge that we've had, you all may have heard about Prop 19, and in some counties across the state, they're having trouble processing the applications for Prop 19. The State Board of Equalization actually did not come out with guidance until February of 2022. Well, I'm happy to report we processed over 60% of our 320 applications. The outstanding applications, we have to wait for other counties to get back to us and for those folks that are actually filing the applications to return questionnaires. If we go to the next slide, Dylan. COVID-19 impacts the, our main impact with COVID-19 was for the assessor, we had to have staff go off site, as many departments did, but most of our real property files are still paper-based. So we were able to do a lot online, but we're putting together a project now to start digitally scanning our property files. We go to slide 4. So here's our budget. You can see $21.1 million, 11.7 general fund contribution, or about 55%. If we go to the next slide, Dylan. These are a couple of projects that we have going on. We actually were able to digitize a bunch of deeds that we had in the assessor's office. So we're expanding our conference room there, which is going to be very much needed. And then there's $70,000 for a clerk recorder map storage project. Next slide. So this slide really just gives you another way of looking at our budget. You can see again about 55% general fund contribution, but we get a good chunk of our money charging for services. And then this slide shows the breakdown per each one of the divisions / departments. And one thing that I always like to point out is clerk recorder at 3.9 million, almost 20% of the budget. That is entirely fee driven. There is no general fund in the clerk recorder. Next slide. And so on this slide, it's our staffing for the department. And you can see that we're adding 4 FTEs, but I really want to point out those FTEs are within the clerk recorder, again, non-general fund, and just some of the demand in clerk recorder has gone up. And so we needed to hire 4 more people to help meet that demand. And this slide just is another way of looking at the general fund contribution, but in a bar graph format. Next slide. Been a challenging year. We have accomplished a lot, and we got a lot of anticipated accomplishments. One of the biggest challenges that we've already, as you know, done some of it is the redistricting of the supervisorial district. So I know we had the redistricting commission and they figured it out, but then once they get their work done, then we have to precinct all that. So that's a lot of work. And there's still redistricting going on for all the cities for the November election. Another accomplishment that we're currently putting in place is electronic campaign filing. So we're transitioning into that as we speak. And then an ongoing story that you hear every year is our assessor property system. We are continually upgrading that. What you do is you upgrade one module, then you move on to the next module, and then by the time you get them all done, you go back to the first one. And so one of the ones that we're looking to implement is a new maps module, which should be coming up soon. Next slide. So again, one of the basic challenges, our assessor property system is upgrading that. We're going to put in some new valuation models that'll help us actually assess property or appraise it. And then we have a new unsecured module that is we developed in-house. It was about 15, 20 years ago, but it's ready to get upgraded. And so we're doing an unsecured module 2.0, and that's your business personal property predominantly. Can we go to the next slide, Dylan? And then our Renew 22, we continue to focus on all our projects there in addition to all the other projects we're working on. But one of the main goals is to retain, if you can go to the next slide, Dylan, is retain employees. And I think we've done a really good job at that. We're, 86 to 90% retention rate, which is really important. And then I'm not going to go through all the performance measures, but I will point out that in 2020, for the turnout for the presidential election, you can see there 87% turnout. We have consistently in Santa Barbara County for presidential general elections, we get over 82, 84, 87%. And what's interesting about this 87%, that's 87% of 235,000 registered voters, which is a record in and of itself. And that's because now you have conditional voter registration, you got new motor voter. So our voting rolls have gone up. And it's nice to see that our turnout has been consistent. And you can also see that for the, I think the recall election, we had about a 64% turnout, which was good compared to statewide. Next, Ellen, no service level reductions. This is just a brief summary, which I won't go over. And then this is our quote. The secret to change is to focus all of your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Do any board members have questions for Mr. Holland or any of his team? Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Holland. And I was just hoping somebody in your office could weigh in on, it was, we had the outlook for property tax growth into the over the last 5 years and into the future. And I was just asking, it just seems anecdotally, housing prices are up, there's a lot more movement, people are selling homes that haven't been sold in 20 years and reestablishing a new base, but we haven't really seen a huge year yet. I mean, we've been hanging around 4%, which is fine, but I'm wondering, how come we don't see that one big year?
I'll Supervisor Lavagnino through the chair. We'll just kind of have to wait to see. I hate to be so ambiguous, but this surge in prices is fairly recent. It is, in talking to realtors, it is still continuing, although things have slowed down significantly from what I understand with the increase in interest rates. The mortgage rates have gone up, which kind of slows everything down. The other thing that we're just going to have to kind of wait and see is that there's been very little inventory. So while some of these houses are selling at unheard of prices, there's very little inventory. So that's kind of driving up the prices also because there's not that much to buy. We'll have to see. I know you were looking at that chart earlier this morning about the history of the assessed value. And I remember back in 2005 through 2008, telling the board that, look, you're getting 7, 8, 9, 10, 11% increases. Don't think this is going to continue. You need to look at these as one-time monies. And sure enough, once that recession hit, it wiped it all out. And one of the things that we like to, I don't know, joke about in the assessor's office is that when property values go up, then they typically go down. And then we are required to lower those assessments. Hopefully that won't be the case here, but we'll just have to wait and see. So I'm sorry I don't have a better answer for you, but we'll just have to kind of wait and see how it kind of all plays out over the next 6 months to a year.
Okay, I don't see any more questions, Mr. Holland. So thank you to you and your team.
Thank you.
And next is Auditor Controller, Ms. Schaefer.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm going to try and respond to the property tax revenue question before I start on my departmental presentation, if that's okay. Sure. And you have to forgive me if you already know all this, but I'm just going to try and address that question. In three things, and again, I know you already know this, but I'm just going to repeat what you already know. But there's a big difference between market value and assessed value, okay? And the market value out there is showing these big, broad numbers. But the assessed value is based on history. It's based on historical stuff. So we just have to sort of remember that. And what's actually changing hands right now is only on average about 7.5% of our total assessed value. So, or our properties, if that makes sense. So over 90% of our properties are not changing value, okay? So 90% of our assessed value is still at historical rates. So if you bought your home 10 years ago, 20 years ago, then that's the value that the property is being assessed on, okay? So that's one thing. The other is there's a timing lag, a timing difference. So when properties do change hands, it takes about 90 to 180 days in order for us to see that sort of uptick in revenue in our supplemental taxes. And Nancy talked about that a little bit earlier, that we're showing an increase in supplemental, which is a good thing. And the other thing about timing is that on January 1 is our lien date. And that's the date where we do an assessment of all the values of the property. And then we don't see that revenue, though, until right now, right? Harry just came and said today's a busy day. So we'll see it in December and April for the property values of January. So I don't know if that helps at all, but that's sort of, there's a time lag, and we just have to remember that the change in property is really sort of small with respect to the overall.
I appreciate that. That helps. It just seems that there's a lot more property changing hands than there has historically when we were, I mean, I wasn't here since I've got here. I've killed property tax, it seems like, because I look back, I'm like, what'd they do with all that money? They used to have 11, 12, 13%. And I was here for the 0 to happy with 4.5% now. But I can't imagine there was a time when more property changed hands than now, but maybe I just have a short memory, but.
I don't know. Well, and like Joe says, we'll see. Yeah. But on average, that's what changes hands.
Okay. Thank you.
I was also told 10 minutes only, so I'm going to try and stick with that.
That doesn't count, though. Your answer to the question doesn't count.
I do want to obviously thank the board and Mona's office for just, entertaining our budget this year. It's another status quo budget. I also want to thank our analyst, Stephen Yee, and the whole budget and research team. They do a great job with just kind of counseling us through our budget. I also want to thank my team here. I have Lamont Grissom, he's new to our office. He's actually been here throughout COVID. He started, in February, I think, and then COVID hit, and then he helped handle all of our distribution of our staff. Distribution, not a good word, but our outflow of staff to their various homes. So he did a great job with that, and he's been doing our budget and sort of hiding over these 2 years in the pandemic. So, and also thank you to Ed Price, the assistant auditor controller, really the best assistant I could ever have. And Juan Izquierdo, he's our financial reporting division chief, and he's really helps and works with the CEO's office on the budget, just balancing, making sure things are reconciled and per policy. Really appreciate everybody's work there. And I also just want to thank the whole AC team. When we step back, this budget is really for them. 92% of our budget is staffing related. So really want to thank you guys back at home. All right, so our budget is 4 different divisions, our budget programs. We have administration and support, audit services, accounting services, and financial reporting. And accounting services represents, we have payroll in there, we have general accounting in there, we have property tax, which I just talked about, and I'm missing someone, some division, some function there, but okay, next slide. So our key challenges and emerging issues, they're in 3 basic categories. The first one is information systems and technology infrastructure. As you probably know, we are helping to deliver the countywide financial services, which includes the new ERP. And we are, while we're doing that, we're also needing to support our legacy information systems. Staffing and team development, this has been something that I think all the departments have talked about, but really maintaining continuity and timeliness of our operations through staffing changes and normal staffing changes, promotions, retirements, training, rotations. And recruiting and developing and retaining highly qualified staff to support operations. And really, we get a lot of special requests for our staff. We appreciate that, but it is a challenge to meet those needs. Also, keeping current with complex accounting rules and financial reporting and federal state grants. So the rules keep getting complicated. I have examples there. COVID and disaster monies. We're the office accounting for that, making sure that it's all accounted for correctly. I have ARPA, COVID relief funds, which is the CARES Act also, and all the special leaves that you guys have seen be incorporated these past couple of years. And all the very exciting and important accounting rules through the GASBs, lease accounting, and financial reporting model. That's coming up soon. Our summary budget there, oh, I'm sorry, our COVID-19 impacts. Two primary impacts: we fully maximized our IT infrastructure. We were able to align with health protocols by emphasizing teleworking options for the entirety of the pandemic for 92% of our staff. And then we leveraged existing paperless processes to support countywide work from home operations. So people were able to do their timesheets and pay their bills from wherever they were at. And then we focused on maintaining a customer service culture and an engaged staff throughout the pandemic. We did a couple new things. We created this all-staff meeting, and we also redesigned our new auditor training and development program to work virtually, and our new employee orientation program to also work in a digital environment. And I will say those are Lamont's words, digital environment. Our budget summary, we're almost at $10 million. 84% of it is general fund. And again, I just really want to thank you for giving us general fund money. We're at 49 FTEs. That's up a couple, and I'll talk about that, but they're up for the ERP project. Our source of funding, again, general fund contribution, 84%. Our next big revenue at $1 million is charges for services, and those are primarily property tax related. Our use of operating funds, primarily for accounting services, which I mentioned earlier, that represents 70% of our budget, and the other three budget programs, administration, financial reporting, and audit services, are the remaining budget. Our staffing summary, we are up 2 people. We were added 2 FTEs, I think it was in November, December, for the ERP project to work on that. So thank you. Our next slide there is just the bar chart showing general fund contribution with respect to all the other revenues. Again, 8.4 million at 84% of our budget. Our anticipated accomplishments through June 30, 2022. We want to continue to serve as one of the lead departments for the countywide ERP project. We want to continue to improve our advanced analytical and audit procedures being applied to our county's disbursements. We want to continue activities to strengthen and reinforce the culture of customer service and teamwork. We want to continue to provide opportunities for division chief leadership training. We want to complete our GASB 87 implementation for leases, and we will hopefully have achieved all of our payroll system modifications for the COVID rules and MOU provisions. So for next year, the headers on the next 2 slides really come from our department's vision statement. So under a well-run county, we want to continue to develop our staff in leadership and management through the Human Resources OTD, or Organizational and Talent Development Division of HR. We want to continue to distribute over $1 billion in property taxes to local agencies. Under a financially sound county, we want to provide countywide financial information necessary to make decisions that impact services to the community. We want to provide leadership and support to the ERP project through implementation, and an informed public. We want to publish our financial highlights timely, hopefully timely this year. And then the next page, continuing on, a knowledgeable and effective staff. So we want to coordinate and facilitate our next class of our new auditor training and development program. I always say, that's one of the important programs of our office. We've had almost 80 people go through that training program since 1991, and I was the first class of that. So I always say the math doesn't work, so I don't know how that happened. And we want to continue to provide opportunities for division chief leadership training. And then just be a model county department. We want to promote employee health, wellness, quality of life. I'll add diversity to that. We want to maintain and strategically enhance all of our applications that serve multiple departments and county agencies. And then, again, continue to establish activities that strengthen and enforce our culture of customer service and teamwork. The next couple slides are the countywide Renew 22 goals, and I think we've met all of those, so I'm going to keep going. The next slide. On those. Our performance measures, again, I don't know if there's anything here. I just want to point out there's only 4 measures here, but the big one really is about just automating our disbursements. You know, we show that under the ACH, our accounts payable stuff, and then we also have the annual payroll our payroll disbursements to employees. We just want to keep that high all the time and try and do as much electronic processing as we can. You know, I'll point out the 6 EU classes. I don't know if you know this. My office teaches 3 accounting classes twice a year. And that's, we have all of the accounting, we try to have as many accounting, new accounting staff go through that as possible. So. We have no service level reductions. And then in summary, you know, I added this back in there. We had a different one last year, but I'll just say, you know, I want to continue to serve as the leading financial management resource of the county. And our long-term vision, including, you know, a well-run and financially sound county, an informed public, and a model county department with knowledgeable and effective staff. You know, I'll say that's unchanged since the early or mid-90s, and I think that continues on. And we want to continue to be governed by the overriding principles of fiscal integrity, objectivity, customer service, and continuous improvement. So can't argue with that as the auditor controller. And a final quote here by Nelson Mandela. I think it's kind of a famous quote, but there is nothing like returning to a place that remains unchanged to find the ways in which you yourself have altered. And you know, when I was thinking about it, I thought about this boardroom. This is exactly the same as, you know, 2 years ago when we were here. But I think all of us in this room have changed, you know, in many ways. I'll say my waistline is the biggest one. But. All right, I'm happy to entertain questions.
Thank you. So are there any questions for Ms. Schaefer? Supervisor Williams.
I just appreciate your diligence. You know, these departments that are headed by a separate elected official are always strange for us. We want to make sure we have the right partnership, knowing that you know, when things go well, you know, we get about 0% of the credit, but when things go poorly, we get 50% of the blame, and neither of them are accurate. So, you know, I appreciate the partnership.
And I just wanted to say, I don't think I appreciated how much ARPA, and I mean, you have to do a lot in auditing with the state and federal money that's coming through. And when we have emergencies, that adds to your workload. And then ARPA money, we have to get it exactly right. So I can imagine you've had a bigger workload lately than even in the past.
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, thank you, and to your whole team. It's kind of an unsung role, but it's behind the scenes, but it goes to our financial integrity, and it's extremely important. So we really appreciate it.
Great, thank you.
And next is Human Resources. Ms. De Guevara. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thanks for the note. That's good. Okay, good afternoon. So,
Post-pandemic consequences have forever changed our workforce, and the county is not exempt. We too are experiencing these effects. My name's Maria Elena de Guevara. I'm the county's HR director. And with me today are Yvonne Torres, the assistant HR director, Joe Pisano, employee relations director, and Dawn Wynn, HR business manager. And I have a couple of HR team members here, and the rest are on Zoom. Hello, everyone. And this afternoon, I will present significant workplace challenges and issues that we are facing and will continue to face into the next fiscal year. I will also report on consequential outcomes that these challenges have created and will provide actions to best position the county for future success. And hopefully I advance this. Good. Okay. There have been plenty of headlines, both locally and nationally, on the Great Resignation. A December 2021 jobless survey indicated that approximately 25% of employees across all markets will seek new jobs in 2022. There are many reasons for this. Among them are employees wanting higher pay, of course, better benefits, improved work-life benefit, post-pandemic fatigue, early retirement, and even entrepreneurship. A digital survey indicated that 35% of all employees who quit in 2021 left to start their own businesses. And of course, among the reason for the Great Resignation had to do with a lack of childcare. Several surveys found that the pandemic pushed working mothers out of the workforce at a higher rate than working fathers. The combination of all these reasons led to the shrinking talent pool, which is challenge number 2. NeoGov is the county's applicant tracking vendor. They indicated that all industry sectors are feeling the pain of staffing shortages to some extent. However, the problem is more acute for entry-level positions, especially those with public-facing positions. This, of course, has impacts for us as a county. With demand outstripping supply across different professions, employers have had to live with significant vacancies, and by default, that has created flatter organizations. Additionally, the pandemic accelerated an increased utilization of digital tools, and that has had the lasting benefit of improving employee collaboration, decision-making, and information flow. But it also decreased the dependency on hierarchy and bureaucracy, which created flattening of organizations. And lastly, historically, we know that times of great crisis has led to times of great innovation, and the pandemic was no exception. According to research by McKinsey & Company, the period during the pandemic dramatically accelerated the adoption of new technologies for several organizations. As a result, many employers permanently altered the way they interact and do business with applicants, customers, and the workforce. The county has already rolled out several new technologies in a short period of time, and more is yet to come. This digital transformation will require the continued upskilling and reskilling of the workforce. So from here on out, this training of, or as Lamont will probably appreciate, as Betsy said, building the digital literacy of our workforce will become an organizational responsibility. The significant and compelling consequences of these challenges has resulted in shifting priorities of employees and escalating expectations of our candidates. This shift in expectations has created what we're calling in our business a candidate-driven market. So you might wonder, what do I mean by a candidate-driven market? Well, as I mentioned, the aftermath of the pandemic prompted people to reevaluate their lifestyles and career priorities, and this fed the Great Resignation. As the Great Resignation continues to have a highly negative impact on the talent supply chain demands across all industries, today's candidates have a higher leverage when it comes to deciding who their next employer will be and under what conditions they will work. What you see here are the candidate and employee post-COVID workplace expectations. Candidates are expecting a higher, candidates and employees are expecting a higher than average applicant and employee experience. This means that they want digital communication. That means things have to be mobile, a laptop is not even what they're looking for. They want to be able to carry things and texting. And that means that we need to be utilizing more of an inside, what I'm calling an inside up and local pipeline strategies. Applicants are looking for comprehensive and competitive employee benefits, which of course includes wages. They're looking for a strong emphasis on well-being. In today's Monday Morning Connect, which is our internal newsletter, our very own Tim Smith, our OTD manager, wrote that a recent global study found there's been a 42% decline in people's mental health. Specifically, people are indicating that they are emotionally exhausted. We heard from our own CEO in her slide with the rubber bands that people are stretched. And so we, as employers, what our candidates are looking for in their next employers, that they're looking for well-being, and they're looking for employers that will provide information and support around mental health and an open culture that supports mental health. Applicants and employees want relevant and accessible technology. A large part of our workforce grew up with technology. I'm still trying to figure out my remote control at home, let alone the employees that just grew up with it. I think earlier today we heard Wendy say that 2-year-old's probably teaching their parent how to use the technology. It's not a far stretch of the truth. And so applicants are thinking, what, I don't have this? What do you mean I don't have this digital tool to do my work? So it has to be relevant and accessible. And they're expecting it before they even get to the workplace on day one. Applicants and employees are looking for meaningful versus performative DEI efforts. Applicants want to see strong DEI values that are driving meaningful organizational actions and systemic change. And they also want to see tangible workplace flexibility in the form of policies and management practices. So HR staff across the county have begun to really feel the tension between the challenges and these expectations and the stressors of still managing aspects of the pandemic, like the testing and the leave provisions that are still with us, all while trying to focus on strategies to keep the county competitive and relevant in a candidate-driven market. So I think that this next slide really represents your county HR staff across all the departments. Yep, pretty much sums it up. That pre-pandemic, we were pretty calm. And now we're your organizational warriors, that's for sure. I'm not quite sure what the third photo will look like after the ERP implementation, but it'll be interesting to see what we look like then. I'm going to be turning the presentation over to Don Nguyen, who will go through the details of the HR budget. And before he does, just want you to know that Don has been preparing the HR budget for the last 18 to 19 years. He's been the guy in the background, always getting it done. But today he comes before you to present his work, because after today, Don will be putting the budget binder away for good, and he'll be transitioning his duties to another HR team member, because he will be leading the department into a new era. Don will be the department lead for the ERP project. And so I wanted to give him the opportunity to actually show his wares to you today. And I want to thank Don and express my gratitude for his support, for all his 19 years of budget expertise and knowledge, and for his willingness to continue to grow and to lean into this next challenge. Don?
Thank you very much. So the Human Resources operating budget is $9.2 million. Of that, it's $6.5 million in general fund contribution. The department is set to have 33 full-time equivalents for fiscal year 22-23. And we have no expansion requests. I won't spend a lot of time on these slides, but if there are any questions, please feel free to ask. As you can see, a large proportion of our budget is general fund. The $1.8 million miscellaneous revenue is tied to the county self-funded dental plan, and that's just premiums collected for claims. This is the division of our budget amongst our divisions. Again, you'll see the employee insurance, that's the self-funded dental plan. Here's our staffing summary for the last several years. The increase from the 2021-22 adopted to the 22-23 recommended is made up of a team project leader that was actually added in the current fiscal year as the ERP backup to me. And we are also adding a 0.25 FTE AOP, which will bring an existing 0.75 FTE AOP up to a full-time position to support our employment and workforce planning division, which is where our recruiting division sits. Again, this is just sort of another view of the general fund and operating revenues. So for anticipated accomplishments for this year, first of all, like all of the departments, Human Resources accomplished this in a COVID environment, specifically for us, implementing and administering the new COVID testing protocol for our county employees. We were able to reach, I'm going to give credit to Joe. Joe was able to reach agreements with 7 of our unions, which will provide increased stability for the county as we know what's coming in the next couple of years. The HR department also worked on several automation projects to maximize the tools that we have, even though we're in the beginning of prepping for the ERP. We want to make sure that we're utilizing the technology we have available to be as effective as possible. And our benefit and wellness division implemented several new programs, but I wanted to point out one in specific, which is the GotZoom Student Loan Relief Program, which assists county employees by matching them up with over 70 federal student loan repayment and loan forgiveness programs. The slide here says it saved $1.3 million since implementation. We actually got additional data since this slide was finalized. So over the last 2 quarters, county employees are projected to save approximately $2.2 million over the life of their loans through participating in this. So we're pretty excited about that. That's you know, not chicken scratch. So we're pretty pleased with that. On this slide, this is sort of categorized in a couple of areas. One is obviously HR's commitment to workforce development. We've offered a lot of new classes a lot of new leadership classes, including the Emerging Executive program, but also working on classes for multiple levels within the organization. And also being committed to the county's diversity and inclusion efforts, the joint framework, developing a DEI advisory council. So those efforts are ongoing. Departmental goals for next year. Again, these are tied to the challenges and issues that Maria Elena just addressed. Revitalizing employee benefits, which really means trying to focus those benefits on ways to better meet the changing expectation and needs of the county workforce. We talked about improving the applicant and employee experience. Again, we can't quite do all of this at one time, but we are working on modernizing our management and leadership job titles and job classification structure. And we are partnering with the General Services and IT Department to work on all of the county's IT classifications as well. So we're going to continue that as an ongoing process. Working on employee well-being, again, especially focusing on efforts that support employees' mental health. And again, embracing the integration of technology, which goes beyond just implementing the technology, but also making sure that we have the mechanisms in place to train county staff on how to get the best use out of that technology and integrate that into their own workflow, so that it becomes, so that they're utilizing that to its greatest extent. Accelerating the commitment to equity and inclusion. I believe Maria Elena is coming back to the board in early May to address that in more detail. But we are devoting resources to that to make sure that we're moving that process forward. And then doubling down on workplace flexibility and hybrid work. Again, that goes back to the idea that this is what people are looking for when they're exploring jobs and trying to find a home for themselves in a workplace. Here are Renew 22 goals. Again, I won't spend a lot of time on this, but the HR department was able to successfully achieve our Renew 22 goals for this year. In our performance measures, I do want to point out a couple of things here on this slide. The average business days between approval, recruitment, and list certification, I think you can see the spike there. This has primarily been tied to the shortage of qualified applicants, which is requiring us to keep more and more of our recruitments open on a continuous basis, and that's increasing the length of time it takes to hire. And I think you've heard from many of the departments today about that being their experience as well. And then the average business days between opening and closing employee relations investigations. We had somewhat of an interesting scenario this year where several employees filed complaints that triggered an investigation and then went out on leave. And so we cannot complete the investigations until the employees come back from leave. And so that's held up that progress. The KPMG recommendations, as you can see here, we have these all listed in progress. We are starting to make progress on this. However, the project manager who was supposed to be in charge of our KPMG recommendations was also the one slated to do our COVID testing and administration. So she was distracted for a large part of the year. But this is now back on track. They have formed a working committee with HR representatives from many of the departments, and a survey, I believe, went out last week. So they will be working on the information they received from that. We have no service level reductions. And at this point, I'll turn it back to Maria Elena to do the summary.
Thank you very much, Don. And so by way of closing, I wanted to highlight the challenges once again, because the impacts are significant to our county departments. And I wanted to share some data to make my point. So I mentioned earlier the Great Resignation. This chart demonstrates that we have not escaped the trend. Of all of our separations that we had last year, of all county separations. You'll see, I don't want to mess with this. I don't know, can I do that? If I push the button, will it just give me the little red dot? Okay. Oh, cool. Okay, see, that's cool. I thought it was just going to be the little red laser, but very neat. Okay, we had 61% were voluntary. See, this is voluntary, this is retirements, and this is involuntary. And we had 61 voluntary. As you can see, that was the highest that we've had in the 5-year period. Very consistent with what's happening nationally, okay? And this next slide, I'm just gonna, okay, so this next slide here speaks to the county's shrinking talent pool. This chart has 6 of our county's positions at the top, right here, 6 of the county's positions. And these are like the barometers for the county because they're the ones that we typically have as the big pools of applicants, as noted by the kinds of applications that we've had in the past, 490, 435, 215. And you'll see that they start to drop, and then we take a big dip in 2021, right? And the trend will continue, and unfortunately, we have already run some of these for this year, because we run them annually. So for the AOP, which is this first one, last year we ran it, and it was a huge drop from 468 to 295. We already ran it this year, and we got 251. We already ran the eligibility worker. We got 213 last year. We got 126 this year. So you see the trend it's trending that same way. The one that really frightened me last year was for deputy probation officer to get 50. That was frightening to me, and I know that it was for Chief Heitman because they still have to go through the background check. And then we have a huge percent that typically drop, which is why we want them to have big numbers up here because we know that they drop. Well, we already ran that, and I'm glad that we got a much larger number than last year. We had 100 applicants more than last year. But it's still not good because we know that a lot of those applicants will be dropping from the background. And we don't know how we'll do, but the numbers are still a little scary for me. This other table here is recruitments are increasing, but applications are decreasing. And you can see that year over year that's been happening. I had my staff run the first quarter, which is for this calendar year. We've already had 125 for just the first quarter, 125 recruitments. If we were to use that as the trend line, we will have run up 500 recruitments for this year. And the applications that we've just received for the first quarter are only 2,271. If I was to run that trend line, it's still not enough. It's 9,084. So we're running more recruitments, but still receiving less applications. And what we did at the end of 2021, because we were already starting to see this, and in response to what our departments were asking, we said, okay, let's just keep the recruitments open longer, so continuous recruitments. The problem with that is that now we have 80% of the county's recruitments are continuous. 80%, we've never had that. And it's still not netting us the outcomes that we seek. And those continuous recruitments are labor intensive for my staff. So it is not going to be a sustainable strategy in a candidate-driven market. Something's got to shift. And so focusing on these objectives. So I've got my team is working on it. They were meeting today. They're going to continue to meet. They're bringing someone in. We have to change our mindset. And I know, and I'm saying I've met with my staff already, organizational culture happens by default or by design. And by focusing our efforts on these specific goals for next year, we will move closer to intentionally designing an employee-centric, forward-leaning, future-ready organizational culture. Being intentional is a way of transforming and evolving strategically by shifting the way we think about work, the workforce, and the workplace. We have a shot at not just attracting talent, but more importantly, preserving the workforce we currently have. I want to do all that we can to develop, grow, listen to, and provide for the employees we have right now. Peter Drucker's famous quote, "Culture eats strategy for breakfast," is never more relevant than it is today. But to be clear, he didn't mean that strategy is irrelevant, rather that an inclusive and empowering culture is a clearer path to organizational success. And an inclusive and empowering workplace is exactly what applicants and employees are seeking. So let me share with you an area where we are doing well, and it's also an area of high importance for our applicants and employees. This chart represents the percent of employees who utilized the hybrid remote work over the last 5 years. And some of you might remember, let me use this again, that this is the year I first came to you to talk to you about remote work. And you might remember what your thoughts were about that at that time. And look what we did in 2020. That was amazing that we turned so quickly, and we've been able to sustain this. 36% of our workforce has utilized some form of hybrid or remote work, and we've been able to sustain that to 35% last calendar year. What's important about this is that a Career Builder's recent survey just last month said that remote and hybrid jobs are attracting 7 times more applicants than in-person jobs. That's huge. And so we're really proud of the work that our departments have done in this area. And we know that it has been this level of flexibility that has helped them attract and even keep their employees. And we're doing really well right now in terms of the year to date. We're at 26.30%. So it's something that we can be really proud of. And in closing, I'll read the quote by author John Gordon. "You win by cultivating the right culture, leadership, expectations, beliefs, mindset, relationships, and habits before you even play the game. You win in the locker room first. Then you win on the field. With your leadership, we can win the long game in achieving a county culture where both a structural construct can be engineered for efficiency with the relevant employee tools and resources, and a social community can be cultivated to bring out the best in our people through meaningful programs, policies, and values practiced. We're in the locker room right now, and you can help us set the right expectations and mindset for winning on the field. Thank you very much. And I and my team are available to answer any of your questions.
Board members, any questions? It's lighting up here. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you. You talked a lot about retaining workforce. Thank you, Chair Hartman. What is the county's turnover rate do we have right now? Do you have a number on that?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I'll turn that over to John or one of my staff members.
I have to admit, I don't have the exact number. We've been trending between 7 and 8% for the last several years, but if you're interested, we're more than happy to pull that number and provide it to you.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, that's still a healthy number as far as turnover for an organization such as this, right?
It's not unusual, no.
Below 10, right, is the number you're shooting for. So anyway, that's just thinking about all this in context. I know that there's a crisis out there with people applying, but I'm just trying to frame it the best I can for myself. Going back to the hybrid work environment, do we yet have like a countywide policy on that? Have we moved forward with anything? Okay, not yet. We're just kind of continuing some of the policies that were put in place because of the pandemic.
We just finished, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we just finished taking it through to all the unions. Joe, did you want to say something on that?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we're just about finished with the meet and confer process. What happens is you bargain with as many groups of the 10 that want to bargain, and then sometimes changes come out of that you then have to recirculate to the other groups. So we've just circulated the final policy and are working through the remaining issues. I'm cautiously optimistic that we'll have something before the end of the fiscal year. Maybe
We've
sooner.
got direction from the board on a policy, is that?
So we did last year, we had concepts, and then we had to take it through to the unions, and then we'll be bringing that to you.
Excellent, great. And then my last question is, going back to the overall budget, the pie chart, let me see if it's, I was just curious, on slide 6. HR is a department that touches all departments in the county, and and maybe it's a simple answer, maybe it's a lot more complex, but general fund contribution, a large portion of your budget's general fund, yet you touch so many departments. I mean, it's not, our workforce doesn't look like that pie chart. And so can you help me with that a little bit so I can better understand why it's so heavily dependent on general fund instead of, when it serves all these non-general fund departments and employees?
I can try to answer that, Supervisor Nelson. So the special revenue funds, they will pay towards the cost allocation plan. And that cost allocation, so they put in revenues to pay for the different overhead, and HR is one of them. And that we consider as general fund in the pie chart. So some of those resources, they do, they're providing services and a lot of things to all departments, and those departments pay through the cap. And that it's reflected here as the general fund, if I'm correct. Yes, thank you. Oh, I did well, thank you.
All right, thank you, that was very helpful. Thank you.
When you get a thumbs up from Paul.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. So can we go to slide 2 for a second? And this is a little bit off topic, but when I was doing my homework, I was like, okay, great resignation. I know what that is, shrinking talent pool. Flatter organizations. I thought you were going to bring in these things where we had to flatter. I was thinking flatter like flowery flatter. I was like, what is a flatter organization? Not thinking it was flatter. Okay, so that helped. So obviously we're all talking about retention. And so I've raised 3 now adults, and they're so much less interested in a career of 30 years at one place or 25 years. And that's kind of what the county, I mean, we do these retirements all the time. So we spend 25 years here, 30 years here. And I mean, I'm all about trying to keep people, and I see 60%, 61% of people are leaving voluntarily. And that does bother me, that like what's driving them away. And I'm our Expenditures rep, and I really kind of challenged our Expenditures folks in our last meeting that why are people walking away from a lifetime benefit of a pension plan? That doesn't compute to me. And their answer was a lot of these are younger employees that maybe don't understand all their benefits. So, I kind of challenged them to get that message out a little bit more, and they came back with, well, you've got to challenge your own HR that's something you also need to do. So I will. First off, I'm just curious, when people leave voluntarily, like how much interaction do we have with them as far as exit interviews, or do we debrief, or is it just, hey, thanks for, your service, or how's that all play out? Is it different individually by department, or do you handle that, or how's that work?
So we have created, and Supervisor Levine, through the chair, we have created an exit survey, and it's automated, and so we can gather data that way, but it does happen distributed. It's because it's out at the departments. But there is a lot of research that shows that 18 months, it used to be longer, but it is just not. There's just a lot of mobility with the younger group. And so longevity is just not something that's of high value.
Right.
And so that is why it's the kinds of programming and development. So what I'm looking for is really not that they need to stay here years. I'm looking for upward. How can we help them grow with us so that, or even move, which is what that's what gives me hope, is that we are such a broad employer, so that they can actually move around. If diversity in careers, what they're interested in, we can provide that. And we do a pretty good job of doing that in the new employee welcome, that we can show them different career paths within one place.
Yeah, I value that, because I think so many of the employees that I talk to, especially the younger ones, they think the county is their department, right? Pretty much. It's like, oh, I'm in social services, or I'm on behavioral wellness, or I'm an eligibility worker. Dude, we have animal services, we have sheriff's department, we have probation. There's no chance you're gonna be a firefighter, but, because there's probably the opposite of your chart is there's 4,000 people that want that one firefighter job. But, I mean, there's so many different things you can do here, and I'm just, since I don't live and work and breathe inside the HR department, I'm glad to hear that that's something that we're doing. I think more education. I thought that cool thing that we did the one time is, and I don't know if we do this every year because I haven't seen mine lately, but the benefits sheet, went out to every employee that said, hey, here's what your benefits are. That was an eye-opener for me, even, that I opened it up and I was like, whoa, okay. I hear people complain about it all the time on the other side, but I hadn't seen it for myself to really see how much it was. So I don't know, like you said, I'm not sure even any of those things that play out for people, because a lot of times it's not a financial decision with the younger generation. It's more, I want a different experience. I want to live something differently. So maybe we're older people trying to build a retention program for younger people that don't understand us to start with.
Right.
That very well could be. So, yeah.
Right.
Anyway, I'm glad to hear that there's this going on, because I think that seems to me to be one of our primary needs, is figuring out a way to convince people that there are other options, there's other jobs available for you here, and you can have a very diverse career and stay inside the county. Yeah.
And then the other thing too is just, we have to create the local pipeline. That there's, the whole housing situation. So we've got people that are already here, and they're living where they're living. And so if we can just bring them in to our workforce. So.
And one last thing for me is that, and I know these things cost money, and I don't want to be one of those crazy tech companies that, we have a ping pong tournament every weekend or something, well, inside the office, but I would be interested in more activities that bring county employees together, that maybe there are more that I'm unaware of, but we always talk about a county family, but like I said, there's really people get in their departments and stuck of really getting across and meeting somebody else from the auditor controller's office or public works or somewhere else, and they just really get siloed, and maybe that's where they do see the opportunity to kind of jump around and change jobs. So,
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I was, if you were meant to terrify us with those slides, I was terrified. Especially considering a lot of those are departments that we historically not, had a hard time staffing even 4 years ago, let alone now. So, I mean, I do think that, your willingness to be trying to think way out of the box is going to be really important, because if we can't hire planners and can't hire sheriffs, that's a problem, right? For this organization. So, thank you.
Oh, Supervisor Hart, sorry.
It's fine. Could you go to slide 22? There you go, that's the one. So I think I understand all of those things on that chart from your presentation, but I'm not certain I understand revitalizing employee benefits. So tell me more about what that you envision with that element.
Well, Supervisor Hart, through the chair, that we're having to look at a whole lot of things there. The things that the applicants are looking for, like I said, yes, it also includes, they're looking for, what did I say, comprehensive and competitive employee benefits. That, yes, of course, it also includes wages, but it doesn't always have to include that. It has to do with healthcare and what's available there. It has to do with, we're looking at housing. So Yvonne is exploring some possibilities with housing. Has to do with time off. And we've heard from some of our employees around that. And so we're wanting to just be very broad in our scope in exploring. We're also going out to our employees next month with a survey, an engagement survey, and we're hoping to get some information from them there as to what their thoughts are. Not specifically to say, what do you want, but just what's going on with our employees and to get some ideas. So, but we're, again, I think Supervisor Lavanino said we might be using the lenses of the past to try to take a look at a problem that's it's a new problem. It's a new situation, and we have to use a new set of lenses to solve it. And so we're going to need to listen to our employees, and having the survey data, I think, will help. And so we're going to try to stay as open to that as possible.
Thanks for that extra clarification.
That's it? I really appreciate the theoretical backdrop that you gave in your presentation. I also appreciate that it was supported with a lot of data, and you've given us a lot to think about. As I think about what I've looked for in my career, it's certainly the flexibility that you're trying, and what you said about 7 times more applicants if there's a hybrid or remote option. I think camaraderie, I think Supervisor Lavanino is onto something. You want to feel connected to people you're working with, and seeing different options for growth. You certainly have that with your leadership group, where you have different teams coming from you have people coming from different departments to create teams, and I think they get a chance to appreciate the expertise that each brings, but it's kind of exciting to see them share that. I think people like to be cutting edge, that we're leading, that entrepreneurial spirit that you talked about. And I think what we have that a lot of employers don't have, and I think is meaning. You want to spend your life doing something that matters. And we have that in spades. So I think that's something to really think about, how we project that in a more pointed way.
Chair Hartman, I couldn't agree with you more. I think that is the one part that really gives me hope. So it is frightening, the data, and, but I'm not letting it overwhelm me because I think that we do have purpose, and that because of the work that we do, we have to find just how do we brand it?
Yeah.
Right? How do we brand it and market it? Because that is what people want. I think they just, and it's just finding that way of doing it. And then I think I heard Daniel this morning say, we're going to do videos to show the one day in the life of. And I keep reading in our Monday Morning Connect because we allow departments to contribute. And you see the wonderful stories that our own employees write about the kind of work that they do and the passion that they have for the work and the impact that they're having in our communities. And I think people want to be a part of that, right? And so we just have to find ways of packaging it and getting it out there because people want to be a part of a winning team. And they would want that, whether it's with animals or with children or with families, veterans. I mean, there's so much. It's exciting.
TikTok, little film, little vignettes seem to be really popular, and I think you've got a wealth of people who would love to tell you why they enjoy their job and why it makes a difference and why they feel rewarded coming to work every day. CEO Miyasato.
Chair Hartman, at the risk of insulting all the other departments, I do want to thank HR. And so if you look on their staffing summary, in 1819, they only had 25 people. And the board, thank you to the board, we've augmented their staff now. They have 33 going into next year's budget. 2 of our departments are having expansions that are greater than the size of this department. And I say that because thanks to Marilena and her leadership and her whole team, they're taking on a lot of innovative, creative things to change our culture. And it's hard when you have few people. And we appreciate DSS and their innovative ideas, but they probably have more HR staff than we have for HR Central. So it's great that they are being innovative because our HR department can't do everything, but they try. And I want to just give kudos to them for that because they do touch all departments and they are trying really hard and making progress. And Supervisor Lavanino, I don't know if you knew this, about 3 years ago, they started a new employee welcome. And every new employee comes to the new employee welcome, or they're supposed to come. And it's been virtual for the last couple of years, and I attend every one. And they give me 10 minutes, and I usually take 20. And I have everyone introduce themselves, and I always say, as employees, you are the heroes of Santa Barbara County. And we say we want them to grow their careers here. And one thing that's important to know is, as daunting as these statistics look, in those new employee welcomes, we're getting people from other organizations as well. So I think we are doing something right because people are attracted to us. We have people leaving, but we have other people from other public agencies coming to work for us. So that's good news, and I want to thank HR for that.
Thank you, HR, and thank you to our CEO who understands how important it is, and you're at those welcoming people. And if we can help, I think the board is eager to support you in that.
Oh, well, we'll take note of that.
Okay, I think we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back for our final general services, final one of today. Hello, we're reconvening the last session of the first day of our budget workshops, April 11th, 2022, and general services. Ms. Pell.
Good afternoon, Chair Hart and members of the board. I'm here to present the General Services Department's fiscal year 22-23 budget request. But before I begin, I'd like to thank and introduce my executive team. Lynn Dybel, our Chief Financial Officer. Skip Gray, he's Assistant Director for Real Property and Fleet Operations. Andre Montestori, he's Assistant Director over ICT. And Patrick Zarowski, Assistant Director for Capital Projects and Facility Maintenance. And I also want to thank the CEO's office for all their support in preparing these documents. So some key challenges and emerging issues. We have the Public Safety Radio Network. We are underway with site development, and we are finalizing the final project design. So that project's moving forward on target. We've been working on the standalone IT department implementation. We're in the process of analyzing and developing the costs and benefits of establishing a standalone IT department. We are working to prepare the county to implement a federated model, also ensuring countywide and department IT needs are addressed. A phased multi-year implementation plan, including an implementation budget and plan for future operational costs, will be a large undertaking requiring focus and resources, but will optimize the county's core business operations and be better scaled to meet the county's IT needs into the future. We're also working on an IT classification, compensation, and mapping project that was mentioned in the HR discussion. We are excited about the ERP implementation, and we will have our financial staff as well as purchasing and IT support for that very important project. We continue to implement our operational review recommendations. We do have some recruitment challenges. Again, this kind of dovetails on what HR's reporting, but we are consistently carrying a 20 to 22% vacancy rate overall. And that's been consistent for the last couple of years. And redesign and right-size the workspace. Our real property division is currently looking closely at our space needs to align with the current environment of hybrid remote work and shared spaces. So we have a new workspace at Casa Nueva, and we have implemented some hoteling, so allow other county departments employees, if they need to be at the Casa Nueva campus, they can use our workspace. COVID-19. So over the past 2 years, we've been able to fully implement our remote request and fulfillment process to enhance our logistics online portal to include inventory management and quality control functions. This has evolved over the last 2 years. During COVID, we had to implement many technology and communication capabilities with rapid move to remote work and highlighted the need for added security, online meeting and broad e-signature adoption. We were able to recover $1.9 million of CARES Act money for all of these IT initiatives that we were able to implement. And then, of course, when the main jail had a COVID-19 outbreak, we were able to assist the sheriff in accelerating the preparation of opening the Northern Branch Jail to decompress the Santa Barbara jail. Our operating budget is about $70 million. Each year, we have capital maintenance projects, and we have different buckets of money. And then for our recurring maintenance projects budgeted in the general fund, specific projects within each category will be finalized prior to July 1st. Capital projects that are funded with other funds. We have several projects for Public Health Department, We also have a couple of projects for the Juvenile Justice Center. We have a project at Social Services, and of course, the Regional Fire Communications Center. Our source of fundings, the majority of our funding comes from charges for services, and there's multiple funding sources that we rely on. Use of operating funds, again, we have our biggest operating fund is for both ICT and facilities and real estate. Staffing summary. So this year, we are adding 2 positions for CSB TV program, and General Services will be the primary support for SBC TV. We're adding a customer support program person that we began supporting the auditor controller, and that position has come over to our department, as well as an IT project manager for the ERP implementation. Operating revenue, so we see $180,000 increase for the additional security guards that we brought last week for the security screening. The CSB TV, we've added, we've moved the program from General Services, from CEO to General Services. We've added a cost analyst position, and then there's some CPI growth for a total of $970,000 increase over prior year. Anticipated accomplishments. So we have been migrating to Microsoft 365 and to email and Skype to Teams migration and training. We will be completing the website replacement project, and this first phase is the redesign of the replacement of the county's external website. We created a local vendor dashboard for our website to track our program and commitment to our local vendors. We updated our methodologies for our internal service fund rates for radio program based on subscription model, as well as the information technology rates based on model that aligns with current usage trends. And this was recommended in our KPMG report. We completed the move, as I mentioned earlier, to our Casa Nueva work site. So we will be conducting an internal customer survey. And again, that was a recommendation of KPMG. We've embraced the new county logo decals on vehicles as replacements happen, so we're replacing those decals. We've updated our letterhead and PowerPoint template. We've distributed the We Are pads and pins to our employees, and we are embracing the diversity, equity, and inclusion with our interviews, as well as our making sure our panelists are diversified. So we continue to coordinate multiple ongoing projects. We're transitioning to the full operation of the Northern Branch Jail. We have the Cali Real Campus Master Plan that will be coming back to your board by the end of the fiscal year. We have the Santa Barbara Regional Fire Dispatch Facility. New probation headquarters conceptual design has begun. Main jail renovation, architectural planning and programming has kicked off. And the design of Santa Barbara courthouse roof replacement is also, we've gone out to bid, and we'll be bringing that project to the board in May. So our department goals and objectives, we want to continue to enhance our financial resiliency. We want to continue our migration of our services to the cloud by completing the Microsoft 365 SharePoint migration, completing the website replacement project redesign for the intranet site, as well as ensuring on our external site that we are standardizing on third-party website components, such as the calendaring and forms. So our department goal, more department goals and objectives. meet our customers' expectations, focus on equity, diversity, and inclusion in the workplace, and implement energy efficiency upgrades in the EV policy. So based on board direction last Tuesday, this expands our existing EV policy from only replacing our non-public safety gasoline sedans with electric vehicles to now include electrifying all our non-public safety light-duty vans and pickup trucks. Implementation will begin during this coming fiscal year. A formal EV policy will be brought to the board later this summer for review and approval that will include these light-duty vans and pickups. General Services has roughly estimated that approximately 100 gasoline light-duty vehicles could reach end of life and would be replaced with an electric vehicle over the next 2 or 3 years. As a result, the associated infrastructure to support these vehicles will also be needed. Design, equipment, and installation for that is expected to be roughly $1.5 million. We believe we will need $400,000 this coming fiscal year, and the remainder, $1.1 million in the following year or two. Keep in mind that much of this project depends on the availability of electric vehicles, many of which are not yet on the market, and we will endeavor to seek out every possible source of grants and rebates as they become available. So I'm going to quickly go through some of our renew goals. I'm really proud of our financial resiliency. We were able to double how much we saved, and this was due to exceed our goal because we introduced online requisitions this year, as well as our facility work order. We began grouping those facility work orders by location to make us more efficient when we respond to maintenance requests. And I'll go to the performance measures. So new electric vehicle sedan purchases, we expect, we didn't do too well this year because we couldn't get electric vehicles. Due to the COVID supply chain issues and decreased vehicle utilization, EV sedan purchases for this fiscal year have been delayed. Due to the uncertainty of predicting county sedan driving utilization as a result of the change in driving patterns because of COVID and the new hybrid remote work policy, the number of gasoline-powered sedans that will be replaced by electric vehicles in the coming year is still being determined. Miles driven by departments with assigned vehicles has decreased by almost 8% from pre-COVID levels, and the pool car trips are down 42%. We have not purchased any gasoline-powered sedans in the meantime. Also note, the electric trucks are not yet available for purchase, but when they are, we will be taking advantage of rebates offered by 3CE and others wherever possible. We did put a reservation in for several Ford Lightnings to be used by our Parks Division, but unfortunately we were not chosen for the lottery. However, we remain on the list. We have a proposed new fleet measure related to EV chargers, pounds of greenhouse gas avoided out of the 123 chargers, county and public vehicles, and of gallons of gasoline avoided. Notice this measure tracks the pounds of greenhouse gases and gasoline avoided as a result of electric vehicles charging at county-owned chargers. This represents both the county as well as and public vehicles who connect and charge at these chargers located throughout the county. There are currently 123 chargers that come online in February, or they came online in February, with plans to add at least 20 more at the Betaravia campus in fiscal year 22-23. Okay, next slide. I would like to draw your attention to the percent of county power that is from renewables. So this year, our estimated actuals at 37%. We expect that to go up to 61% next year. This includes solar power being generated from the 1 megawatt array at Cali Real, as well as other other several smaller locations, and beginning next year will also include the Betaravia project, as well as Fire Station 12. In 2019, the county opted to join 3CE, which will supply power made up of approximately 35 to 40% renewables, increasing to 60% renewables by 2025, 100% renewables by 2030. In addition, the county opted into the City of Santa Barbara's Community Choice Program, which will provide 100% renewable energy to the county's facilities located in the city. These actions result in the increase to the 61% target for next year. Also keep in mind, all our new buildings will be net zero in the future, so we expect this number to keep increasing. Other locations of solar, so we may have other projects, solar projects, at the EOC, Isla Vista parking lot, and Foster Road. Our KPMG recommendations, our capital improvement plan improvements have been completed. We continue to add data to our maintenance connection system to ensure we have accurate information on all our facilities. For IC delivery of ownership, we talked about that earlier on the IT standalone department. And purchasing responsibilities, we've added a spend analyst, and we're establishing processes and working with departments to proactively identify common goods and services that can be collectively bid, providing strategic sourcing opportunities countywide, and make progress on improvements to streamline purchasing processes, improve governance, authority, and controls to reduce risk, and enhance our role of strategic business partner. And again, purchasing will have play a major role in our ERP implementation. So we do not have any service level reductions. So in summary, it's been a really good year. We've transformed a lot of things, and I'm really proud of our department. So again, we're working on that standalone IT department to position the county in a way to be able to support the future, but with the right size, and position the county tech needs now and into the future. The ERP planning implementation require a dedicated focus, and we're ready to go. Our purchasing, we will have new policies. We want to reduce the risk. We want to improve our spend. We want to make good purchasing decisions for the entire county. The Northern Branch Jail, it's occupied. And many of you know that that was no small feat. And it's operational, and the next big thing is to actually, be receiving new inmates in Santa Maria. The hybrid work, it's important to look at right-sizing our workspace in the new hybrid environment and the impact it may have on county facility, the footprint in the future. Public safety radio, long overdue. We're at end of life, but it's going to be a great project for the county. We continue to work on employee development, retention, and succession planning as best we can. I know a couple of my succession plans have left the organization, so that's always challenging. And then electric vehicles. We look forward to expanding our county fleet, using all available rebates and grants to offset costs and ensure appropriate charging infrastructures in place for employees and the community to access. And in conclusion, our quote from James Quincy from Coca-Cola CEO, one of the things about driving risk-taking and innovation is not to let the fear of what you're going to lose obscure the possibility of what you might gain. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Pell in General Services? Das.
So the infrastructure you're talking about is mostly chargers at the different yards? Is that what mainly that extra, that 400,000 in this fiscal year would be? Is that kind of, or just and the couple thousand per vehicle delta, is that what we're talking about?
Well, there's a lot more research that needs to happen. We wanted to kind of give you an idea of what we think the costs will be. But we're not exactly sure where we want to place these chargers. It depends on, we'll look at the road yards. We have to look at the operational requirements. So some of our electric vehicle pickups might be out during the day and need to, charge at night. So we really need to evaluate all the options and figure out what our department operational needs will be. But we're giving it, we feel pretty confident with our number, but we felt that before coming into the workshop, we needed to give you some sort of an idea.
Absolutely.
And so it's rough, but we feel confident.
Great. And do we think that part of this, given the trends that you're stating in the sedan fleet, in the long run will be offset just simply by needing less sedan vehicles? Or do you think that that's a blip during COVID, that reduction of use of the pool car and all that?
We're not sure. So we need to study it and make sure we understand what the trend is, what we're seeing today, and where we see that going in the future. But, as HR said, the hybrid workforce is here to stay, but we need to figure out what that delta means and what that means moving forward.
Well, it has been a busy year for you, and I just want to acknowledge, especially all the IT work. It's been extraordinary, and the North Branch Jail is finally open, and you've got a lot of other big projects you've got well underway in addition. So, and you're very upbeat, which is nice to see. And I really like pulling out the performance measures on the renewable energy, and glad to see that as part of this process. So it's the end of the day, and lights were going on earlier, but I think everybody's ready to study for tomorrow. So with that, we have public comment. Do we have any public commenters?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on the departmental budget for general government and support services.
All right, so with that, we adjourn until tomorrow, April 12th, 9 o'clock.
Just another note, so as we will adjourn tomorrow, we have the departments that we'll be talking to in the morning. But I just want to say thank you to our departments who gave presentations today. Ms. Pell, who's been one of the biggest supporters of Renew and has taken it to heart. Thank you, all her staff. So I want to just thank all the departments who went today. And I do want to end with another quote. My quote is really that we're thanking all our departments who are really committed to change, because we are changing with the change. And quotes are silly, they're fun. We have a very prescribed budget framework we ask departments to stick to, and the one area where we ask them to give us something that they feel motivated by and inspired by. So we leave that up to them. So I want to thank Ms. Pell and all the other departments who did do that. I think it shows who's really committed to looking at the culture a little bit differently. So thank you.
Thank you. And I neglected to say announce general public comment. We don't have any, Madam Clerk is okay. So with that, we really can adjourn till tomorrow.